Welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee number 7, Planning and Environment, for the inquiry into budget estimates 2026-2027. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name's Sue Higginson and I'm the chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Scully and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of planning and public spaces. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making time to give evidence today. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence, and Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name, position title, and swear either an oath or affirmation? And please begin with witnesses to my left. Mr. Johnston.
Morning, Chair. Scott Johnston. I'm Deputy Secretary Corporate Services at the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
So my name's Madeline Thomas. I'm the Acting Deputy Secretary of Development Assessment and Sustainability at the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. I'm Kirsten Emma Fishburn. I'm the Secretary of the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, and I will take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I'm Monica Gibson. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Planning, Land Use Strategy, Housing and Infrastructure at the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Good morning, Committee. Joseph Laposta, Deputy Secretary, Crown Lands and Public Spaces. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Good morning, I'm Alex Wendler, I'm the CEO of Landcom. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, all of you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm, and we're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and the crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes is allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. So we will now begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister, and thank you to all the officials for being here today. Minister, how many housing completions are you expecting for 2026?
Had a tip off you might ask me about housing today. It's a little birdie got on the phone and told me about it. Look, the current trajectory and forecasts vary and continue to be adjusted, but we have an increase in lodgements. We have an increase in approvals. We have an increase in commencements, and currently have more than 80,000 homes under construction right now. So we expect, depending on circumstances, depending on weather, depending on availability of materials, somewhere in the range of 50 to 60,000 completions over the financial year.
For 26, 27?
Yeah.
How many were completed for 25-26?
25-26, hang on, let me get you the exact number because it's 79,000 over the 77,999 over the periods since the housing accord commenced. You're after, financial year?
Yeah, 25-26.
25-26. 25-26 completed was 35,274.
So for 2026, if you're predicting around 50,000 homes being completed, that's still a long way off the National Housing Accord target. You need to be building about...
Yeah, we started a long way behind.
You need to be building about 75,000 a year, not 50,000
Yeah, we started a long way behind, as you'd appreciate. So this graph is telling, and I think this is a good evidence. It's in the budget papers, so I'm sure you would have seen it. But see, this is this part here is where the coalition was in office, plummeting numbers right the way down. This part here is after the Men's government came to office, and we're turning that around, right? So we got to office, and the forecast was for 36,000 homes a year to be built over each year for the 5 years of the housing accord.
Sorry to interrupt, but would you like to table that graph?
Oh, it's in the budget papers.
You can table it as a separate
I'm happy
thing.
to table it,
Thank
but
you.
I mean, it is. But I wouldn't mind just hanging on to it because it's the
Okay.
only copy I've got.
Okay.
And I think that all of the committee members will probably like to see this multiple times because it's telling, right? Because it shows here the collapse of housing construction under the previous government and the collapse of housing construction approvals. And when you have, given the time lag that it takes to actually build and complete a home, when you have a collapse in approvals, a collapse in lodgements, it's going to take a couple of years for that to turn around and come back up. But as you can see, I'll just refer to that graph again from the budget papers, it is turning around from this period under the Men's government, and what we're seeing now is an increase, not only an increase in the number of lodgements, an increase in the number of approvals, an increase in the number of commencements, an increase in the number of homes under construction, and a decrease, and this is an important one, a decrease in the number of projects that were approved that had not commenced. So we're seeing now the highest number of homes under construction in the last 7 years, the highest number of homes completed in the last quarter in the last 6 years, the lowest number of projects that have been approved but not commenced in about 4.5 years. And importantly, we've also seen a more than 30% decrease or a third reduction in the average time that it takes a DA to be approved in New South Wales. So a big ship to turn around, but the work that's been done, and I acknowledge the opposition's support for a number of those initiatives, the work that's being done is starting to turn that around.
You're 40% behind the National Housing Accord targets. You're a long way off. They assume about 150,000 homes short by 30 June 2029. Is there any plan to actually get there by 30 June 2029? Because the current trajectory, and I acknowledge the increase in approvals, but the current trajectory just isn't there to get to 377,000 homes
so a lot
by
of those
June 2029.
There's a lot of those forecasts take a straight line assumption and assume that everything that has happened before will happen again. Now, that straight line assumption goes back several quarters, and going back several quarters gets you into this zone where things are collapsing, as well as this zone where things are coming out. So coalition zone for ease of reference, Labor zone where it's increasing. And when you have some of that still coming through, you miss that. A number of the other forecasting methodologies, including and the National Housing Group has acknowledged this, is that model is based on historical activity and assumes those relationships between a number of the variables remain fixed, and they don't necessarily account for policy changes. So some of the forecasts don't take into account what's coming through in the Housing Delivery Authority. The Housing Delivery Authority has more than 153,000 estimated homes coming through the planning pipeline. Now, perhaps not all of those will be approved, but they are under assessment. We've already got 20 projects approved. Some of them are under construction at the moment, more than 4,000 houses between those. And we are still seeing an increase in the number of lodgements. We saw a 16% increase between financial year 2024-25 and 25-26, and much of that increase, and that now is the highest level since 2021, and much of that increase has been driven by a number of the policy changes that government has put in place.
But you will admit no chance of getting to 377,000
No,
homes by 30 June 2029. It's going to be a longer time frame than that.
You must not have been listening, Mr. Rath, because
I heard the initiatives,
I didn't say once that we wouldn't get there. We remain determined to get there. However, I can't be expected to solve for all the problems of the world. And literally all the problems of the world are impacting the delivery of housing in New South Wales. Right? We have a war in the Middle East that is impacting on certainty, that is impacting on supply chains, that is impacting on the price of materials, it's increasing the cost of civil works and construction. We have had increases over the period of the COVID and beyond in materials costs, substantial increases in the order of 30, 40 and 50% for some of those, and they haven't gone back, they've levelled off. In fact, construction costs most recently rose 4.8% again for detached housing, 3.4% for multi-dwellings in the year to June 2026. And that's on top of those increases from 2020 to 2025 that we've seen. We've seen increases in interest rates, which is impacting certainty, which is impacting demand, which is impacting pre-sales, and our pre-sale finance guarantee is helping with that, but it can't solve for everything. And we've still got challenges within the housing market more generally in delivery in terms of making up for the lack of investment in skilled labour that the previous government left behind, making up for and turning around a planning system that the previous government was left behind in a pretty ordinary state. And also what we're also seeing still too is while there has been a good improvement in the way councils are looking at and in speeding up their assessment of housing proposals, we still get into the post-consent area that is still taking a lot longer than what it should to get the necessary approvals in place. Some circumstances, people are requiring all the approvals, even if that is landscaping plans at the very end of a project, to be locked away and done before you can even start the first bit of construction. Now, the work of the Development Coordination Authority will assist with that and make some big improvements, but as you'd appreciate, the Development Coordination Authority only came into effect from the 1st of July, so it's less than 2 months old. But ultimately, while the planning system can do a lot, it can't solve for some of the bigger and global challenges that are impacting on our housing market at the moment.
Yeah, anything to speed up post-consent process would be excellent.
That's what the Development Coordination Authority is working on. They're doing some excellent work at the moment, and I think you'll start to see that really improve. Now, the challenge, of course, is making sure that we're working across those things and that that post-consent work also flows down into work with council. But the reality is the government's planning reforms over the last couple of years have created additional housing capacity. They have encouraged greater housing around infrastructure. It has increased the number of lodgements. It has improved assessment times, and it has supported the speedier delivery of the infrastructure needed to support those new homes and communities. So the government remains determined to do all that it can to make sure that we're delivering more homes, because for too long this state has simply not built enough homes.
The National Housing Accord, who's right, you or the Albanese government? Because the feds are saying that New South Wales won't meet its housing targets until March 2032, which is a long way after the 30 June 2029 deadline that you promised.
So I think you're referring there to the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council's quarterly report that was released late last week. And that has indicated that some of the challenges that I just described, the impact of the conflict in the Middle East, impact of that on inflation, on building materials and on supply, of the impact of interest rates and the impact of housing construction, does impact on New South Wales. The council noted that due to New South Wales dwelling completions being sensitive to interest rate charges, a lot more sensitive than other states, that's had a impact on their forecasts, and that's partly because of the share of New South Wales' number of high-density approvals and high-density housing. It takes longer to get the pre-sales, it takes longer to do the construction, it is a more expensive process. However, in acknowledging all that, the council did point out that their modelling doesn't account for a number of factors in New South Wales. Particularly, the model does not factor in housing earlier in the pipeline, such as lodgements and development approvals prior to construction approvals. So that big increase that we're seeing coming through in terms of lodgements and in terms of approvals, and things like the Housing Delivery Authority and what's coming through, and the low and mid-rise reforms, what's coming through in the TODs, which are substantial numbers coming through. It doesn't take some of that into account. The model's projections do not explicitly account for all of the policy settings, such as the work to accelerate land releases through the state-led rezoning process, or increase in funding to support enabling infrastructure like the low-cost loans program, the faster assessment program. It also is based on historical activity, and it assumes the relationships between variables remain fixed into the future, whereas in reality they tend to evolve over time. Now, anyone who's done any work in any forecasting, any econometrics work or anything like that would understand that you can't, while some of the models will take a static look at those relationships, there's a causality that's underlying things that changes that dynamic through time. And if you're starting to see more things come through the system, you're starting to see New South Wales now has the most homes under construction of any state and territory in the country. It's increasing the number of lodgements, it's increasing the number of approvals, it's doing those quicker, it's improving and increasing the number of construction approvals, increasing the number of commencements, and decreasing the number of projects that are approved but not yet commenced. That pipeline is a substantive aspect of making sure that we're delivering homes into the future. And the government's approach has always been, yes, obviously a huge determination to meet our obligations under the Housing Accord, which I'd also point out is an agreement with the federal government, local government and the construction sector. So yes, there's been that, but it's also been to make up the historic undersupply that has gone on over decades, which was going to take some time to turn around. So our planning reforms are coming into effect, but as I said, even things like a big initiative like the Development Coordination Authority, which will have a substantive impact on the way we do things, and particularly in that post-consent area to get construction going more quickly. That's only been in place for the last less than 2 months, so that will take some time to kick in. But nonetheless, we are seeing a good pipeline coming through the system. We believe that pipeline will continue, but that pipeline is buffeted to some extent by a few things. Firstly, in terms of macroeconomic conditions, in terms of certainty generally of consumers. There was some concern previously, when the opposition, which you've said was the worst decision the opposition has made. I think there might be one other, but we'll come to that, I'm sure. Worst decision you could make was when you opposed the transport-oriented development program and tried to stop. There was a chilling effect, right? And that chilling effect, even if it's for a short period of time, and the upper house took several months to deal with that, that has an impact, and it cascades through the system, because you can't flick the switch back on as soon as you remove some of those things. So I think that Minister, we'd be in a good position if we're seeing what the government's doing in terms of taking pressure off interest rates by doing its bit to put a lid on inflation, doing its bit to expand the capacity. But the reality is there's other parts of the delivery system when it comes to housing that influence on it, and planning reform, while necessary, while essential, and while building that capacity, can't do it all alone.
But the trajectory, Minister, so 2024, you need to build 75,000 homes, you get about 45. 2025, you need to build about 75,000 homes. You get about 45.
Yep.
2026, you're saying that the prediction is around 50,000 homes, still a long way off the 75,000 that you need to be getting towards the 377,000 target. If the government misses its housing accord target, who will be held accountable?
Well, the accountability ultimately lies with the government. But let's have a look at housing targets in the past, right? Because the previous government, when it was overseeing this plummeting, I'll just refer to my graph again, but seeing this plummeting.
So you're referring to COVID. You're referring to COVID years. I want to pick you up on this
Well,
graph. You're looking.
Nonetheless,
the last time, Minister,
that was
the
when you
last-
put a massive stimulus into the system, and you still couldn't keep up.
The last time that
so-
this state saw 75,000 completions was 2018.
And then you
So it's
progressively
more-
made
it's more-
decisions
it's
to
fairer
reduce
look
it. You
pre-COVID.
progressively made decisions to reduce it. Like, for instance, putting a moratorium on any new building in Ryde. Right? You made decisions in the planning system when you were in office which reduced the capacity to build by cutting TAFE and cutting training, which reduced the capacity to make sure that we were doing that by cutting, not doing the rezoning around major infrastructure projects like the metro that you should have done, that has held back the construction of housing. The history says, the number says it all. 6 houses per 1,000 people. 6 homes per 1,000
On a point
people.
of order, budget estimates are supposed to be about 26, 27. I've been listening carefully to the ministry. He's got more excuses than the Sydney Swans, and next thing he'll have a women's planning team to try and restore his reputation.
Seriously.
I'm not hearing a point of order here.
Can we stop talking about ancient history and focus on the budget estimates for this financial year, please?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
This seriously quite defamatory and horrible remark.
Well, not to mention the fact that the two deputy secretaries who are in charge of housing are female.
Yeah, actually, look,
in
I'm not
particular
withdrawing
reference
anything
to
about the Swans. It's light-hearted, and if the honourable
It's
member's
not
got zero
light-hearted. There
sense
is
of
nothing
humour...
like-
Okay,
no,
hey,
it's
order
point of
here.
order,
Mr.
Chair.
Latham, Mr. Latham, please don't bring that into this committee today. I would ask you to just retract that so that we can examine the proposed budgetary expenditure of 2026, 2027, and the Minister can actually answer questions how he sees fit.
saying he's got more excuses than the Sydney Swans.
Could you please retract the statement about the Sydney
Nobody's been
Swans?
charged in that matter. The police haven't
I-
interviewed the players. Now,
I mean, Mr. Latham is very familiar with the court system at the moment, so I'm not surprised he's well on top of where people are up
Well,
to with charges.
you're an
and
excuse
like.
expert so
Okay.
far. That's
Oh,
what
yeah,
you're talking
okay.
about excuses.
Mr. Latham,
Oh, if it pleases you,
it
Chair,
does
I
please
would-
me a lot.
Okay.
If you could please retract the statement,
just
and if
did.
we could just cease those type of comments.
But can we focus on the
committee is-
financial year of the estimates rather than ancient history?
I
That's
actually
the point
think
of-
relevant.
I actually think Mr. Latham has got a point. We have harped on about the past a lot. I understand the Minister's point that you are making. Let's talk about going forward and the
Chair-
budgetary expenditure proposed for the
I'd
purpose
appreciate
of this
that, but
committee.
I haven't been asked about any budgetary expenditure so far.
You've been asked about the housing targets
Hot tip
for
to
this
the
year.
opposition: if you
For this year.
want questions about certain things and you don't want things to be taken back in time, then you have to focus your attention. Now, I appreciate, and I think the idea that the only decisions within 1 year affect the delivery of housing in that particular year shows a level of ignorance about the delivery of housing. The delivery of housing goes to the extent that you get apprentices into the system, goes to...
I think so my point of order was I've asked the Minister to...
So we go back to the questioner now?
The reality is there was no point of order, but we ended up with all sorts of unnecessary shenanigans. This was the opposition's time. You've got 16 seconds left. Carry on.
Well, Minister, then, if we're looking at the budget papers, let's be serious that you are very comfortable talking about approvals, but you're not comfortable talking about completions because you're 40%.
I'm more than comfortable
because you're
talking about completion.
Because you're 40% behind your national
Hot
housing
tip, I reckon
accord.
we'll come back to this later
Because
on.
you're 40% behind your national housing accord target. So the reality is that you deleted the completions graph from the budget papers because you only like talking about approvals. You don't like talking about completions. That's the reality, isn't it, Minister?
Look, I mean, I find it interesting that Mr. Rath, you believe you knew what was in the budget papers and what might have been deleted. Is that some sort of tip off you got on that one from a committee?
It's very clear.
But the reality is,
when you look at it,
the reality is
that there's an entire section.
Most estimates put the increase. You know, the pipeline of housing starts with a lodgement. Starts with the lodgement of a planning application.
Okay, can I thank you. We're now just in crossbench time. I'm going to ask you if you would take the that up after the crossbench time. Over to you, Mr. Ruddick. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
As you know, last year the Legislative Council created the Select Committee on Rural Housing and Second Dwelling Reform. We had a good inquiry this year.
Yep.
We submitted our report. The government has come out with their response. And the encouraging part of the response was that the government says that we had 6 recommendations, and the government has said that 3 are supported in principle, 2 are noted, and 1 is not supported. But
correct.
My summary of it is that the thrust of the report that the government was generally supportive of in principle. Could you just walk this committee through where the government is up to on that front with this? I mean, the reason I'm particularly attracted to it is we can build a lot of homes at no cost to the taxpayer. So win-win for everybody.
Sure. Look, I would like to thank you for your initiative, your work in initiating that inquiry, and for the work that was done. You did in leading that committee. It was a good report, and as you said, the government. Of its 6 recommendations, the government 3 were supported in principle, 2 noted, and 1 was not supported. So where we're at with that one is that there is some overlap between the recommendations and the work of that committee and some of the reforms that were passed through the Parliament with almost universal support of the Parliament last year. So I guess in that sense, we're almost universally accountable for things that happen in the planning system. The department is beginning to look at the work on options to implement the recommendations of those reports. I understand that there are some recommendations that are pretty broad-reaching in terms of amendments that would be required to all local environment plans in the state, which is a pretty big change. And understandably, there's a lot of work in making sure that there aren't any unintended consequences made from making changes to local environment plans. But those there's some options to progress some of this work more quickly than other parts, and the department is currently looking at how that staging might take place. I understand that you've been speaking with my office about how we do those reforms, wanting to see that progress. I'm happy to continue to keep you informed as we develop that work program a little bit further, because I think there are some measures that can be addressed there. We will just have to proceed with the usual. There's always an element of caution that we have to look at in making big and wide-reaching reforms to the planning system, but I think there's some elements in there that are sensible, and we are looking at those seriously.
We have received a lot of public interest in this reform outside of Sydney. So for people who are following along, because I think there's about 250,000 people in New South Wales who could potentially benefit from this. What would we say to people who are out there and who are keen and waiting for some of these reforms to go through so they can build a second residence? What is the likely timing for when they would be able to get the green light for that under this liberalised approach?
The timing, I would not like to give a specific date, Mr. Ruddick, given some of the implications of this, and we do have to be alert to the fact that when we're doing secondary dwellings and we're making changes to these sort of things, it does have impacts on local councils in terms of often in regional areas they are the water and wastewater provider as well as the waste service or rubbish collection organisation, so we have to be mindful of the capacity to be able to do that. But we are working on those reforms because we should be able to make it easier to do what is seemingly sensible on the face of it to most people. We should be able to make that easier. That's the attitude we've taken with planning reform more broadly, and the attitude that will continue.
Look, I do appreciate it. It does feel like the government does want to move in this direction, and I'm grateful for your leadership on that front. When we do have, a busy parliamentary schedule coming up, then we've got an election Now then, so I'm just fearful that this could sort of slip between the cracks, and it's sort of we sort of forget about it. So, is there a dedicated team or a dedicated individual within the department who is taking carriage of this to make sure that it doesn't fall by the wayside?
Defer to one of the officials about the organisation, Ms Gibson.
Yep, so thank you for the question. We do have a team that is looking at this. That's our team that looks at all of our housing policy work. They have already reviewed the inquiries and have been supporting Minister Scully's office with some advice in response to your questions. We have already, and I think partly because of the interest in secondary dwellings that's come from the inquiry, seen an uptick in the number of applications and approvals that have been given to secondary dwellings in the last 12 months.
That's good.
And that that more of those applications, about 2/3 of them, are now complying development rather than development applications, so on the fast track process for those applications to be assessed and approved.
Well, that sounds encouraging. Thank you, Minister. And what I heard what you were saying before when in your engagement with the opposition about there's lots of other factors outside of your control, which we're all see that's obviously always going to be the case. But one of the factors you didn't mention about the property market is the federal government has, as you know, in the budget, come out and they've hiked taxes in relation to capital gains tax and negative gearing. Do you see this as do you see those reforms as being positive for the New South Wales market or negative for the market?
Well, I guess that what you'd characterise as what's being positive and what's being negative for a start. Look, I think for those people who are looking to buy a home, it will be over after this short-term period of market adjustment, it will be a positive outcome. Yeah. I think that for those the investment class getting into new builds rather than trading on existing builds, I think that's encouraging for construction in New South Wales, and ultimately will have a positive impact. There's a huge number of people that are employed in construction industry associated with it, not just directly employed in building, but the entire supply chain that's part of it. Look, any tax changes at the federal level do not negate the New South Wales government's requirement for ongoing reforms which make it simpler and easier to build new homes. And working together, we will work on the supply and continue to work on supply arrangements, while we also support, to some extent, some assistance for first home buyers. Typically a first home buyer now in New South Wales is getting around about $20,000 in support in terms of stamp duty. We'll continue to support those areas of growth through ongoing investment in infrastructure, and the government's investing around $80 million a day on average in infrastructure to support community growth of the population and the community enabling infrastructure. But ultimately, yes, I do believe that the impact will be positive, particularly as it will support more people being able to get into home ownership. I mean, you only need to talk to any teenager or someone in their early 20s to understand how concerned they are that without the bank of mum and dad or some sort of massive inheritance, that they've got any prospect of owning their own home. And that's a sad state of affairs. Now, that's primarily been driven by long-term lack of housing delivery. We have not been building enough homes, not only in New South Wales, but in Australia. And the government's planning reforms are aimed at addressing that supply-side constraint.
Well, I do certainly agree that it will, if the property market crashes, it will make it theoretically more.
Well, I don't know that it crashes on
okay, well, you're saying prices coming down.
There's always there's market adjustments all the time.
Yes, but Minister, we know that the key thing is supply. We've got to build more homes.
Correct. That's why the government is diligently working on making sure that we've done massive reforms.
You're doing what you can here. Now, in 1985, Paul Keating did remove, as the Treasurer, he did remove the negative gearing, and then there was a collapse in construction of new properties. And so then there was this cacophony of people saying, Mr. Treasurer, you've got to reverse this. And he did 18 months later. Now we seem to have had national amnesia that we've been through this before, but to his credit, Mr. Keating said, no, well, that didn't work, we've got to reverse that. But it was he did back down because so many people were saying this is a very bad policy. And Keating listened to that. If this property market decline looks like it's going to be an extended property market decline, and if the consensus is it's because of the negative gearing, do you think the New South Wales government would have an obligation to speak up and add to the voices saying that this policy should be reversed?
Well, look, I think it's important that we actually have a look at what's actually happening in the market, because there's been a fair bit of commentary, which is, there's a few sensational headlines and the like in that. But since the peak of prices in January 2026, so that's 8 months ago, when the peak was, Sydney housing prices have declined by 5.3%, with detached house prices down 6.2% and apartments down 2.9%. Now, yes, there has been a reduction in auction clearance rates at the moment, but the reality is, as far as I'm concerned, I administer the planning system in New South Wales. My job is to make sure that we've got capacity to grow, which is why in the Sydney plan we've got a 30-year requirement on homes, and I hope we get the opportunity to discuss that on feasible housing in the future. We've got to make sure that we've got the capacity to build. I know Minister Wan is making some substantial investments in terms of TAFE and working with the Commonwealth Government to make sure that we have a construction workforce into the future. We've got to make sure that we have the capacity of a planning system that can efficiently say yes or no, or yes with conditions to proposals to get those underway, and we've got to look at where the support might have to build into the future. My job is largely on the supply side of the equation, and I think the numbers: increased lodgements, increased approvals, increased construction commencements, and decreases in the number of approved but not commenced construction, as well as the highest number of homes under construction anywhere in the country, is evidence that those reforms are starting to pay dividends.
Minister, can I just ask you about the Mount Pleasant coal mine extension, 6-year extension that was granted on the 14th of this month? It was done so, obviously, with a much shorter period of time than the mine's approval that was declared invalid by the Court of Appeal, and that there is a High Court application still pending.
Yeah.
Why did the department think that it was prudent to approve that project whilst there is an application before the High Court on foot?
Sure. Look, you've asked why the department might think that prudent, so I might defer to Ms Thomas.
Were you consulted, Minister, that this was the intention
My
of the
department consults me regularly.
And were you aware that that was what was going to happen, that we were going to disregard the Court of Appeal decision?
Well, I think it's important to get that context in terms of the Court of Appeal's decision and what's happened in terms of the modification to the original development consent, because there's the original development consent as well as the Court of Appeal, and perhaps Ms Thomas is best placed to give some further insight into that for you.
I will speak with Ms Thomas after the
Oh, sorry. Your question was the department, though.
Well, you're right, Minister, and I suppose I can reframe that question to say, why do you think it's appropriate that your department has granted another 6 years of mining with an increased extraction limit before it has even answered the community's repeated allegations that the mine's operating outside its consent, and the consent that it sought approval for to expand its operation was declared invalid by a court? Do you not see that it looks...
Look, I can see your characterisation of it. I can see your characterisation
in terms of trust in the planning system.
But let's run through what's happened here. So the first approval for coal mining at Mount Pleasant was in December 1999. Since then, that approval has been modified 6 times, including modification 3, which was for the extraction until December 2026, around 10.5 million tonnes of run of mine coal. The optimisation project was approved by the Independent Planning Commission and extended the mine life until 2048 in September of 2022. The approval was appealed, as you say, by a local group. It was dismissed. The grounds of the appeal confirming the validity of the approval granted by the IPC. That was in August of 2024. That decision was subsequently appealed and heard by the full bench. In July of 2025, the Court of Appeal upheld one ground of the appeal regarding the impact of Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions on the project's locality. It referred to the matter to the Land and Environment Court to determine whether to make orders which, if complied with, would validate the SSD approval. Now, in December 2025, the High Court granted special leave to appeal against the Court of Appeal's judgment, and in May 2026, that hearing was held, and the Court reserved its decision.
So why have you preempted that decision by approving 6 years?
We haven't. That decision was on and I'll stand to be corrected by Ms. Thomas, just because I'm not the department's lawyer, so you appreciate that the ground that was upheld was on one element of the modification.
It's pretty significant. It's about climate change impacts.
Yes, it is.
Floods,
it's about
fires,
climate change impacts.
destroying villages,
One of the
towns,
reasons why we
communities.
included climate change as an object of the Act, which I note the Greens voted against. Anyway, the reason why is because there's still an approval on foot that allowed that modification to be assessed and considered while the court action is considered.
Why did you not suggest that go to the Independent Planning Commission, which was largely consistent with Labor policy when you came into government, that you would send any new coal approvals to the IPC?
No, that wasn't the commitment at all.
Well, what was the commitment, Minister?
You should address to perhaps better to the Minister for Natural Resources.
No, but what was your government's commitment? New coal would go to the IPC, not the department, and not yourself.
This isn't new coal, right? This
is not new coal.
This is an existing consent. December 1999.
So is that your definition of new coal is not
a
modification?
So no, this is a modification of an existing consent.
For new coal mine, to bring new coal out of the ground that's otherwise not approved.
No, this is a modification of a consent for an existing coal mine. All right,
well,
we can pass words we'd spend all day doing that.
So you don't think these approvals should go
from mine?
So you don't think these should go to the IPC?
This particular one didn't need to go to the IPC.
And you don't think it should have?
It did not meet the triggers to go to the IPC.
And well, speaking of that, have you've just lifted the triggers to go to IPC from 50 submissions to 100 submissions?
Yep.
What's the main rationale for doing that at this time?
The main rationale for that is a lot of people outside New South Wales were having a say on things in New South Wales, and a lot of things ended up being triggered to an IPC referral on the basis of comments from South Africa's been some, the US, the UK. I mean, I appreciate their strong interest in what's happening in New South Wales.
Particularly in relation to coal mines.
Actually, and in relation to renewable energy projects.
I was going to say, and I'm sure there's renewable energy.
No, it's actually more renewables than coal mines, I have to say. Yep. For instance, Muswellbrook Solar, right? Muswellbrook Solar, 7 of the 54, so 54 objections, 7 of the 54 were from outside New South Wales. The public meeting, we had to do it online because everyone was from so far away from Muswellbrook, you couldn't hold it there because no one would turn up from Muswellbrook because there were no speakers. Homebush Battery Energy Storage Scheme, 19 of the 59, so only 40 from New South Wales, added several months to a relatively straightforward assessment. I mean, battery storage schemes are pretty standard in terms of the way they're doing things. Burraway Solar, 18 of the 81 objections were made from outside New South Wales. The local meeting was actually cancelled because no speakers registered. You know, so it's those triggers that change was making a mockery of the process.
Well,
add to that AI, right? And which we have to be.
Do you not think 100 submissions? You're just going to get the same, but at 100 submissions now.
Well, that was the exact same.
Why has the department, and why is the department consistently making policy deferring to the lowest common denominator of how a planning system should be run?
I reject that characterisation.
Well,
I absolutely reject that characterisation. It's not the department's policy; it's the government's policy. I made the change.
So why?
Right? I made the change in consultation with how the IPC operates, because what's happening is the IPC now is becoming the default consent authority for basically every renewable energy project. Now, Ms Higginson, I'm sure that you would like to see those done more quickly.
I understand the difficulty in that, but I think
they're slowing it down, and this is basically
Minister,
because a few groups are trying to manipulate the process.
Why are you prepared to diminish the integrity of the planning system
for
your own
absolute
agenda?
rubbish.
No, it's not.
Is
it's
absolute
what you've done.
rubbish.
It's what you've done.
It's absolute
Having
rubbish.
An independent.
It is not what we have done at all, and you know it.
Having an expert.
I appreciate
Minister,
you've got to defend yourself about
ways.
not applying and not supporting climate change and natural disasters and those sort of things.
Minister,
being
I'm not
objects of the
talking
Act.
about my
And you've
party's
rejected a whole bunch
ideology
of
or
other
views
things,
on
but
climate
the reality
change.
is, it is absolutely false
Minister,
to characterise what we have
can
done
I
as
just
diminishing
ask you the
planning
questions
system.
now and you stop talking over me? Can I just tell you, regardless of my views on renewable energy, mining or climate change, put those aside, if you can, for 1 minute.
Sure, I can, absolutely.
I am talking as a previous planning lawyer of many decades of experience. Why have you appealed to the lowest common denominator, cut off the threshold lower to avoid the independent assessment process of New South Wales? That is an important component to the planning system. And I know you and I both agree on that.
I do. But what has to happen is things need to adjust from time to time. This is not the first time triggers to the IPC have been adjusted, and those outdated triggers have meant that the IPC has become the default decision maker for a whole bunch of projects that it shouldn't have to. Currently, 88% of renewable projects under assessment are expected to be referred to the IPC. This compares to around 25% when the IPC was introduced from 2016 to 2020. And as you know, the IPC was introduced for those large, complex and controversial processes. They weren't introduced to look at battery energy storage systems in Homebush that have a whole bunch of people coordinated, and most of those objections start with, we reject the need for renewable energy.
In my last 2 seconds, Minister, can I just quickly ask you about the historical or zombie consents? You and I have had many conversations about this over this term of government. Your response, your government's response to this committee's inquiry was you were going to wait until the Legislative Assembly's committee inquiry had completed. It has completed, but the government's response time to that is not until January. Is it your intention that you will not, that you will continue to kick this issue down the road for longer?
we made some changes in the planning reforms that we introduced last year that had almost universal support of the Parliament. We made some changes there which provide the Secretary with some greater powers with respect to those historic consents. I do note that the Legislative Assembly's Committee has completed its deliberations. Good report. Mr Barr did a good job in leading that committee. The government's having a look at those recommendations at the moment and will provide its response. I can't provide you with an exact date of when that might be.
Over to you. Thank you, Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, just back to what you're saying, you said that 88% of renewable projects are expected to go to the IPC.
Current ones, yes.
How many will change under these new conditions?
I'd have to take that exact number on notice because I haven't got the exact number of objections on each of those in front of me. I'm sorry.
We can take that on notice and come back after the break.
Thank you. And what benefits do local residents get from removing councils from this project?
Well, councils were effectively getting a right of veto, and it was slowing down things unnecessarily.
So a right of veto?
Yeah,
or they got to send it to the IPC?
Yeah, a single council objection would send it to the IPC, even if there were no other
That's a bit different to a right of veto.
Well, it effectively is a right of veto on the consent authority. Right, so that's where we're at, and there has been some gaming of that. Let me be very clear. None of this diminishes any local voice in things. It's a trigger about who is the consent authority. Whether or not it is the Independent Planning Commission or the department or myself in some instances where it might be critical state significant infrastructure, the requirements around consultation and community engagement by proponents remain. The requirements with respect of public exhibition unchanged. So there is still the full period of public exhibition. The requirements with respect of publication of all the documents and making them available to everyone does not change. The requirements with respect to responding to those submissions and any issues raised with that does not change. What we're saying here is that in some circumstances, the consent authority may change.
Okay. So I approve the removing the long distance contributors from this. How far will you take that? Like, will you stop, for instance, people from Sydney having input to projects in regional communities?
No, what we have said is that the changes will require you to, if you're wanting to contribute, you will need to either live, own land or operate a business in New South Wales.
Minister, last time we were together in budget estimates was 12 months ago tomorrow. And we discussed at that point...
Happy anniversary.
At that point, we learnt that in the previous 12 months, you had not once been west of Penrith.
No, that's not the case, but sure. Your characterisation, not mine, but you're the one.
Well,
You're the one aiming for the social media video.
We
at the
can
moment,
revisit that later. Looking at your diary since then, I can see you have done one trip to Goulburn with Bob Namber, the Honourable Bob Namber. But I'm sure I've missed something else there, because somewhere you must have gone. You cover a lot of issues affecting regional and Western New South Wales.
Been several times.
Just wondering if you can tell me what other trips you have made to Western New South Wales in 2025 or 2026.
Been several times to Yass of late to deal with those challenges of those. Cooma, and spent a fair bit of time actually in the southwest.
When did you go to Cooma? So I didn't see that in the diary.
I'd have to come back to you with the exact date. I don't
Can
have
you? Because I don't see that in your diary disclosure.
Well, it would be disclosed as is required. It may be the disclosure period is not what you've got in front of you.
Okay. So you haven't been up to the New England?
I haven't had the opportunity of late, no.
You haven't been to the Central West Arana area?
Look, I mean, if we want to sit here and list all the places, you can make up any town you want and check whether I've been here or not. My diary disclosures are made. Now, that doesn't mean that I haven't had engagement with communities from those areas, because oftentimes there are people come and see me at Parliament House. I see all the range of mayors on a regular basis in communities. Other people come and see me in my ministerial offices. I have a range of online meetings as might be suitable. So it's not always possible to coordinate everyone who might be involved in this.
You talk about people coming to see you. Recently there was about 300 people from the New England come down to talk about that transmission line. Did you meet with any of them?
No, I think I was caught up with other business in the Parliament that day.
Did you take part in the debate that they came down to see about that transmission line?
No, not that I recall.
Why wouldn't you see that as a priority for you? If you said people come
because
to see you,
I believe
here was an example of people coming to see you. Yet you didn't take part in that.
No, I don't recall there being actual requests to see me. I have to double check on that. And I also believe that that was the petition debate you're referring to. Yeah, Minister Dibb, representing the Minister for Energy, it being an energy co-proposal, was the lead minister on that.
Not as relevant to your portfolio?
Well, the Minister for Energy deals with things primarily associated with energy. The planning portfolio, as I think you'd appreciate, assesses what comes before it, but we aren't necessarily the proponents, or we aren't ever really the proponents. It'd have to be a pretty exceptional circumstance for that to be the case.
Do you think you have a thorough understanding of the issues these people are bringing down here, these people affected by the rollout of renewables are having?
Well, I am aware. I am aware of the issues. I do have an understanding of what's going on, and I think most people have watched and listened to a whole range of commentary from all sides of this debate. In the similar vein, I do have concerns about people who are worried about energy from waste facilities. I do understand the concerns of those who are worried about housing in their particular area. It's as a parliamentarian, you keep yourself abreast of the issues and the concerns.
will you, to be further abreast of those issues, visit Gundy or some other affected area to see the impact of these transmission lines?
If there's an opportunity.
Minister, there's some real concerns within Muswellbrook Shire Council that they're going to lose funding for their Denman to Sandy Hollow pipeline project. There was $18.9 million from the previous government, and now because of cost increases that you touched on before, they're now $9 million short. Do you know if your government's any closer to filling this shortfall?
I'm unaware.
Has this been raised with you by the Mayor of Muswellbrook?
No. Oh, we've been working very closely with the Mayor of Muswellbrook. Jeff's a great guy. Been working very closely with him on post-mining land use, something I would have thought the National Party would be very interested in how that works.
But he's never raised
Ms Saval, who's with us today, did an excellent, led an excellent committee in the upper house, and recently, while I was in the Hunter for a number of other things, we were able to progress that Mount Arthur proposal to in what might happen to the Mount Arthur mine after it closes in 2032.
I appreciate that, Minister, but can we just get back to the question that I'm asking here?
Sure.
Which is, so the Mayor of Muswellbrook hasn't raised with you the issue of the Denman to Sandy Hollow?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Minister, recently your government...
I'm also not the Treasurer, so you may have raised it with the Treasurer.
I would have thought that's significant to the Planning Minister. You talk about houses and... this pipeline has the potential to deliver 200 homes, jobs and industries to those areas. So it's clearly within your remit.
Well, yeah,
I just thought it might have been something you were across.
Sure, the pipeline may be, but as you'd appreciate, the financing of the pipeline is not often with the Department of Planning or with the Planning Minister. Matters concerning financing and grants of government or T-Corp loans and those sort of things that the councils may be able to take advantage of are primarily the remit of the Treasurer. I'm not sure when the Treasurer's on. Has he been on yet in budget estimates? But you might want to check with him. Oh, you missed out.
Minister, your government has provided substantial support to the workers of Tomago aluminium smelter.
Correct.
Just down the road, we've got the Hunter Valley Operations set up, who's asking support, not just in millions of dollars, but they just want to continue to operate. Will you support them with this quest?
Well, the matter is before the Independent Planning Commission, and while I appreciate that that everyone would like me to have opinions on a whole range of things and be a commentator on things before the planning system, the one thing that a planning minister or even a future planning minister cannot be seen to do is being involved in trying to put the thumb on the scales of particular proposals. Now, the Independent Planning Commission is examining and gone through, recently went through a number of public hearings. I think there were 3 days of it in the end for Hunter Valley Operations, and they'll make their decision.
The local community supports this project. The local members of Parliament support that project. The Resources Minister and the Premier have also expressed support.
Yep.
Do you support Hunter Valley Operations?
As I just said to you, the planning system relies in New South Wales relies on integrity. Right, and it doesn't rely on people and the planning minister or future planning ministers having particular views on one proposal or another. You can't run around giving tip-offs or whispering in the ear of people or picking up the phone with confidential information, because that has huge ramifications for land use planning, for property values, and the like. So when it comes to the Hunter Valley Operations, as much as I would like to give an opinion, and I do have one personally, but I'm not going to reveal it here today in this hearing because I'm here in my capacity as Minister. While I do have some views, I respect the independence of the independent planning system, and I respect the planning system in New South Wales too much to go giving whispers in the ear or quick phone calls to someone to give them tip-off of information or to express views on things that I should remain silent on.
You've been very cute, Minister, but don't you?
It's not being
Don't you
cute.
see the contradiction in this instance?
Mate, I come from the Illawarra. I understand coal mining. My father was a truck driver who drove lots of tons of coal around the steelworks and making sure that happens. My mates work in coal mines, in fact. I understand the process, but you can describe it as cute all you like. But unfortunately, when it comes to the planning minister, you have to be rigorous in what you say publicly, because it can affect markets, it can impact on decisions of other bodies, right? And that's a really important responsibility.
So what I'm saying, Minister, so now you're saying that the IPC and that process is very important.
It is,
Yet
yes.
only moments ago you were saying how important it was we take take decisions away from the IPC.
No, that's not what I said at all. What I said at the before is that triggers have to be adjusted periodically.
To take some of these.
To take some of them away, yes, some that aren't
IPC.
necessary to go to them. However, Hunter Valley operations with over 10,000 submissions, 61% in support, is well and truly what you would consider to be one of the larger, more controversial projects that the Independent Planning Commission should be the decision maker and the consent authority for under current law. Now, the National Party, when we took the planning systems reforms to the Parliament, and even discussions with the then leader of the National Party beforehand, did not once raise this IPC as a matter of concern. Not once.
Minister, in 2023,
including yourself in the upper house.
Minister, in 2023, you formally rezoned the area for the North Tuncurry urban release. However, we're still not a development application. The development application I think is to be lodged in 2027. Do you know why that process is taking so long?
That's something you'd have to ask the proponent.
Is it not sitting within the department?
Well, the proponent's sitting right here with us.
So you're not aware of this issue,
Well,
then?
Mr. Wendler would be able to explain where things are at with that.
Okay, I'll come back to Mr. Wendler later this afternoon. Minister, I don't know if this can be right, but am I right that the current SEERS for data centres does not require proponents to provide water use effectiveness as part of their development application?
That's the first time I've heard that characterisation, I have to say. But you would have seen that earlier last week, the government announced data centre guidelines. Comprehensive in terms of what the expectations is, and we might turn to the issue around additional supply of water and the like, because the government is committing to making sure that these new guidelines are reflected in the SEERS. Data centres. Data centres, in principle. One of the performance measures, data centres using water-intensive cooling
I'm just trying to
centres.
find out specifically about that, and I'm just trying to find out if this is right.
Water use is part of the consideration, so I don't see any reason why everyone here is a bit perplexed with.
Okay.
Has it come from a specific set of SEERS?
I'll tell you, I'm just trying to find that out, if that is the case.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
The matter of water consumption has increasing, as data centres have increased in scale, has become increasingly pressing. The department requires all applicants to include detailed information on water demands and to provide Sydney Water with the information it requires to determine whether it can service the development. We're also looking at, as you'll see in the data centre guidelines, opportunities for use of recycled water as well. But with the release of the new guidelines, the department's also undertaking a review of the SEERS to make sure that the two are consistent.
Right, thank you. So data centres, in my head, are pretty notoriously thirsty.
Some are.
Renewables rollout is taking up a fair bit of water as well. Has there been any assessment of the cumulative impacts to water where energy generation and data centres may be co-located?
Yes, that's part of the assessment, as Ms Fishburn just said. But what the government's guideline is that the purpose of outlining the water elements of the guideline is to prioritise potable water supplies for household consumption and encourage water-intensive data centres. But not, and we should be clear, not all data centres are water-intensive, right? There are a number of closed-loop systems and the like that have got very little water use. In fact, one operator said to me, if it wasn't for the staff wanting to have a cup of tea and flush the toilet, there'd be almost no water use at that particular facility. So it does depend on the technology that's applied, right? But the government's guidelines are to have water-intensive cooling systems. Will use recycled water for 100% of their cooling operations, or have a clear agreement in place with their water utility for the transition to rainfall independent water. So that's one of the requirements that we've recently released. We understand and we recognise that the pressures, the uncertainty, the concerns that data centres are creating. At the same time, it's a necessary part of a modern economy. If you reflect on your day and look at the things you go by, whether it's using a tap and pay arrangement to pay for a coffee in the morning, or use your Opal card system, or whatever it may be, right the way through to flights that are going overhead, right the way through to national security. All of them have a touch point when it comes to data centres. So it's something we need to be able to be mindful of how they impact on certain pressures, particularly water and energy, but also we need to be able to facilitate them, because they are the backbone of the modern economy. And if you look at your colleague next to you, who's self-described in the Parliament as an AI hawk, he's one that would be backing this in. So I don't know if there's some division here between the coalition partners as to the future of data centres.
Can I just get back to some questions? You're trying to be very cute now, but
I'm not trying to be cute. It's a serious question. You guys, with One Nation, you guys potentially become the next parties.
Mate, if you want to champion One Nation, go and do it on your own time.
I don't champion One Nation. You guys are looking at coalitions. You guys are looking at coalitions.
If you could show some respect to this process, that would be appreciated. Minister, where did the 75-day target come from for the assessment of these? And what is the modelling do you have to show this is adequate?
The 75-day target is a performance target. So it's set in the way other performance targets are. We previously had a 100-day...
So why did you choose 75 days?
Because we believe that's an effective way that allows us to not only do the work required of the statutory requirements in terms of public exhibition and the like, but that also provides for the period of time required to do the assessment.
What about your government's record at consultation makes you think you can adequately consult in 75 days?
Sorry, we do provide the statutory requirement of the consultation. Are you suggesting that we haven't done that in certain circumstances?
I'm suggesting that lots of people would suggest that there hasn't been adequate consultation on a number of these projects, including the renewable projects in the Central West.
I think you might be confusing what the department's required to do with what the proponents should be doing. And that's very different things. So the department's requirement is to put on exhibition for data centres and renewable energy projects and other state significant developments, the exhibition documents, so the EIS and associated documents, for a minimum of 28 days, and to receive public submissions during that period, which we do and have done occasionally, very occasionally, that 28 days is extended. But always we've met our statutory obligations with that. Now, on the other side of the equation, we can't be held accountable for proponents who are less than or may not be considered adequate in the way they engage communities, which is why we've recently had a quite robust discussion, I think it would be described as, with some proponents of renewable energy projects to get them to lift their game.
Can you tell me more about those robust discussions, Minister?
Well, I wasn't in the room for them, but my view was expressed on behalf of the Secretary was there and representatives from my office, and that was about reminding people about how it is that they should be taking community seriously, and they should be taking the views of community seriously, and more thoroughly engaging with communities. I mean, let's face it, if you're a renewable energy provider...
Can I just ask why you thought that conversation was necessary?
Well, because I'd stood on a hill outside of Yass on a blowy day. It was really windy, probably, and nearly blew away. It was a bit breezy with a number of representatives of the community around the place who expressed concerns to me about the way some operators had either engaged or not engaged with them. And I think that it's fair and reasonable for people to be able to express those views, and that is now generally something I've taken back to a range of organisations with respect of renewable energy, with respect of resources, with respect of large other state significant developments, that my expectation is that they thoroughly engage with communities.
Okay, well, thank you, Opposition. We'll now hear from the Honourable Mark Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, and your officials. On Friday at budget estimates, the Treasurer said that the main obstacle to housing supply in New South Wales was the cost of construction. What are you and the government doing to bring down those costs?
Well, the best thing I can do out of the planning system is reduce the holding costs that people have associated with a particular project, and that's by making sure the planning system is more efficient. In addition, we have the pre-sale finance guarantee that's in place that is providing a really effective means for projects to get under construction more quickly. The government continues to invest in additional vocational education and training to make sure that we have a workforce that's available. So unfortunately, Mr. Latham, you'd appreciate we're making up for years of lost opportunity when it comes to the planning system.
You've been in 3.5 years, and do you start to take some responsibility yourself?
We have never shied away from our responsibility. We've never shied away from the fact that we believe that we need to have a planning system in place that makes sure that we can deliver more homes, not just for the housing accord period, but long into the future. It's why we have undertaken the most substantive reforms to the Planning Act and system in 50 years. I don't think anyone would say that that's not been the case, and I think that the fact that lodgements are up, approvals are up, commencements are up, completions are up, and the number of projects that have been approved but not commenced are down, and New South Wales has the highest number of homes under construction of any state and territory in any part of the country, is demonstration of that. But yes, there are pressures in the building system, and materials costs and others are part of that. What we can do with the planning system, we can't solve for that out of the planning, except if someone wants to come forward and put forward a proposal to have a facility to produce some of those building materials to make sure that's assessed quickly so they can get out of the ground. But planning system, unfortunately, can't solve for all the problems of the world.
The Treasurer also said he was growing impatient with local councils like Mossman and LGA, which is depopulating, and North Sydney, which in May this year didn't pass a single dwellings approval. Councils such as Strathfield, Hunters Hill, Waverley, Hornsby and Willoughby are at less than 1/3 of their pro rata housing accord targets. I asked a question on the notice paper. You said you've given them some staff and some better advice,
some of them,
but it doesn't seem to be making much of a difference. When will the government get serious in removing their planning powers? The performance requirement, a performance order of the nature you might be describing, would be a matter for ultimately for the Minister for Local Government in consultation with myself. But we have seen improvements in the number of councils that are meeting their performance requirement. In fact, when the league tables were first introduced in the 1st of July 2024 for that first year, 2024-25, only 48% of councils, so less than half of councils, met their assessment target. The following year, so 25-26, that was up to 66% of councils. Now, there are some laggards in that, which is why we continue to drive down, and a new statement of expectations was issued by me to come into effect from the 1st of July, which continues to drive down those the councils I've mentioned, do you get the feeling they're playing you in that they always promise improvements but they never come?
No, we are starting to see those improvements. Like, they could do better. Right, every single council, I think, would not only could do better, would like to do better. I mean, we've got DA assessment times ranging from 37 days on average in Wagga.
Yeah, but the councils I mentioned.
Yeah, the councils you mentioned. Yeah, they should be doing a whole lot better, which is why,
close to jobs.
Yeah, which is why we have put in place that some of that assistance. Why Central Coast, Liverpool and Tweed have all completed their reviews and are implementing the identified actions. Inner West is finalising theirs. Lane Cove, Tamworth, Tweed and Hornsby have all sorted out their legacy DAs, so those ones that are older than 180 days in July, which impacted their averages, but I think you'll see that start to come down. The government's position is very, very clear. If we're continuing to improve our assessment times, which we are, we expect everyone to do the same. We're using technology to assist that, and we are willing to put forward resources. And where we have done. So, if we look at those earlier ones where we have done some detailed work with them, Georges River, for instance, was was a terrible performer. January 2025, 214 days on average. July 2026, down to 51 with a similar sort of number of DAs lodged. Sutherland, 184 days down to 84 days, again with a similar, down to 79 days, again with a similar level of DAs lodged. So there is performance that improving, but I think local residents need to remind councils as well of their expectations when it comes to that.
Maybe you can take on notice some data for the 7 that I actually mentioned.
I can.
Yep.
I mean, it's all
Thank you.
publicly available on the Council League Tables website.
Choosing to read some out, I've mentioned 7 that are
Well,
obviously the laggards.
we can run through the 7 if you
describe them.
like.
Minister, you mentioned earlier on in your remarks 4,000 dwellings under construction.
4,000 have been approved, yeah.
Yeah, and you didn't really say which pipeline that came from. Is that the net?
That was the Housing Delivery Authority.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to confirm that's the net outcome from the Housing
As
Delivery Authority,
so
because
far.
on Thursday at Budget Estimates, Mr. Draper, who's on the authority, could tell me how many applications, how many DAs, but not how many shovels are in the ground.
Yeah,
the net
their
outcome is 4,000
They're
dwellings.
moving through the system.
Okay. Are you happy with that outcome after 18 months?
Given
Practical outcome as opposed to the huge volume of applications.
Yeah,
and,
given where we are, yeah,
Right.
it's
4,000.
there are those who have gone through and been declared and as state significant development where I've removed that and revoked that declaration on a number of occasions because they haven't been meeting their requirement, either to get their planning proposal in or primarily to get their planning proposal in. So I've actually taken away that state significant.
Right, how many of those have you done?
19.
19 out of over 1,000.
No, out of 493. Yeah.
400 state significant
Yeah,
development.
so
No, close to 500.
Yeah.
Yep.
Close to 500, 19 out of 500. One of the Housing Delivery Authority's leading objectives is the prompt delivery of housing supply, which we've talked about this morning. Why in the published minutes of the authority is there no report on the capacity of the applicant to meet that objective? And a lot of corporate entities are being recently formed with zero major apartment block construction experience and expertise, maybe no finance access, but they seem to be recommended through for state significant development by the HDA, these fly-by-night operators?
We assess land use planning decisions. We don't assess corporate capacity. Now, it's often the case that new entities are set up in order to undertake particular construction processes. That's not an unusual thing in the planning system. But we don't go through and check their capacity. We believe that they're demonstrating their capacity and willingness by bringing forward a proposal.
Well, do you leave yourself open then to the pipeline being infected by those who are recently formed corporate entities with no actual intention of building? What they're doing is getting approvals through to enhance the property value and engaging in speculation, which in terms of the financial market is very, very damaging.
By having given a system.
Can I just finish? Can I take you to just one? And I don't know why you can't publish capacity, their past experience in building apartments in Sydney, which is your stated goal. So the case study at the Caringbah Corner, which was recommended for state significant development on the 23rd of July meeting, the ASIC records show that the principal has never delivered major housing construction and he has a recent experience only in luxury apartment styling. This is 550 dwellings, 65 metres high, 15 stories with a series of apartment towers on top of a retail podium at the corner of the Kingsway and Tarrant Point Road in the Shire. Now, shouldn't the public and the authority undertake that analysis with the public records of an entity that has no experience at all, and you'd have to say is very unlikely to deliver a development on that scale, and your pipeline is really full of these new entities. On the 23rd of July, there were 51 applicants. None of them were the 7 major apartment builders in Sydney, and most of them were these recent corporate entities where they're probably going to make some dollars, but we're not going to see housing built.
Okay, so in terms of the one at Miranda, I'd have to take the detail on notice.
Caringbah.
Caringbah, sorry. I'd have to take the detail on notice because I haven't got it locked in my mind. In terms of general things, I think you could reasonably conclude that having a planning system that allows you to do anything in relation to land could relate in speculation. We've had a planning system for a couple of hundred years. Yes, from time to time there has been speculation. Now, I don't agree that you should restrict building to only the 7 builders that you believe that. Yeah, I mean, that's what I heard, is that you shouldn't allow new entities to come in. You should only allow 7 entities.
I said you should report on their capacity, experience and expertise.
Yeah, but Mr. Latham,
because your objective is prompt housing supply, and you're not getting it.
No. Let's go back to first principles and what the Housing Delivery Authority is about. The Housing Delivery Authority is about assessing whether or not a particular proposal meets the requirements under its expression of interest, meets the requirements for declaration of state significant development. So that same proposal, right? For instance, if it didn't make the requirements of state significant development, in this case it did, but if it didn't for whatever reason, could be submitted to the local council. The local council would equally not assess the capacity to deliver, because it makes a decision based on the land use planning and the merits of a particular planning proposal. Right? That's how the planning system works.
Okay, thank you. Minister, are you aware at all of what's being referred to as the Werrington proposal, which would convert almost 100 hectares of Western Sydney University land historically acquired by the government for tertiary education, including environmentally significant land, into a development dominated by around 900 low-density residential lots? University of Western Sydney are partnering with developer Stockland. Penrith's council's own detailed strategic work says existing development in that Kingswood Werrington has been too housing focused rather than jobs and non-residential uses that are very much needed, and that the existing low density housing fails to take advantage of the public transport location. And Penrith Council has consistently met or exceeded its previous housing targets, said it was on track to deliver 1,500 more homes, the same number that's actually proposed in Werrington. And I just learnt that when I visited this lands, that any proposal would literally involve the culling of this incredible, beautiful kangaroo population that everybody there loves, calls the Werrington kangaroos. And the development would include the removal of significant conservation values in that area, including hollow-bearing trees, habitat for swift parrots, and so forth. Are you aware of that rezoning proposal?
Broadly, but I don't. I think it is at the proposal stage. Ms Gibson may be able to add some more detail, because I don't think some of the concerns you've raised have actually gone and been assessed at this stage.
And would a proposal like that concern your government, especially given it's for all intents and purposes, this is public land insofar as it's land that was handed to Western Sydney University specifically, or whatever it was before it was Western Sydney University, in the 70s for the purpose of education for Western Sydney.
Look, it's a rezoning proposal as far as I know. Have we got the detail of that come through?
So it is a rezoning proposal that is being assessed by the state. So it had been started with Penrith Council, but there were some delays on the assessment. It's come to the state. We've recently exhibited that proposal. We are aware through the submissions that we've received, as well as our technical investigations, that there is a community of kangaroos on the site, and like all native flora and fauna, there will be impact assessment about the proposed development that's occurring.
But my understanding at the moment is the discussions that have happened with the proponent and groups and organisations, and is that the only plan will be just to cull the population. That's where the view is that's the most humane approach to this development. It's one of those. Is this one of those, Minister, that the government could actually say, no, this is a really bad proposal, let's go back and talk to Western Sydney University and nip this in the bud?
Yeah, as you would know, that any proposal could be described as a really bad proposal. You know, there's not always good proposals that come before the planning system, but
this one's particularly bad.
Well, okay, but what the requirements of the planning system, as you would be aware, is that we need to assess and consider everything that comes before it: the good, the bad, the outrageous, and the ugly. and that is going through that process. As with other cases that I've said before today, I take my responsibility not to preempt the decisions of those processes by making, claims, tip-offs, whatever it may be, and I respect that process. So that, as Ms Gibson's outlined, it's in the early stages of any consideration at the moment, and it needs to progress through that.
On these specific proposals, this one, the Coffs Jetty foreshore, apparently at the recent State Labor Conference, there was in principle support for a motion from Coffs Harbour Labor calling for the government to stop it, to just seize the plans for the jetty foreshore, particularly, as you know, parts of that will end up in private hands, this current public land. Is that development still progressing, or have you seen
that's ultimately a question for Minister Camper.
Well, I understood that this was a rezoning proposal that the department is considering.
And while ever it remains within the system, we progress it. That's the planning system's job. However, you asked whether or not it was still going ahead. That's a question for Minister Camper.
So, at the moment, the draft voluntary planning agreement falls well short of community expectations. Why have contributions for parkland improvements been capped at $8.2 million rather than Property Development New South Wales providing everything that was shown in the original first master plan? Are you aware of that VPA?
Yeah, that's also a question for Minister Camper.
And does the department intend to communicate at all that this is just not in line with community expectations?
The requirement is that the VPA is publicly exhibited. That's one of the requirements in the planning system, but the proponent is Property Development New South Wales under Minister Camper.
And you feel you have no role in that at all, Minister?
Well, as the Secretary just pointed out, our responsibility is that the VPA be exhibited.
And so no expert advice from the department under your instruction, or?
None under my instruction, but if Property and Development New South Wales were to contact the department and see if they had any views on what may be in a VPA, I'm sure that they would be provided.
And you understand that there is still enormous community opposition to the project, that there is a real, genuine grassroots and broader unrest, including with the Aboriginal community?
Yeah, I've had correspondence on both sides of the equation.
Thank you.
So I've had supporters and opponents.
Minister, have you had any involvement with the company Senergen, which is a waste-to-energy development corporation that has been engaging with Morris Yema's mob, that outfit, and they've made a number of approaches. The SO52 documents are riddled with your people and people throughout all of the Minns government talking with Senergen. They had an unsolicited proposal which failed. I'm just curious, have you or any of your staff or anybody since November 2025, which is when the SO52 documents stop in relation to this proposal, but it's a proposal from Senergen to develop a state significant development navigating the regulatory framework for a waste to energy proposal at Kandos, which is outside of the regulatory permissible area for a waste to energy facility in New South Wales.
Look, I don't believe that I've had any engagement with them. If I had, that would be in my diary disclosures as is required. I don't believe my office has had any involvement with them, but I'd have to take that on notice to confirm it.
Thank you. And any approaches whatsoever from Mr. Yema's outfit to you, your office? Or
in relation to, what was the name of the company? Sorry.
The company is called Senergen, with a C.
Right, with a C.
Yeah, you'll take that on notice. Yep. Thank you very much. And at this point, is it your understanding that there is any proposal been
I'm not
considered?
aware of a proposal having been submitted.
I'll ask Ms Thomas. The Senagen has communicated with the department, but as you've identified, it's not permissible in that particular area. Ms
Yeah,
Thomas?
the department has had 2 meetings with the company,
Right.
and at this stage we don't have an application before us.
Okay, and has the department communicated in no uncertain, very clear terms that
Yes.
any proposal like that is clearly prohibited in that area where it's being proposed?
Yes, that's correct, and also referred them to the EPA.
To the EPA. Because in the SO52 documents, Senagen seemed to think that, and their lawyer has written on numerous occasions saying, we recognise it's prohibited, but I'm sure, words to the effect, I'm sure we can find a pathway. Is that the nature of the approaches that you've
Proponents
received?
propose a whole number of things, as
I-
you can imagine, Ms Higginson.
This is no reflection on the department.
As Ms Thomas has said, we've communicated the current situation back very clearly and referred them to the EPA. We take direction from the EPA in relation to energy from waste permissibility.
Thank you very much. Minister, I was just curious, in your very initial opening when you were talking about housing figures and the changes and what's happened, you said there has been a decrease in approvals that hadn't been commenced, the uptake of commencement.
Yeah, so
Could you explain what you think may be involved in that change? Because that was something...
confidence.
Okay.
Right, so it may have been as a result of financing, it may have been as a result of post-consent approvals. So at any point in time, there's a bunch of approvals in the system, as you would appreciate, that are there and approved, but haven't yet started construction. So it may be that they're sorting out their I don't know, plans of management that might have to be done with respect to certain issues. They might have some transport challenges. They might have to get some consent approvals and the like. What we're seeing is a decrease in the number of those. So that means more of those are going from approval to construction.
But so this is that land banking question as well, isn't it?
Not necessarily.
No. Okay.
It's a bit like the census, where you may be staying away from home for one night and you don't get picked up at your place, but you still get picked up in terms of that thing, because you may have got your approval literally the day before that period ends, the quarter ends, right? So you would be counted then as approved but not commenced.
Yep.
And you have a range of things to do post your consent that you need to get approval for or start the process of approval for before you're able to start construction.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
So there's a bit of time element.
No, it's a really interesting one, and I know it's one that people have been looking at in terms of that time.
Yeah, it's what the
commencement.
Development Coordination Authority is going to assist with.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the crossbench and opposition time. The government now have your question time. No questions from the government. That means we will all get a cup of tea early and we will recommence at 11:15. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Minister, I understand you have something you would like to update before we start on the opposition time.
Just to update you, Ms Higginson, you asked whether my office had any meetings with Synergen earlier. We haven't, and our part of the SO52, as you're probably aware, was a nil return.
Thank you very much. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you, Minister. I wanted to turn now to Kelly's Place Children's Centre. The New South Wales Government is providing $9.3 million for Hume Street Park Stage 2 in Crow's Nest, and you have said the design, timing and delivery are decisions you will determine. So if this state-led project results in the demolition of Kelly's Place Children's Centre, that is an outcome that your government has chosen to enable, isn't it?
No. Look, I think it's important that everyone was dealing with an accurate set of facts here, because there's been some misrepresentation of what's actually going on. And look, to be honest, we've had good engagement with the parents and with the local Member of Parliament, Mr James, who gave me the hot tip that this might be an issue that he brought up. It's tip-offs all over the place. But it's important to re-emphasise that North Sydney Council is the landowner and is responsible for the lease and the property matters relating to Kelly's Place. There's been a couple of meetings with my office, the department, North Sydney Council representatives of the Children's Centre with Mr James about what's happening there with respect to Hume Street Park Stage 2 and the Children's Centre. From those two meetings, it would have been clearly acknowledged by all parties that neither the New South Wales Government nor the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure had responsibility for the operation of Kelly's Place, its relocation or facilitating its transition to other childcare services in the local area. There was a resolution of Council, and a resolution of those matters rest with Council. Now, Council, I understand at its meeting of the 29th of June of this year, resolved not to extend the lease of Kelly's Place beyond the 31st of December this year, and the Mayor wrote to me informing me of that fact on the 3rd of July. Council has conducted consultation on additional open space at the Hume Street Park Stage 2 location and invited public submissions. Now, we have decided off the back of those conversations to actually put forward two proposals for that park, one that includes a childcare centre and one that doesn't, on the basis that whether or not there's a childcare centre in Kelly's Place remains there is ultimately a decision for the council. But what I can assure the committee is that not one blade of grass will be touched under the amount funded by the New South Wales Government prior to the election. So if the local member wants to advocate within and take to the election a commitment to buy the park, to buy Kelly's Place, to do whatever, that would be open to that member to do. Now, look, for the information of the committee, it might be worthwhile. I'm happy to. I wrote back to both Mr James and the Mayor following their correspondence. This was on the 5th of August this year. I'm happy to table both of those letters for the information of the committee if they're interested. So that we're all working off that same information.
Thank you, Minister. You're providing the $9.3 million.
Correct.
And ultimately the final decision is made by you. If you want to hand it over to the council, you can, but even in your own letter that you've just tabled, it makes it very clear that the design, timing and delivery are decisions that you will determine.
Correct.
So the final decision is with you. Can you?
And that's why I've made the commitment that not a blade of grass will be touched prior to the election. And so if there's a contest of ideas in that particular seat, then the opposition may wish to take forward a proposal where they buy it, where they reallocate that $9 million and the parks may perhaps not delivered out. I don't know the value off the top of my head of what might be sold for. But the reality is we won't do anything with it. We have undertaken to provide two options with respect to the future of that, one that includes a childcare centre, one that doesn't in terms of the park. But we will not be proceeding with any work to deliver that prior to the election. So if the alternate government, of whichever party it may be, wishes to take forward an alternate proposal, then that's open for them to do.
The alternate proposal that doesn't include a childcare centre would spell the end of of this very Kelly's Place Children's Centre. There's they have a wait list of 140 families. There's a shortage of childcare space across
And that's
Sydney.
why I think that most people and most parents would conclude that the council's decision, and this was a resolution of council because they are the landowner and provide the lease. The New South Wales government is neither landholder nor leaseholder in this particular case, but the council, as the existing landowner, has the future of Kelly's Place in its hands. And it decided, as I just mentioned, in its meeting on the 29th of June, that Kelly's Place, they would not be extending the lease beyond the 31st of December. Now, as to the reasons why, and as to what they intend to do to support those families, I think those questions should be addressed to the Mayor because they are the ones whose fate of those children, of that waiting list, of the parents, of any support for relocating to other centres rests with, ultimately.
Well, it's been there, the childcare centre's been there for 40 years.
And we're happy for it to remain. That's why we'll prepare an option for the redevelopment of the park that involves and doesn't involve a childcare centre.
Yeah, well, can you give a guarantee that the childcare centre will continue to remain, and if the council tries to remove its use, that you will intervene to ensure that it does?
Well, that's not my guarantee to give, right? I am neither the landholder nor the leaseholder. However, if the opposition wishes to take forward a proposal to the next election and is successful in forming government, and they promise to keep the childcare centre or move it into and buy it, and move it into New South Wales government hands, that's upon them. What I have undertaken to do is firstly, not touch a blade of grass on that site prior to the election, and secondly, to deliver 2 concept plans, one that involves the retention of the buildings and one that doesn't. Now, ultimately, as I say, this is owned and leased, and property matters relating to Kelly's Place are best addressed and can only be addressed to the Mayor and councillors of North Sydney Council.
Moving on to the TODs, how many dwellings have been approved as part of the TOD scheme?
Glad you asked, because there's been some good proposals of that, even though, and I know you're a big supporter of the TODs, you said yourself that the worst decision of the opposition was to oppose that. So if we're having a look at what's gone through in terms of both the accelerated precincts and the SEP areas, which are both potentially SSD and DA. The total amount that I have at the moment in terms of that system is there are a little over 20,000 dwellings under assessment or approved in TOD areas.
How many approved versus under assessment?
At the moment, it's about 5,500.
Right.
Just over 5,600, sorry, are approved.
Right. Are you confident that you will meet the target of 170,000 over 15 years?
Well, look, I can't see, I like to think I can be all-seeing and see that far into the future, but based on what we've got at the moment and the capacity that the planning reforms have done, that's possible. However, it may be that a future government, your own government potentially, if you come to office, decides that you don't want to go ahead with that, in which case, obviously, if it does no longer exist, then it can't possibly meet the target. But I don't know what your position is with regard to that,
well,
and I think everyone should have
the trajectory, Minister. You should be around 30,000 by now approvals. You're at about 5,000. So it's a similar story to the National Housing Accord target, where you're massively behind where you should be.
Yeah, well, that your characterisation, not mine. And if you recall, there were several months where the opposition had a piece of legislation before the Parliament to basically outlaw the TODs. It wanted them gone completely, as a previous Liberal luminary would say, dead, buried and cremated, is what you wanted for the TODs. Now, you've self-described that as the worst decision of the then opposition. I think there might be some others that would come into play for that and vying for that title at the moment. But the fact is that had a chilling effect. That had a chilling effect on people bringing forward proposals. Now, we have been able to get to the point where each of the councils that host one of the transport-oriented development locations now have agreed on parameters, and some of them have actually allowed for a greater capacity within those transport-oriented development areas to deliver more homes over that longer-term pipeline, which is a good outcome and will be a good outcome for future residents. The question, however, that hangs over New South Wales in so many things is, what does a future Liberal national One Nation government view the TODs as? Will they continue to apply that, or will they scrap it?
How many dwellings have been approved under the pattern book?
The pattern book so far, I'm advised that there's been 48 complying development applications, complying development certificate rather, applications that have been submitted. 30 have been approved for 101 homes. The first one, I'm pleased to say, the first one is looks like being delivered in Corrimal, just down the road from you, just up the road from me, in the electorate of Keira. I was out there a week or so ago with the Premier and the member for Keira, and James Forrest from Forrest Small Homes was outlining to us that, and he was well advanced in construction, but he was outlining to us that not only the pattern book delivering a cost saving in construction, but a massive time saving as well. He had estimated, based on similar projects that he'd done without that, without the pattern book designs and the pathway, that at the same time as he is well on his way to finishing construction later this year, that he would have only been partially through the DA process in that exact same time period. So I think you'll find that people will start to use this, which is why we integrated the pattern book of designs into our budget announcement with respect to modern methods of construction and the innovation facility that we have been out seeking tenders for at the moment, to make sure that that's available to everyone, to integrate that into an MMC type arrangement, so that people can produce those at speed. And James and his team were outlining to us a couple of Fridays ago that his expectation is, it took him a while to do this one, longer than he might have liked, but he believes that with every other one that he does, he'll get better and better through time, which makes sense. It's elements of a specialisation of labour, elements that he would have done slightly differently in terms of the timing of some construction elements versus others, and he's very bullish about the capacity of the pattern book of homes to deliver more homes into the future. I mean, I appreciate you think they're ugly. I've heard your comments. You don't like them.
Some of them are. Some are okay.
Like anything, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But I think the prospect of an energy efficient, architecturally designed home that comes at a fraction of the cost in terms of the plant and can be built at a lower cost is an appealing thing to people who are looking to get into housing in New South Wales. And I guess another question for the opposition is, will a future Liberal national One Nation government keep the pattern book and the pathway, or will it eradicate that?
Well, Minister, you're 48 under the pattern book, 5,000 under the TODs, 4,000 in the HDA. These are incredibly disappointing figures, aren't they?
No, they're actually not. They're showing that there's an uptick. We are showing a huge increase in the number of lodgements, more than 207,000. We are seeing a huge increase in the number of approvals year on year, more than 163,000 over the accord period. We've got nearly 102,000 construction approvals, which is 13% up since the second highest, which was the 21-22 financial year. 86,000 commencements as at March, 80,000 homes under construction. Many of those are multi-unit dwellings, and nearly 78,000 completions, which is the highest recorded since September 2022 in terms of the December quarter. So we are starting to see, and I think I'll refresh your memory in terms of where it's at. But
are you providing the completions graph, Minister?
No. I'm just going to provide you with the graph the approvals and commencements,
yes.
Right? Because you can't have a completion without a commencement. And this, coalition government, down,
COVID.
down,
COVID,
down. Labor government, up,
Let's
up,
extrapolate
right?
it to
So
include
that's,
the pre-COVID
it's a very,
period, Minister.
very different situation.
Show us again. Show us again.
Yeah, okay. There you go, Mr. Latham. You can see down, under the coalition,
amazing.
up under
Minister,
Labor,
Minister,
and
you
that's
can't-
largely
you
driven.
can't
That's
live-
before
you can't
the
live in a-
substantial planning
you can't live in
reforms
a
that were
prison
put in
minister.
place. You know,
That's up, you're in trouble.
so I remain. While the opposition might like to run down the construction sector and run down the housing sector in New South Wales and create uncertainty by you haven't yet committed to any housing accord targets. Unless you have in the intervening period since last estimates, where I asked you repeatedly and you haven't. You haven't committed anything to the Sydney plan. You haven't committed to whether or not you'll keep the TODs. You haven't committed to whether or not you'll keep the low and mid-rise housing. You did agree to keep the HDA because you voted for it in the Parliament. Your low and mid-rise reforms, your alternate pathway, will just mean that infrastructure is no longer considered as part of where things go. And then your best other alternative is to create a new jail at somewhere unknown to replace Long Bay.
And your plan is to drastically increase taxes on the construction sector, Minister.
There's no proposal.
The industry's been lobbying you for several years now to levy the housing and productivity contribution on completion rather than on commencement.
Right,
Can you give a guarantee that that you will bring that to the Parliament before the election?
Look, I won't be making announcements with respect of anything today. This is about the, as Mr. Latham pointed out, the last budget, not a future one. But it is interesting that you raise the housing and productivity contributions, because I am thoroughly confused as to what the opposition's policy is. I've heard freeze, scrap and axe. Now, each of those have very, very different meanings.
Very simple, Minister.
No. Okay,
Very
perhaps you can explain it to me so I can understand what you're proposing. Are you proposing to freeze it, scrap it, or axe it?
Minister, since...
freeze it, scrap it, or axe it? Which one is it?
Minister, what we're saying is that it shouldn't be levied at commencement, it should be levied at
So
completion.
you're going to retain it.
And,
so there's a fourth policy position.
And this has been our consistent policy.
No, it's not. You've said
and
in
Minister,
various things,
Minister,
freeze
during
it,
the housing
scrap it,
accord
and axe it.
period, it shouldn't be levied.
Yeah, but
because feasibility is a big issue facing the construction sector, and you're making it more difficult.
Your two leaders have got two very different approaches in their various budget and reply speeches. Now, there you've got four positions. So now you're at freeze, axe, scrap, and retain.
It's a consistent,
right?
It's a consistent low tax.
At least that's dealt with. You continue to want to provide the housing and productivity contribution scheme because it supports the works in kind and the infrastructure opportunity scheme, because it will deliver infrastructure. If you don't want to support it, if you don't want to retain it, if you want to scrap it, axe it, or freeze it, which is all of your versions before today's new policy announcement, and I'm pleased that Estimates has brought out a new policy announcement. If you're going to do any of those sort of things, then that has an implication, a real-world implication, on a level of schools, hospitals, roads, footpaths, open spaces and the like that a community can rely on.
Minister, have you and your department considered levying the housing and productivity contribution at completion rather than commencement?
We consider all things that come before us and have a look at the merits of each proposal.
Have you modelled the impact of levying it?
Well, the housing and
let me just finish. Have you considered or have you modelled what the impact is of levying it on CC rather than OC? What impact that will have on the housing market?
Well, the impact largely is dependent on individual proponents because it stacks as part of the stack of financing. What it will have an impact on the budget, though. So it does have a hit to the budget bottom line, a change to that, and I'm sure you'll find that out when you take your freeze, axe, scrap or retain policy, whichever one you land on, to the Parliamentary Budget Officer later this year.
Minister, if housing is one of the government's top priorities, why are there no new or significant housing initiatives in the 26-27 budget?
What, modern manufacturing, modern methods of construction?
It's a drop in the ocean, Minister.
An
absolute drop in the ocean.
You can't have a bet each way. I mean, I appreciate a bet each way is the way you've been approaching things. It's why you tip people off to some stuff and not others. But you can't say, why are there no initiatives, and then go, oh, except for that one initiative that's a drop in the ocean. So I'll give you the opportunity to rephrase the question.
No significant.
Oh, no significance. So you don't believe
It's a drop in the ocean. It's
you
not
don't believe
significant,
a modern
Minister.
methods of construction facility is a significant thing. So can I take it from that that's
We
something you
support
would
it.
scrap?
We support it, but it is an absolute drop
Right.
in the ocean, and you should acknowledge that,
Right.
Minister, given
Well, I
the very,
don't- but
the
I
very
don't. I
modest
don't
amount of money
accept-
that's put behind it.
I don't accept that that's
very,
well,
very modest.
I don't accept that's the case at all, because we're not in a position to be able to judge how much money is put behind it, because we're still part of the way through a reverse tender process. And for me to announce a quantum of money here today
Minuscule
would
grants.
tip off the market to
Minuscule
exactly
grants.
what options there might be.
Minuscule grants to the modern methods of construction sector, Minister. How will
and a
you,
massive
how will you
pipeline of
improve?
homes.
How will the budget materially improve project feasibility for the construction sector?
Well, the government, as you know, has taken and gone to great lengths to bring debt under control, right? And this has an impact on inflation. You recall when we came to office, we had the highest level of debt from an incoming government handed from one outgoing government to an incoming government, and that had an interest bill of greater than the quantum of police and TAFE put together. The government's got that under control, and it means that we're reducing our debt repayments, which means we're reducing pressure on inflation. In addition to that, we were handed the highest deficit of $15 billion was the deficit under the last year of the previous government. We've now got that under control. It's much less than what it was previously. That also is reducing pressure on inflation. And as you would have seen, and I know you've read it, as you would have seen from the National Housing Affordability Council's report, interest rates and the level of interest rates in New South Wales have a big effect on the housing market. So whatever the New South Wales government can do to put downward and help the Reserve Bank and put downward pressure on interest rates is going to benefit the market. In addition to that, we've got the pre-sale finance guarantee that is helping get construction underway more quickly. Around 1,200 homes are already coming out of the ground as a result of that initiative. An initiative, I might add, that's being copied now by the Western Australian, the Tasmanian, the South Australian governments, and I believe there's been conversations with officials in the Victorian and Queensland governments as to what that could look like as well. We've also introduced and have operating now for the last couple of months the Development Coordination Authority, which will help to speed up the time that construction can get started on projects, radically reducing and massively reducing the time post approval it takes to get all the consents in place so you can get work underway. These are all really important initiatives because it means that construction can get going more quickly. And ultimately, I think we all share the goal. While we might have differences in how we might approach it from an individual policy level, I think we all collectively share the goal of increasing housing supply in New South Wales. Because to pretend that we can continue to do the same thing and the same thing and the same thing as we've done for decades and magically manifest, if you like, up more homes in New South Wales so that we can take the pressure off rents and take the pressure off housing, affordability and availability would be incorrect.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Roddick.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, in 2018, your predecessor, Rob Stokes, oversaw an amendment to the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, and he introduced the Deferred Commencement Certificate complying development certificates. So that was section 4.289A. Who is the person? Are you familiar with that clause? Or
I'm familiar with the clause.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
But, I mean, I don't know where you're going with the question, so I might not be familiar with the content of the answer.
No, I'm pleased you're aware. Well, look, I was speaking to some people last week.
You can laugh, Ms. Merton, all you like, but...
No, we're laughing at one of your rare jokes.
Apparently, Minister, this clause has never been utilised.
I take advice from the department.
Right.
That's a level of detail that's not... I don't know. Sorry.
Okay. Look, I think it was a good step, and I think it's something that you and the department could benefit from. My understanding is, let's say a developer has a large block of land and they're planning to subdivide and turn it into, say, 100 lots, and the lot owners will, at the end of the subdivision, which might take a year to put in the roads, etc., then we end up with 100 lots. Then they've got to apply for the CDC, and then it varies, but it will typically be about 3 months that they'll then get the CDC. Now, this clause gives those lot owners the ability to go and seek the CDC while the subdivision is actually happening. So then when the subdivision is completed, we can start going on construction straight away. So that would save us 3 months. Now, you're keen to get the pipeline happening. So is this something that, what the impediment is that according to the people I've spoken to, we simply haven't inserted regulations about how this clause would operate, and they are saying, look, we want to use this clause, but we can't because there's no regulations. So does that sound accurate? And if it is accurate, is it something we can look at?
Look, I'm not aware if Minister Stokes at the time introduced regulations or not. I might defer to officials who may be able to add some more.
I think we might have to take that one on notice, but we're happy to find out what we can for you, Mr. Rowe.
Well, it could be a good little tool to help
it could
speed
be.
things up. Minister.
I mean, if it isn't being used because of something like that, then that's something we should have a look at. It seems odd, though, that a previous planning minister who had another crack at it later on would have forgotten about the regulations for such a substantive change. But look, that's something I'm happy to have a look at, and happy to come back to you. And if it is the case that you're interested in some more or greater detail, Mr. Ruddick, I'm happy to arrange a briefing from officials with you. It's where it's at.
A briefing could be good.
Yep.
And look, I agree. It would seem odd that there'd been an oversight. But I'd spoken to a town planner who said that he had gone down this path to some extent to try and get one of these deferred commencements. But he realised, look, there's just no guidelines here. So he likes the law. Anyway, so if we could look
we'll absolutely undertake to have a look at that as to why that might not have happened, and happy to provide you with a briefing.
Terrific. Now, my other little question is about airspace developments, which are becoming quite popular in parts of Europe and North America. This is where we have an existing structure and we build up.
Yep.
Now, it's obviously not suitable for every building.
No.
But for...
Some buildings are less capable of the next addition on.
That's right. But there are lots of buildings where we believe it would be possible. And there was an article in the Daily Telegraph last October, which said, look, this could potentially give us 150,000 homes exactly where you want them, in a city, and it's not that difficult. So I'm glad you're familiar with the proposal, because it is quite new in Australia. Is it something that the government is enthusiastic about encouraging?
I think there's not, I wouldn't characterise it as enthusiasm or not, but we're open to proposals and having a look at any proposals and how it might work. I think there'd be more than just the Department of Planning that would have to consider this. We'd have to have a look at it in the context of the Building Commissioner and others. As you say, not every building is suitable for putting on another level. I don't know if
we are aware of a number of development applications that have gone through councils for airspace development, and the department has met with the CEO of airspace development to discuss it. It is a pathway that is available through a council development application.
Well, that's good to hear. Well, I mean, maybe just before I hand over to my colleague, this may be something that we could have another committee inquire into.
Why not?
Sometime next year.
Well, I mean,
and compel all those witnesses.
I think there's lots of upper house committees. I prefer the upper house to legislate for a change rather than just do committees. And we've got something that's opened in the planning system already. Yeah. Perhaps it's one of those things that may need additional guidance to assessment and consent authorities rather than another committee.
Mr. Latham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Minister, how can the Housing Delivery Authority have a key objective of prompt housing supply delivery if it's got no capacity to examine the ability of the proponent to deliver prompt housing supply?
So as I outlined earlier, the Housing Delivery Authority's role is a panel, now permanent panel, thanks to the almost universal support of the Parliament to introduce and make it a permanent part of the Act, is a pathway, an optional pathway. So a proponent will submit an expression of interest. The Housing Delivery Authority will assess whether or not that particular proposal meets the requirements of the Housing Delivery Authority in terms that it's well located, that it will meet a certain number of dwelling expectations and outcomes, that it can meet timelines with respect to getting their environmental impact statement in and starting construction post that. the Housing Delivery Authority then makes a recommendation to me as to whether or not it should be declared state significant development. Now, once that declaration is made, that means that the state, rather than a council, is the consent authority, and you need to go through the process of developing your detailed plan, submitting your EIS, going on public exhibition, going through the assessment process, and having that merits assessment, and you may or may not be successful at the other end.
Yeah, I've got questions on the notice paper, but generally you're a bit worried that the authority seems to be cultivating a lot of new corporate entities with no experience and background in major house. You're not worried?
No, I'm not.
And the prompt apartment builders
because
in
the
Sydney
exact same
seem to
corporate
be
entities,
avoiding it.
Well, but the exact same corporate entities could pursue a pathway using council as a consent authority, right? And it's the exact same act that would assess it, the exact same merits assessment that would take place. There might be differences in terms of the level of information or the type of information that's provided based on an SSD process versus a council application process, but the process remains the same. Detailed planning proposal, merits assessment, public exhibition and consultation, and a yes with conditions or no at the other end.
But in a financial market where there's crowding out and a paucity of housing finance, we're told, could the authority be counterproductive in that it's churning property speculation finance rather than finance that goes into construction? And your pipeline of 150 has only got 4,000.
I've not seen any evidence to suggest that there is a churn of speculative arrangements. Now, as you'd be aware, there's a number of companies that are set up periodically to as joint ventures and other mechanisms to enable individual developments, and that's a regular part of the construction sector and the housing delivery sector and the industrial delivery sector, as it may be. Right. But I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that there's some money go round that's been created by this. What I am seeing is more proposals that are going from concept through to approval.
Well, I'm not too sure that's the case, but would your department have an analysis of what sort of new corporate entities are being set up? They seem to be site specific, just for one site, which is not encouraging, is it? They've got no background and history.
Well, Mr. Latham, as you'd appreciate, and if you've read the Planning Act, which I know you're familiar with, the Planning Act doesn't rely on
but you can do the analysis.
The land use planning.
But this authority is new and different and may have a counterproductive outcome here.
It may, if I see any evidence of that. Are
you asking your department for the evidence?
Well, we could have a look at it, but you're asking then a lot of work to be done.
Well, I've done some work on it, and
well, there you go. Let's have a look at that.
I'm happy to help. But in terms of these other recommendations for state significant development, are we debasing the currency here? On the meeting on the 23rd of July, a 4-storey flat building in Ulladulla was recommended as state significant, and 46 new flats at Mollymook were recommended as state significant. What's state significant about any of that?
Well, there's a regional threshold that's different from the Sydney, Newcastle, Wollongong threshold, and if they were recommended by the Housing Delivery Authority, in the view of the Housing Delivery Authority, it would have met the requirements. I mean, all of the discussion and the minutes of those meetings are publicly available.
Sure. Minister, turning to another HDA problem at Rhodes with Bill Berger, the SA52 on Bill Berger at Rhodes showed that several senior planning officials thought it was grossly unfair and unacceptable that Bill Berger, having misled about the likely landowner consent for its HDA SSD application, should take the full dwelling cap for the site, effectively appropriating the property rights of the 4 private landowners and the local councils. So, Minister, why did you do that?
There was a recommendation to me that that particular project be declared state significant development, and I agree.
No, well, that's not what happened, but we'll come back to that later. Time's up. It's a bit more complicated than that.
Over to you, Ms Fairman.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister.
Morning,
everyone. Minister, I just wanted to chase up some responses that I've received from you in relation to the various meetings with Bowden's silver mines and what took place at those meetings. And I've got an email here that I obtained through Standing Order 52, which I can table some copies if the Secretary can. Yeah. So this email that I've got dated the 27th of September 2024, sent to the Premier's Chief of Staff and a couple of other staffers in the Premier's office, providing an update on Bowden's and McPhillamys. It seems that the Premier was very interested in those two, still is, getting lots of updates. In this, and I think I provide enough copies for the Minister to get a copy straight away. So it clearly states in this email that latest developments in the Bowden's and McPhillamys projects, discussions between the company and planning are progressing regarding how to remedy the approval of the power line. It also states that legal representatives from DPHI and the company met this week to discuss the pathway forward, and DPHI is anticipating that the company will soon share additional legal advice with the department. I'll note that in questions that have been returned to me where I asked what was discussed in those meetings, the response was very clearly on the 26th of February when I asked were amendments to the Act discussed at those meetings with Bowden Silvermine. They certainly had sent their legal reps along to quite a few of them. You, Ms Fishburn, took that on notice. The question that came back said the premise in question was not discussed at meetings between department officers and Bowden Silvermine. These emails suggest otherwise. Minister, why am I not being told the truth about what happened at those meetings, or the public, if you like?
That's your assertion. I believe the Secretary would have answered to accurately.
Okay.
The Secretary sitting next to me. I mean, you can address that question to her.
You also sign off on the question. You sign off on the answers, do you? The answers to supplementary questions, the answers to questions on notice taken.
Supplementary questions are submitted by the department.
Ms Fishburn?
I have no change to my answer. That was not a matter that was discussed with the department.
Okay, so then this email, the same email which was then forwarded, the email that was sent to the Chief of Staff of the Premier and other staffers, was then forwarded to Kate Boyd, the Secretary at the Cabinet Office, and CC'd Simon Draper, so the Premiers, Marcus Ray, Lucy Hardis and Jared Emanuel. And it says, thank you, I met with David, this is from Kate Boyd, the Secretary, I met with David Gainsford and Kirsten about the broader implications of the Bowden's decision for the SSD assessment process. DPHI is proposing, brackets, potentially retrospective amendments to the EP&A Act to provide certainty.
That doesn't change the fact that my answer is that Bowden's did not discuss that with me. We still looked at the outcomes of the Court of Appeal outcome and how we would manage that in relation to the planning system. That doesn't just apply to Bowden's. Obviously, as you would be aware, a Court of Appeal would apply to any development application and had potential implications going forward into the future, and it was the department's desire to look at ways that we could provide greater certainty within the planning system in relation to matters such as the Bowden's one.
Just to be clear, the question that I was asking was not whether the legislative amendments had been discussed by Bowden's with you. The question that I was asking was, were amendments to the Act discussed at those meetings, so multiple meetings that the department has had with Bowden Silvermine. They certainly sent their legal reps along to quite a few of them. You said you weren't present at the meetings. You'll take it on notice. No, yep. That's true. And the response was, the premise in question was not discussed at meetings between department officers and Bowden Silvermine. That's just completely untrue, isn't it?
So you're discussing the discussion that was had between some senior departmental staff and the Cabinet Office. that is a different discussion that did not have Bowden's in the room at that time. I can only stand on, as I've said and you're aware of, I was not present in that meeting, but my staff have informed me that they did not discuss that legislative amendments with Bowden's. I can only stand by that. My staff are truthful, and that's the information they've provided.
So when this email says that meeting with David Gainston and Kirsten about the broader implications of the Bowden's decision for the SSD assessment process, DPHI is proposing potentially retrospective amendments to the EP&A Act, and this is forwarding the email that says legal reps from DPHI, that's departmental staff, yeah? And the company met this week to discuss the pathway forward, and DPHI is anticipating that the company will soon share additional legal advice with the department.
It's pretty bad.
Like, what if? So you're saying that none of that was looking at potential changes to the Act?
If my departmental representatives say that they did not discuss that, what they discussed was pathways forward. There are multiple pathways forward for development applications, including potentially the submission of a new development application, as well as I'm sure many others, but having not been party to that particular meeting, I can't answer that. But we've given you the answer that we have.
You have given me the answer that you have. And I'm suggesting that emails seem to indicate that more was discussed, including legislative changes with Bowden's by the department multiple times, and that Bowden's legal advice was essentially floating suggested changes.
Where does it say that, Ms. Finn?
Where does it say what?
Where does it say any of that you've just contended?
I'm not saying that this was written directly in this email.
Right,
Minister.
okay. So
Ms Fairman, you are also asking me to comment on meetings that I wasn't present at. I've said I believe my staff to be honest and truthful. They have provided that information, and I therefore stand by that information.
Minister, you also said that you weren't, that there were no amendment. There were 16 meetings between Bowden's and the department. There was one Bowden's path forward. Can we please have an initial discussion to start mapping out the new pathway? Wasn't the key blocker the fact that you needed to have legislative make changes to the law?
Not necessarily, no. As the Secretary just outlined, there'd be a range of options that would have been available. I wasn't at the meeting, so I can't comment on what may have been discussed there.
But you did say...
I believe that my department officials accurately report back what the discussions have been.
But you did say very clearly that in those 16 meetings that it wasn't discussed, as though you were very certain of that.
That's the advice I've been provided, yes. If you've got evidence to the contrary, please table it.
I'm good for now.
Thank you. Minister, can I just ask you about your new data centres? I know that
Sure.
Mr Barrett asked some questions earlier, but
These are the guidelines you're referring
yeah,
to.
the new guidelines. Yep. Can you confirm to this committee, it is the case, isn't it, that if a data centre wants to propose building a new data centre that doesn't fulfil those guidelines or doesn't comply with them, such as has no intention to have any renewable energy capacity or has no intention of having its own water source, an application can still be made to you?
Of course, yeah. I mean, as you're aware, you know, the planning system isn't there to prejudge things. We need to assess what comes before it: the good, the bad, the less good, and the downright stupid. With
the announcement and the rolling out the red carpet for those that have some boxes ticked, is there no desire on your part to send a clear message, given how much civil unrest there is right now about data centres in local communities? Was there no impetus for you to actually say, we're just not, these data centres For example, more like designated development or something like that, place limits in terms of what can and can't be considered, rather than this red carpet kind of approach to the big tech bros?
Oh, look, I mean, your characterisation, not mine. However, the government...
My word, it's mine.
Of course, and you're free to make it, whether it stands or not. The government set out some clear expectations, 3 elements to the framework, one of those being guidelines. If you meet the guideline requirements, which are pretty rigorous and world-leading, then the expectation is then you could be afforded a faster assessment. Now, I don't think we should get into a planning system here in New South Wales where every thought bubble that may or may not turn into an idea is prejudged before it gets in, because in the extreme of that, there could be whole classes of proposal that are ruled out on, I don't know, the whim of a minister who wakes up one morning.
Or climate change grounds, for example. Climate change grounds. We're going to cook the planet.
And it's now great that, isn't it great that climate change is now one of the objects of the Act? Never been done before except under this government. And I'm really pleased that we've been able to do that. And that's what's been reflected in some of these things here too. I mean, if we do accept that data centres are part of a modern economy. And let's face it, data centres have been around since the early 2000s, and potentially a little bit earlier if you reclassify what was essentially a basement mainframe system as a data centre, because that's largely what they were. But the earliest data centres were approved in the early 2000s.
This was pre-AI.
But nonetheless, it's still a data centre, right? So, and there's different types of data centres too. They're not all for AI. And I appreciate a lot of people are trying to merge these things together to try and get misinformation and disinformation campaigns going and the like.
Minister,
but if we accept that they are part of an economic future, and I know people around in this committee do, you know, Mr. Rath's an AI hawk, as he said in the Parliament already, and there are productivity gains coming from them. I expect that a lot of the people watching at home right now, this broadcast is running its way through a data centre as we speak in order to get that. That's part of it, right? And we get the opportunity out of this with these guidelines to have rainfall independent water systems as well as renewable energy build out. So we're getting multiple outcomes out of the one change.
Thank you. Over to you, Opposition. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, landowners along the length of the New England Transmission Project have committed to fighting land acquisition by any and all legal means. Are you and your government prepared and willing to take hundreds of landowners to court to force this project through?
The planning system's role is to assess any proposals for the transmission system. It is not one that decisions are made with respect to its build out. So that would be better go to the Minister for Energy, who I think was earlier in the last week.
But these would be decisions that Cabinet would make, of which you're a part of.
Or they may, they may or may not be, but I'm not willingly transgressing and speculating about what Cabinet may or may not consider in the future. And even if they were to be Cabinet decisions, I wouldn't be revealing the nature of the conversation there, given Cabinet confidentiality, which I expect, you know, even a future Liberal national One Nation government might subscribe to.
Do you understand why they're at this point?
Look, I understand people have concerns. Yes, I can absolutely appreciate that.
This frustration that they're feeling, I guess, has led to a lot of people to totally disengage with Energy Co and Minister Sharp, that you've referred to, rejecting all and any attempts to conduct EIS studies, for instance, on their places. This is going to seriously limit the veracity of the reports that lead into this decisions that you need to make. Are you confident enough that these weakened reports are good enough for you to make the decisions you need to make?
We will consider what the reports are. I think you've characterised them as weakened. We haven't seen the reports as yet, so I don't know that I can agree to that characterisation. I don't know, but we haven't seen the reports. So, you know, as you'd appreciate, the planning system must assess what's before it. We haven't got the reports in front of us at the moment, so we can't make that assessment. And I don't think that any of us, as responsible parliamentarians, should be prejudging the content of reports that they haven't yet, probably may not have been completed, let alone submitted to any consent authority.
Minister, we've already had phone calls from people very excited to hear you say you'd looked for an opportunity to meet with the people from this area.
I'm sure you may have.
There's 4 months now until Christmas. Do you think you'd be able to find the opportunity to accommodate a visit to that area, at least a meeting?
I'd have to look at it because I'm not aware that my office has received any requests. But I'm happy to have those requests come through you if you wish.
Absolutely. The meeting you touched on before about the consultation, I think did you say it was with Energy Co that you had a meeting?
No, with proponents.
With proponents suggesting you weren't happy with the level of consultation?
No. I was suggesting that there's an expectation in the planning system about consultation. And look, to be honest, I'd have to say it's probably a fair characterisation that for some proponents, I haven't really been thrilled with the way they've been conducting themselves.
Any in particular?
I'm not going to do that.
Do you expect we'll see an immediate turnaround in that level of consultation?
I think it's fair to say that we probably already have, but it's a watching brief. I mean, you know, as you'd appreciate, you can talk to. I'm sure you've spoken to proponents as well, have you not? You have? Yes? No?
It's not about
never.
me,
You've never spoken to any of the
not
proponents,
about me, Minister.
Right? Okay. Look, I mean, I just think as responsible parliamentarians, even a backbencher in opposition, I used to do it myself. If there was someone in an area who was
Minister,
concerned,
this isn't about what I have or have not done.
No,
We're asking questions on behalf of the people of New South
I'm answering
Wales,
it.
of the Minister and your
I appreciate
not questions of me. No, Minister, this is a question for you. So, can you go back to the question?
Yeah, as I was saying, even as a backbencher in opposition, which you are, I used to speak to proponents. You've just indicated that you're unwilling to do that.
I did not do that, Minister.
You're unwilling to do that, or haven't done that.
I did not do that, Minister.
What I think is important is that people do take the opportunity to communicate with people and express their displeasure if it's not there or not. I mean, I would hope that you haven't met with proponents now. That's your evidence to the committee.
That is not
that you may do that into the future. I think that's a sensible course of action. I'd applaud you for actually taking forward the views that have been expressed to you rather than just trying to use the pages of the newspaper.
I don't feel that I need to defend myself in this thing, Minister. You've massively misrepresented my position on a number of things.
Oh, sorry, I must have misunderstood.
What
is your position then?
Not for the first time. Minister, I'd like to ask about the development proposal on Narrow Neck Road in the Blue Mountains.
Yep.
Can I assume some level of familiarity with that?
Of course, yes.
So, an application, as you'd be aware, that if a property is considered bushfire prone, then it can't go through the Housing Development Authority process. Yet, an application was lodged with the HDA, was considered by the HDA, and then you made an announcement about the state significant development while this was mapped bushfire prone line. Now, I'm aware that that mapping was then changed. But I'm just wondering when you were first made aware that this change would be made to the mapping and who made you aware of this?
I think I was made aware by a media inquiry to my office long after the date, right? Because mapping is not something that the planning department does. Mapping, in this case, the RFS, and the RFS have stated this publicly, and I think this was explored in Minister Dibbs' estimates of last week. But the RFS have stated publicly that the reclassification was unrelated to any development applications. Their mapping review process began in mid-2024, and the areas in the Blue Mountains were ready to be classified in May 2025. Now, the HDA assesses proposals against established criteria, as we've been discussing at some length this morning, including environmental constraints such as flooding and bushfire risks, and makes a recommendation to the Minister. But there's no automatic exclusion of land based on these constraints. So the EOI in question was submitted to the HDA and it was recommended to be declared. As Minister, I declared that site as SSD in May 2025.
And that's my point, Minister. How did that happen while it was still bushfire prone and you were totally unaware that there was any changes coming, despite that being clearly against your own criteria?
As I just said, there's no automatic exclusion of land based on those constraints. It is part of the merit assessment process. Now, that particular proposal, the assessment has not been completed and therefore no decisions has been made. It's gone through a period of public exhibition and the proponent is currently preparing a response to submissions report which will directly address the issues raised during that consultation, including community concerns about bushfire.
So, Minister, in the Housing Delivery Authority SSD criteria, it does say that it can only be considered if it is not on bushfire-prone land. Are you saying that's not right?
That's the update.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the post 12-month review. This assessment was done prior to that review being completed.
Right. So this did go through. You're happy with the process that it went through?
Yes, it met the process. I mean, that one of the members of the HDA panel is here in front of you. You may wish to address any questions about that to the Secretary.
I may wish to, when we have the opportunity later this afternoon. So, Minister, at the moment we've got the Council opposing this, the Bushfire Management Committee opposing this. I believe the local member from your government has joined with the Council in opposing this as well. Public submissions overwhelmingly oppose this. So every sort of stakeholder with a direct interest in the land says no. Why is your government still pushing through with this proposal?
But that's an absolute falsehood as to what is actually happening, right? As I said to you, the proposal, an EIS has been lodged. Once that happens, there's a period of assessment. That assessment involves a period of public exhibition. The Narrow Neck Road proposal assessment has not yet been completed. It is not a government proposal, so therefore the characterisation of the government pushing it through is blatantly wrong. The safety of that community is absolutely paramount. The assessment process, where it's up to at the moment, the proponent is currently preparing a response to submissions report, which will directly address all the issues raised during the consultation, including the concerns raised by a range of people, as you've indicated, about bushfire risks. All state significant development proposals go through that rigorous merit assessment, and that includes the opportunity for council, for community, for others to have their say as it sees fit. And that's exactly what's going on at the moment.
Minister, there's a number of temporary workers camps popping up in places like Muswellbrook, Gundy, Dunedoo, Cassilis to deal with renewables rollout.
Yep.
Will there be any housing legacy or benefits to those communities as a result of that? And if not, why not?
From the workers' camps themselves, usually they're temporary, and that's to take pressure off existing housing stock.
Wouldn't it have been better off providing existing housing?
Well, this is the tension, right? This is the great tension of a number of communities, but it's also a challenge of individual proposals. So let's say where there's a community that's already experiencing a shortage of housing stock at the moment, right? And then you've got an influx of workers coming in who need to be housed reasonably in order to do their job. Now, they could have a deep impact on the market. As I said, small changes, comments by planning ministers, comments by future planning ministers, comments by others can shift markets when it comes to the planning system. But there are other cases where it would not be suitable for workers to be housed in a particular town, but rather outside of the town, given the nature of where they are and for their ongoing safety as part of their workplace. For instance, you wouldn't have all the workers on Snowy 2.0 living in Cooma or Jindabyne, right? Because it's well over an hour, potentially through on dangerous roads that might be blocked from time to time by various natural hazards. So it's sensible to have a couple of workers' camps involved in those. So I think we've got to look at all of these things in the context of where there is. What we would like to see, though, in future is where in renewable energy zones, and I think this was the previous bipartisan view, but now of course that's fractured with the opposition changing its views on renewable energy projects. But in those renewable energy zones, the view is that those secondary investments where you're close to energy provision would encourage further housing growth, business investment, jobs creation and the like, which would benefit those regional communities. At the moment, we're trying to do some of those community benefits through the Priority Energy Program legislation. Where we're trying to lock in a community benefit scheme and ongoing arrangements to any community that's hosting renewable energy, but I believe that that intends to be blocked by the opposition.
I'll get out in a minute, but I did throw a word in there that I didn't mean, I didn't think, and I hope Hansard didn't pick it up, but I do apologise.
What word was that? Sorry?
No, don't repeat it. Yeah. It's best not to repeat. Minister,
I take it wasn't complimentary.
Minister, does a business case or modelling exist showing the Moore Park South development plan would cost no more than $50 million, also while including all of the features that you've promised?
The Moore Park plan, the $50 million plan, has been developed based on the features that have been delivered. Or will be delivered, rather. You know, it's costed. It's a fully costed plan.
So we take your word that it will cost no more than $50 million, despite the business case saying that it will cost a minimum of $165 million.
Yeah, see, the business case had a whole host of things in it that won't be delivered as part of that $50 million. Now, it may be the case that through time, other governments may decide to extend and deliver some of those elements that were not part of the $50 million program, but that would be a decision for the government at the day. The job of myself and the Greater Sydney Parklands is to deliver 20 hectares of new parklands with all the other parts, community sporting fields, running tracks, lighting, etc., for $50 million, and that's how it's been costed.
How many conversations with you have you had with Clover Moore about the Moore Park South redevelopment plan?
To the best of my recollection, I think I've had one.
Right. And why not just take the win-win compromise solution? And I know I've asked this before, but they've said 18 hectares they can provide of green open space.
Yeah.
So almost at your 20 hectares, you know, just short, while keeping the 18-hole golf course. They've had 32,000 signatures on a petition to retain 18 holes. Surely 18 hectares is good enough. You don't need to carve up a golf course against huge community opposition. Surely you can just get on board with the win-win compromise that's been put on the table by the Moore Park golf course.
I think we've been through this previously, but just for those who aren't as familiar as I'm sure Mr. Rath is with the I think it was the Moore Park Golf Collective proposal.
Yeah.
Now that included 9.5 hectares. So let's start with the commitment. The government's commitment was to deliver a new park of 20 hectares for one of the most densely populated areas of Sydney. The collective's proposal, and good on them for putting up an option. I applaud when community organisations and others do that, and they do it in a genuine interest. And I appreciate it is with a genuine interest that the Moore Park Golf Collective have done this. However, there were some shortcomings in what they did. First of all, as you've identified, they didn't meet the 20 hectares, right? So that's number one, that it didn't make it, right? Second, 9.5 hectares of their proposal was existing public parkland, so it wasn't adding anything there. 11.6 hectares of current golf course and other areas. The scheme would have involved the construction of a new 500-space domain-style underground car park and require the removal of several significant trees. Their estimated cost is in the order. The estimated cost of that. I'm not saying it's theirs. Sorry. The estimated cost of that was around $136 million, but it also would have had. I didn't see and can't recall any new sports field being shown in the collective's revised scheme, nor some of the other elements that we wanted to deliver. So it just didn't meet our test of what was delivered. What did meet our test, and it's interesting that you should raise it because Golf New South Wales had some comments about this at the time. Golf New South Wales actually recognised when we did make the change. It's Stuart Fraser, the CEO of Golf New South Wales. Golf New South Wales acknowledges it has been consulted by the New South Wales government in determining the future of the Moore Park Golf Club and more specifically the course layout. The preference has always been to retain 18 holes, fair enough. However, this was physically not possible. Right, he went on to say, internationally recognised golf course architect Harley Cruz has, however, configured a 12-hole layout that would be practical and still offer a challenge for golfers of all abilities. Now, I think what we're getting into the situation with Moore Park is there's somehow some either or when we've got coexistence and balance, right? We've got more people actually on Moore Park South as a collective, both golfers and non-golfers, on any given day of the week at the moment that we've had ever before. right? So we're increasing the usage of it by delivering a park. Now, then you've got to, as well as retaining a golf course, we've got also an expansion of the driving range. So these are all good outcomes for collectively as a community. This is never an either-or thing. And, organisations like the Alliance for More Park Sports, Eastern Suburbs Football Association, AFL New South Wales, City of Sydney and others have long advocated for more community sporting facilities. So we're in a situation now where we're able to provide not only more formal but more informal recreational space for one of the most densely populated parts of Sydney. We've spent some millions of dollars already in taking down the fences, improving the park entries, adding some seating. There's earthworks. Construction is set to begin in the not too distant future in terms of the community sporting field and other facilities. Now, all of these things would have to be reversed if that's the policy position that the future Liberal National One Nation government intends to take to the election. Because I'm unclear. I've read all your statements. I've heard your leaders' protestations about this.
There has been a
We've moved a long way away from the question. I think the Minister may as well just wrap up now if he can, and we can move on.
Well, the Minister's entitled to answer the question as he sees fit, but
I understand there's, it doesn't have to be directly relevant. We're a long way from
All right.
But I think everyone would benefit from knowing what the alternate government's policy was, and it's unclear from their public protest.
Arguably, Minister, I'd be interested in what a Labor One Nation government might do too. Over to Ms. Merton.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. I address the state significant development power, a power that was actually created to assist the development of genuine major projects of public infrastructure. Minister, if local councils, planning panels, communities can be bypassed whenever your government chooses to declare a project SSD, Minister, what meaningful local say remains in New South Wales planning to this process as opposed to a centralised planning control from Macquarie Street?
Firstly, Ms Merton, I'd like to thank you and the opposition for your support of planning reform over the last 12 to 18 months. The cooperation of the opposition has been very, very important, and I'm pleased you've been able to support the initiatives that were put forward. What your question goes to is large, significant and complex developments, right? So the government has not, and with your support, you've retained and agreed to these positions. We have not reduced the amount of community input into any of these proposals. All of them still go through a period of public exhibition and public consultation. There's an expectation that proponents engage with communities. There is a period then of public exhibition where submission and direct feedback is sought, both from councils, from individuals, from community organisations, anyone else who may wish to have their say. Proponents are then asked to provide a response to the issues raised in those submissions so that the full merits assessment can be undertaken. What we've done, though, again with the support of the opposition...
I'm just conscious of the time, and the community have got questions on this. So, Minister, can you identify a single major housing SSD that was refused due to inadequate road, school, hospital or public transport infrastructure?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice.
A single one, Minister. That's the question. Yep. The community have got these questions.
I heard the question, and as I said, I'll have to take that on notice because I haven't got everyone. You've given some very specific reasons why something was rejected there, and I'd have to have a look at any individual cases to see if they met that criteria that you
Just to
raised.
clarify, Minister, it was specific. It was road, school, hospital, or public transport.
Yes, correct. We'll take, and as
pretty
I said,
significant infrastructure.
I'm not suggesting that they're not, but I'm saying that I don't have all of the detail of any rejection to mind on every proposal. There are literally tens of thousands of planning proposals that come into the system on any given year, so I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Mr Latham.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, a lot more happened with this Bill Berger SSD approval at Rhodes. In the Maddox Review summary at page 3, why was the Department's general process for the preparation of briefing materials for the HDA beyond the scope of the probity review, thereby excluding the views of the 3 senior departmental officials who thought Bill Berger was being unreasonably rewarded and the other 6 landowners were being disadvantaged.
I'll take your comments as read, because I don't have a copy of the document.
No, I'm quoting from the report.
I'm not.
at
That's what I'm saying.
section
I'm not doubting you.
That's
are.
a direct quote.
I'm not doubting that you are. So when the Maddox review was following issues that were raised by landowners that the EOI included sites which the applicant did not have ownership over, I requested that the department engage an independent probity advisor to review that evaluation, my own declaration, the SEARS, the Secretary's Environmental Assessment Requirements request from the applicant, and amended declaration. As part of that, the publication of the summary of the 12-month review was published prior to Maddox. This summary was made available, and we've answered a series of questions from you with respect to some of those elements around that Maddox review. Now, Ms. Thomas may have some more information she can provide with respect to some of those details.
I was asking why the department's process for the preparation of the briefing materials for the HDA was not included in the scope of the probity review.
Yep.
So the Maddox review did provide recommendations in relation to the briefing materials that were prepared for the HDA, and they were incorporated into some changes that we've made to the under the 12-month review in terms of how the department prepares its briefing material for the HDA and how that is set out. So there was a recommendation.
That's not what their summary says. But Minister, were you aware of the views of these 3 departmental officials that Bill Berger were being unreasonably advantaged and the 6 landowners were being disadvantaged? And even Maddox said there was a differential treatment.
I don't recall that being drawn to my attention.
Well, I'm not going to embarrass them with their names here at the committee, but I might write to you separately so you
Happy
can
to receive
consider
your correspondence.
what's gone on, because there was certainly a strong view within the department that this was all wrong.
Yeah, and that's precisely why I asked that this matter be looked at to see where we can't improve.
Okay. Well, what dwelling cap and development opportunities are now available to the 4 private landowners that I've referred to? Maddox conceded there was differential treatment, which in itself is wrong, and they appear, when they're certainly claiming, that they've lost property rights and values that's been appropriated by Bill Berger without any payment, because Bill Berger has got the entire dwellings cap.
I'm not sure that they have exhausted the entire dwellings cap. I'd have to double check that.
It is fairly standard that when there is a dwelling cap, the first proposal that comes in the system will be considered towards that dwelling cap to the point where the dwelling cap is exhausted.
Okay, well, having exhausted it, what's available now? Like, these are 4 private landowners who Bill Berger said will get their consent. The Housing Development Authority knew from departmental material that consent wasn't available. It still approved it. The Minister went back and retrospectively approved what you'd say was a faulty application, but took out the 4 private landowners. What opportunities have they got going forward? Because it looks to me that they've been severely ripped off.
The Bill Berger application is only at the SEARS stage, so it is being prepared as an EIS. So there is no decision in relation to the number of dwellings that are permissible, are allowed on the site.
Caps also so that's still an open question going forward. Yeah, okay.
I mean,
so the department's willing to review the cap in recognition of what's gone on here.
Well, it's not primarily us. There's transport, because it's a transport imposed cap.
That's correct.
It was a transport infrastructure-based cap. So, in the same way,
well, transport's already expressed some concerns that maybe the cap is already too high. So that's a problem in itself.
Well, I've had others who have expressed concerns in transport that the cap may be too low. So hence
this particular
hence the reason,
cap at roads.
Hence the reason for periodic reviews.
Well, just to clarify,
because I mean that cap was also set prior to Metro, prior to changes in transport patterns and the like.
Okay. Well, does the Bill Berger State Significant Development Outcome isolate or sterilise the future development of 3 and 5 Avril Street and 6 Lead Street roads?
Well, as Ms Thomas said, they're still at the point of preparing an EIS, so we literally cannot answer that question.
Okay, but you're indicating you're hoping it's an open question and there might be some cap and development opportunities for these 4 private
I think,
landowners?
Mr Latham, it's fair to say that I'd like to see as much development occur as is reasonable, considering transport constraints in the area.
And Secretary, I think last time we were here at Estimates you were going to meet with these landowners. Is that
I have met with one of the landowners. I'm not sure whether it was prior to or after, but I'm always happy to take meetings, as I think you know, Mr Latham.
Okay, well, when do you expect the EIS to be completed?
That's a question for Bill Berger.
Right. But when it's completed, you'd be happy, Secretary, to meet with these landowners again and explore the opportunities available to them, because I think by any measure of fairness and due process, they have been on the back foot.
So I'm more than happy to meet with them. I just want to take just a little bit of legal advice around the timing of that, so make sure I wasn't seen to be prejudicing any part of the merit assessment. But in principle, yes, absolutely, not a problem.
Minister, earlier in the day, you said that there are a number of major infrastructure projects that are being brought forward to support housing development in Sydney in particular. Well, what are those projects?
Schools, hospitals, roads. There's a whole range of the government's providing a public open space, Moore Park, for instance. The government's providing an average of $81 million a day in infrastructure spending. Out of the Department of Planning alone, there has been around 1.6 it might be, $1 billion worth of grants that we've administered that help to catalyse $4.3 billion worth of investment supporting 800 new and existing homes.
Right, but projects brought forward, you're reclassifying Moore Park and Parkland.
No. The planning reforms that we've done have also enabled things to happen faster. For instance, the 100 preschools that the government's investing in to support early education, something I know that you're particularly keen on from your own history, would not have been happening as quickly as what they've been able to do without changes to Part 5. Okay. Things like social housing wouldn't have been able to be delivered as quickly as what they've been able to be delivered without the planning reforms.
Social housing, not infrastructure.
Well, it is housing infrastructure for the most vulnerable, I would argue, but also similarly the schools. Schools and hospitals are being able to be delivered much more quickly than they were before, because the assessment times have been reduced and are done far more speedy. Now, in part, the schools part is because we reformed school infrastructure to get all those people who had corruptly manipulated the allocation system out of the system and done it very independently, which was a good outcome for the taxpayer and for people who need schools. It meant that there's lots and lots of schools being delivered in the northwest of Sydney where they weren't being prioritised before. We identified that through the schools audit. So there's a whole open spaces being delivered. We've had Penrith Beach being invested in. 300,000 people have gone out there.
Right, a beach is now infrastructure.
Well, I mean, it's part of recreational infrastructure. We've got vibrancy reforms which are making it easier to have a decent night out in a post-lockdown environment. You know, there's a whole range of things that we're bringing things back to life.
Yeah, reclassifying public housing as infrastructure. Does that mean that you'd classify the Bays district now as housing infrastructure for the most affluent?
I'd classify Bays as housing.
Just as housing.
That's housing.
Okay, full stop.
But with affordable housing, with public open space, with the first connection in that part of the world to the harbour in 100 years. Also good for the Illawarra, a boost down there with additional movement of materials through the port. So some jobs there, a $270 million investment in roads in and out of the port there. So good outcomes there as well.
Can you point to any public transport projects that have been brought forward to support?
I think Parramatta Light Rail 2 might be one. I can't. I'm
not
not the transport minister, as you'd appreciate.
No, but
so
you
I
made
don't
this
know which
statement
ones
earlier on with great
have been
authority.
brought, specifically which ones have been brought forward. We're also going through and continuing to deliver metros. We're making sure that we've got buses that are being delivered where there weren't buses being delivered previously.
Which new metros are you delivering?
We're continuing to make those investments in transport that are growing city needs.
When do you think the new South West Metro would be developed under this policy?
That's a question for the Minister for Transport.
I'm sure it is. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Minister, earlier we had started a brief exchange on the zombie developments and the other inquiry. I just wanted to draw specifically, if I could, and I know the government still has some time before tabling its report, but I know you all know this issue very well.
It's been brought up once or twice.
Once or twice, that's right. And all those pesky members all over the place with these zombie
I
DAs.
never refer to members as pesky. Your characterisation.
No, I know that.
But they are passionate.
It is, and it's such a big live issue, and particularly, as you know, in relation to some really significant biodiversity issues, and that's why a lot of communities on the ground are on the front line of this. But one of the things I just wanted to touch on was this committee's recommendation number 3 said that the Act should provide public interest powers to modify or revoke consents, and proposed that where consent was revoked under that public interest power, compensation should not be payable. And now the LA inquiry has found it's clear that the existing power, is not currently being used, and it will remain the status quo without reforms to the compensation provisions as a starting point. Minister, do you think your government deferred recommendation 3 your government did defer because you were waiting for the Legislative Assembly's inquiry, and that inquiry is now found Section 4.57 is not being used, and without that reform to compensation, it never will. Do you accept that proposition?
Well, I think the evidence suggests that Clause 4.57 is not being used because it hasn't been used. I mean, so that, by virtue of that, is somewhat self-evident. It's part of the reason why in the planning reforms that we introduced some additional powers for the Secretary for that. But as you rightly point out, where the government is considering and Cabinet will consider the recommendations of the Legislative Assembly's report. So I'm not in a position to say one way or another what we might determine. But obviously we will look at that recommendation in the context of other recommendations and the previous reforms that we've enacted.
Thank you. So from that, I take it that 4.57, subsection 7, in its current form, is something that is front in consideration.
Well, we're considering all of the recommendations of the Legislative Assembly's committee. One is not given any higher priority than any other, and the government will have further things to say about that once Cabinet's considered the response.
And that will be, you're saying that will be through the government's response, which I think is due at the end of January. Is that where we'll see it?
I don't look at this point in time. That's not to say things may not change in the intervening period. There's some time between now and the end of January, but at this time, the government will have more to say in its response to those recommendations.
And just to be clear, and that does relate directly to the fact that compensation question has been put on the table by both Houses of Parliament through their constituted committees.
The government will respond to the recommendations of the Legislative Assembly's report.
Thank you. Minister, under the Minns government, there has been at least 10 coal expansions approved. There are still some 16 in the pipeline. The Net Zero Commission has, I think when we last spoke in estimates, we talked about the Spotlight on Coal report. I think that had already been released.
I think it had been, at the time.
And now the Net Zero Commission has tabled a further report, its updated report, and it's showing that we're really not on track to meet our emissions, that we're looking at a shortfall in terms of the emissions reduction targets. I know that your colleague, Minister Penny Sharp, is doing as much work as possible in the climate change portfolio and in the energy portfolio, and I know that the renewable energy projects are part of that. Are there other areas, and of course the net zero, there's been the letters to go to the IPC and hey, look at the emissions and our climate targets. Is there any other work that you're doing as Minister for Planning at this point in time in response to the Net Zero Commission's latest reports or the last couple of reports?
Oh, look, I wouldn't characterise them necessarily in response to those reports. The government has an ongoing commitment to meet its legislative greenhouse gas reduction targets. In terms of coal mining, given you raised it, there is still a need at the moment because we've got challenges with the renewable energy build out, which we're hoping to address. But there's some intense opposition in some areas. There's still a need for coal-fired power stations. There's still a need for metallurgical coal for steel making in the Illawarra, as the member for Wollongong, whose electorate covers the Port Kembla Steelworks, and that 3.3 million tonnes of steel, about 70% goes into the construction sector each year. So I would not want to see the steelworks close. In fact, it's great that they've been continuing to invest. But there is changing global demand for coal. And that is influencing things. More than half of the operating coal mines are expected to cease operations by 2035, and no mines are approved to operate beyond 2050. We're also doing work in terms of what happens with those mines after they've finished their time. Thank you to Ms. Saval, who's been able to furnish some good reports. But we're also looking at what we can do in the transport sector, in the built environment, in all of the other sectors where we know we have to adjust. Some of that comes down to things like increasing basics criteria, encouraging greater energy efficiency in
Is there
households.
more work happening? Is there more work happening on basics internally?
Well, it's continually to be watched, but there's what I think is more happening is in some things like the home energy loans program, where we're working with households to encourage a greater take-up of both energy efficiency measures, energy generation in terms of solar panels, and energy storage. We're also doing some work in the Illawarra, is Australia's first urban renewable energy zone, trying to link up a capacity within households and community groups and publicly owned facilities to try and get that energy into the grid, and again increase and accelerate the take-up of renewable energy there, so putting downward pressure on the amount of energy that needs to be generated out of coal-fired power stations. So the work continues because we've got a legislative target.
And has there been any approaches to you as Planning Minister about what it would mean if Sydney metropolitan area was considered as a renewable energy zone as well? Have there been conversations with you?
Look, I'm aware the Committee for Sydney has done a report on this, and the reason why the Illawarra was chosen first, one, because I pushed for it, but because I think it's a sensible thing to do, but two, this gives us a good area in which there's relatively high and intense energy demands, a limited land space in which you can do either solar or wind, given the constraints of the Illawarra, and a generally receptive community, both in terms of those who are interested in doing it and those who have the capacity to do the installation work. We're hoping what we can learn from there, we can scale up into other areas.
Thank you. Can I just ask you a couple of questions about the HDA? I am getting quite a number of concerns about the HDA's published briefings not containing further reasoning for determining state significant developments, that they're scant, they're not providing meaningful, good reasoning. Have you heard that concern as well?
I haven't, no. I think there's sometimes, and I'm not characterising those who have commented to you as this, but I think there's sometimes a bit of confusion about the role of the Housing Delivery Authority. The Housing Delivery Authority is not an approval body, right? And I think that's the bit that people sometimes get confused with. It triggers an alternate pathway for a project that could be considered by a local council.
But I think it's
and I think it's incumbent upon all of us now, given its law, and thanks to the opposition for its support in getting that through. But given these things are now law and now a part of the ongoing role of the planning system, I think it's important that all parliamentarians understand and convey to their communities this isn't a decision of an approval, it's a decision of a consent authority and assessment pathway. And that's all. It still needs to go through that full merits assessment.
That's right. But I think what people are concerned about is that there is an issue of understanding and therefore a lack of transparency in why the particular decision is made to recommend the particular pathway and what's happened.
Quite detailed. Look, I mean, if there's anything specific that you want us to, if you've got examples or you want me to have a look at, I'm happy to do that. But I think in most circumstances there's a fair bit of detail as to where they don't meet the criteria to be considered for declaration of state significant development. Again, the requirements on a proponent to lodge an EIS or to request CEARS to lodge an EIS, to go through public exhibition, to respond to submissions and have the merit-based assessments conducted still remains a lengthy part of the process after any declaration.
All right, thank you. Ms Merton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, in relation to the SSDs, the question is how are luxury multi-million-dollar apartment complexes with views of Sydney Harbour state significant developments in light of the discussion we're having here today on affordable housing?
Well, if the particular proposal meets the criteria, I presume you're referring to the Housing Delivery Authority recommendations of the Housing Delivery Authority. If the particular project meets the criteria of the Housing Delivery Authority in terms of it's well located, in terms of whether it delivers the right number, at least a particular number of dwellings, etc., then it becomes recommended. The judgment of what the retail price of a particular dwelling might be is not a consideration of the HDA. It's about the delivery of dwellings.
Minister, are you familiar with media articles that are talking about the SSD power to replace existing apartment buildings of more affordable units and replacing them with fewer high-end luxury apartments?
There will always be proposals these proposals could go through council as well to replace an existing building of whatever its nature with another building. But I think we have to look at that in the context of what's happening.
This is not the count. This is bypassing council. This is the SSD experience. I
appreciate that, and which is why I was exactly coming to the SSD, which is why you've just got to hold on sometimes till I get to the answer and I'm able to provide it. Because what you're seeing under the infill affordable housing scheme, which is an SSD scheme, is that you're seeing a considerable pipeline of both market and affordable homes coming through. At the moment, the infill affordable housing pipeline has around just over 42,000 homes under assessment, including just under 10,000 homes that are affordable housing. There's a further 17 or more than 17,000 that are approved, including nearly 5,000 affordable homes. So I don't think it's important you don't take the entire housing system through one site. And you've got to have a look at everything that's happening around it, because one site misses the bigger picture.
Thank you. But in terms of what I've put to you...
Sorry, we're out of town. Sorry. Last question.
Sure.
And it would not be a budget estimates if I did not raise this on behalf of one of my colleagues.
Yep.
When it comes to synthetic turf, could you please... When councils are not following the guidelines that you have laid down, is there anything that the department does in terms of bringing councils into line around the guidelines?
Look, you'd have to give me some more specifics on anything, but I'm happy to defer to the Secretary.
Waterfront Oval, Callum Park, Fred Caddison Reserve, Norman Griffith Oval, Christie Park.
That's a mixed grab back there, Ms Higginson. I might have to take that on notice. In general principle, councils are there to control their own destiny. We provide guidelines with them. If there's an example where they've egregiously strayed from the guidelines, please provide it to me and I can look into it.
Thank you. Government, we are into your time.
This is just a question from me. There's been speculation about housing development on the Long Bay Jail site. Can you tell us about how that proposal would compare with other proposals that the government's considering?
Sure. I'm aware of a proposal to repurpose Long Bay Jail to have 12,000 new homes on it. Now, Obviously, there would have to be some consideration of things like transport access and the like there. It is, essentially on a peninsula and has some challenges with transport. But interestingly, if you were going to put 12,000 homes at Long Bay Jail, because Long Bay Jail at the moment is 0.32 square kilometres, so it's relatively small, right? If you're going to put 12,000 homes on that, and given there's challenges with the flight path and the like, you would be looking at 114 or so new 21-storey buildings, right? So in a 0.32 square kilometre area. Now, you asked how that compares with other parts of Sydney. The most densely populated part of Sydney at the moment is Green Square. Green Square currently has 33,000 homes, or will have by 2041, across an urban renewal area of 2.78 kilometres. So 2.78 kilometres, 0.32 square kilometres. So that would mean that Long Bay Jail, which is 1/8 the size of Green Square, with 12,000 homes, 114 20-storey or higher buildings there, would make it 3 times more dense than Green Square. So I imagine that any proposal out there would need some considerable amount of green space, given what we've done with respect of Moore Park South and the people there at Green Square. By a further comparison, you might be interested, is that Wallara rezoning is 1.68 square kilometres, so it's about 1/5 of Long Bay Jail. So again, 114 20-storey buildings at Long Bay Jail site, making it by far and away the most densely populated proposed area of Sydney, Australia, probably more densely populated than many, many other parts of the world.
Thank you, Minister. Thanks, Chair.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Minister,
Thanks,
for attending this hearing. We are finished with your questioning. The committee will now break for lunch, and we will return at 2 p.m. for further questioning. Thank you.
Did the Secretariat want that graph that I've been holding up before that I hang
I
on
think
to?
for good measure you should table that
I will.
graph. I really
I will.
do. Thank you.
Great. Thank you to all the officials for being here this afternoon. I wanted to start with the LMR, some questions on the LMR. I didn't get a chance to ask the Minister, but how many dwellings have been approved through the LMR SEP?
So the LMR will be questions to Ms Gibson, so while she's just opening her notes, I'll let you know that. Thank you.
Great. And sure.
Yeah, so thanks for your question. Like the Minister answered this morning about Todd's, I'm going to talk to you about what's in the pipeline.
Sure.
So as of the 14th of August, there are a total of 13,308 LMR dwellings in the pipeline. That includes development applications that are local DAs as well as state significant DAs.
And how many of those? So that's is that the approved number?
So that's in the pipeline. So that includes a combination of applications that have been lodged, as well as applications that have been determined.
What's the breakdown of those two?
Yeah, so just my numbers go over a column on on a table that goes over the page. So I just want to make sure I get this right for you. I think the number of lodged is 4,910. There are 5,065 that are preparing applications under state significant development, and there have been 3,333 determined.
Great. I don't know. You wouldn't have commenced?
I don't have a note about what's been commenced. I don't know that we are holding or tracking that level of detailed information.
It's slightly harder data for us to capture when it crosses across local approvals and state approvals. It's much easier when it's an SSD for us to be able to capture commencements.
Yeah, if you have anything on how many have gone to CC, if you could take that on notice, but I know you might not have it. So.
We're happy to provide what we have. It's just whether we have it or not. The planning portal system wasn't tooled to provide this type of data in the past, so it's quite hard to retrospectively apply those things.
Yeah. Thank you. So I might just go back to the TODs. How many, because I know there's a series of different TODs in terms of some have done alternate plans and some have, got their own bespoke sort of arrangements. How many TODs do we now have, and how many have gone down a different alternate pathway or some alternate bespoke council, co-design?
Yeah, so I'm happy to tell you that all of the TODs that were included in the TOD SEP have now had controls that have come into force. The last of those was the Cockle Creek site in Lake Macquarie LGA. So all of the TOD locations now have planning controls in force. A number of them are bespoke. I have a list of the ones that are bespoke and the ones that are as per our control.
Maybe just, I assume there's a smaller number of bespoke, is there? Maybe just...
It's about half and half.
All right, maybe just read the bespoke ones, if that's okay. And that'll do the others. I'll know the others by the ones you don't read.
Yeah. Sure. So in TOD locations at Belmore, at Cockle Creek, at Gordon, at Kalara, Lakemba, Linfield, North Wyong, Punchbowl, Roseville, St Mary's Metro, Wiley Park. They're the ones where there are council bespoke controls.
Right, okay. And that's basically the councils are needed to, so you assess those alternate plans to make sure that they're delivering the same number of like, to meet the same housing target.
Or exceeding.
Or exceeding, yeah. So in a number of those situations, and the efforts of councils in preparing detailed plans for their local communities, they have identified schemes that include taller buildings, more building density, different open space provisions for those areas, commercial areas as kind of mixed-use centres. We're talking about really well-located parts of Sydney. So councils have provided for controls that might have 3,000 more dwellings than we might have included in our original scheme. In the Belmore-Lakemba area, it's going to provide capacity for more than 18,000 dwellings in those two locations. So there is quite detailed planning by a number of different councils in different parts of Sydney and in the Illawarra as well as the Lower Hunter.
So the council puts together their alternate plan, and then the department basically needs to check it. Is it basically the council doing the bulk of the work and you mainly essentially checking their homework and approving it, or is it more of a co-design approach? How would you describe that process?
I would say that there has been a lot of collaborative effort. It's a day in the life of a planner includes in my team includes a lot of discussion with council. They are often working from kind of some early thoughts that council have, or in some situations really detailed master plans that they've previously prepared and exhibited and discussed with the community. In other situations, and I mentioned a number of sites in Ku-ring-gai, the work happened kind of after, the detailed work of council happened after our planning with the TODSEP. But I would still say that was done quite collaboratively with my team. It comes through and we do we assess, we check for feasibility, we check for built form, we check for infrastructure, servicing capacity to make sure that we're comfortable with those, and we prepare the planning control change. So we go through the process of legal drafting and mapping for those controls to come into effect.
Thank you. The Woollahra train station rezoning, would you describe it as a TOD or an LMR, or is it its own sort of thing?
We describe it as a state-led rezoning.
Okay.
So, we have about 37 state-led rezonings on our books at the moment, so it's one of those.
Right. And with the LMR policy, have any councils been able to develop an alternate plan, or is it just what it is, and councils can't amend it or change it in any way?
So there are some examples of where councils have subsequent to the LMR policy coming into effect, have looked at a rezoning of that area, and they've applied controls that exceed the low and mid-rise controls. So I wouldn't say that they're alternate schemes to LMR. That's not something that we would describe those things as.
They're like in addition to.
In addition to.
Right. So this is like Bondi Junction's an example of that, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And that's usually a master plan process that the council would do in addition to the LMR. Is that what you're seeing?
That's right. So work that tends to take a bit longer to be prepared. Councils need to vote for the resources to be allocated to that work, and consultants procured, and quite a lot of work that happens in those situations. So it tends to take quite a long time, and longer than it takes the department to do kind of policy change that we did when we brought in the low and mid-rise work.
How many have done that sort of master plan in addition to LMR work? You need to take that on notice. I would need to
check because there would be a few interpretations of that.
Yeah.
So the things that I would provide in response to your question, which we'll take on notice, would be the locations where we've set a parameter for the low and mid-rise and where council have done further work to exceed those parameters. And so we'll check across all of the 170-ish, 71.
Yeah.
Someone will correct me if it's not 171 locations that low and mid-rise policy apply to.
I assume some of the councils, they may have been sort of halfway through a master plan being developed when the LMR came in, and they probably wanted to finish their master planning work. Is that a fair assumption
Probably
in some
a
of the
bit of
cases?
speculation, but we can provide detail back on
sure.
that.
Yeah, there will be lots of different circumstances around that.
Great. Burwood and Croydon, sorry, was that one of the bespoke ones, or is that for Todd? Sorry, going back to Todd's.
The Croydon location, there was a bespoke. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I left it out on my list. I should have said Croydon because there were two proposals there. The Croydon Todd is on partly on Inner West LGA and partly on Burwood LGA. So the Burwood part was bespoke.
Yes. Yeah. No. Fair enough. Thank you for that. That's all very helpful. The National Construction Code, what conversations are taking place between the department and the feds on the National Construction Code? I know it's been paused for now until May, is it, next year?
That's not the role of the department. That'll be through the building commissioner,
Okay,
and we will then be advised on those discussions.
Okay, so not sitting with you at this stage.
No, we don't take the lead on that.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Building commissioner's in the other room if you miss around.
No, they might. I think there's similar questions one of my colleagues might ask over.
I was trying to be helpful
over
not,
there as
not
well.
cheeky.
Yeah, no, thank you. I thought that might be the case. I might move now to the Development Coordination Authority, and it's good to see it coming online. What are the fees that are charged for a referral to the DCA?
So while she's getting her notes, I'll just let you know that it's Ms Thomas who's got the questions for the DCA, so you know where to direct them.
Thank you, Ms Thomas.
I'll have to, somebody hopefully will send me that answer, and I'll be able to answer that as soon as I get that information. But the fees were revised as a part of the introduction of the DCA, and there was consultation in relation to those. But I'll update you once I have it. I don't have the precise.
We'll get it for you in the next 5 minutes or so.
Great. Yeah, no, that would be great just to know what the fee is and sort of how is it calculated. I'm not sure if it's a flat rate or if it depends. I assume it might depend on the size of the application, given some would be quite small and some would be huge. But yeah, sort of how's it calculated would be good to know. And does the DCA have the ability to waive fees, or have there been any waiver of fees? I know it's only been in existence for a very short period of time.
7 weeks.
Yeah.
We'll get you that information as well.
No worries. The Barthler Group.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe a bit of an update to start with, and what options the government might be looking at. It's obviously quite concerning if one of our big developers goes bust, and what that means in terms of all their existing sites that they have. Yeah, quite concerning reporting over the last couple of weeks.
Yes, so we would share concern about any development group going bust in a housing crisis, or indeed the ramifications of that into the housing sector more broadly. We have undertaken some work to look at the number of Battler or related companies as best we can identify them, and they do have a significant number of HDO EOIs that are awaiting SEARs. We will obviously continue to monitor that. As I think the Minister made very clear in the further discussions about the HDA, what we look at is the development itself, not who is the developer, but it would be, naive to pretend there isn't a nexus between the ability for these people to develop if they don't have financing. I'll just ask Ms Gibson if there's anything further she wanted to add to that, but it really is a watch and wait. Matters in relation to their capacity to develop and always a development front are more likely to be referred to the Building Commission, who have that relationship with the development industry.
Yeah, and so that would be my comment, is that we know Battler are proponents or applicants to a number of different types of applications, rezoning, state significant development applications, and no doubt a number of local DAs as well. But matters about their financial performance are ones that we would confirm with the Building Commission if there was something that we needed to know for a planning system reason.
Yeah, right, because they've got quite a lot under construction. I read sort of around 25,000 homes in the pipeline. If they were to, and I know it's, early days, but if they were to potentially, become bankrupt, what happens with all of those sites? Is the government potentially able to purchase them? Is it something that
it's a very relevant question, but it's not relevant to the Minister for Planning and Public Spaces. The development applications remain live. Treasurer of Fair Trading, Building Commissioner, just depending on where it may fall. Yeah, but the DA doesn't.
You don't want to.
The development.
Sites.
I'll let Mr. Wendler act. The development application doesn't become invalid simply because whether a company is unable to develop or not.
So if the zoning decision's been made, that doesn't change because of the landowner, and the development approval or a declaration for a HDA runs with the property. So
another developer could buy it, or Homes New South Wales could buy it, or someone could buy it.
And we've seen that happen in the past on other sites and in other development situations.
Yeah. Great.
I do have your answer.
Oh yes, please. Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
And so the fee has been set at, for a local DA that is referred to the DCA for each matter that's referred. It's $1,100. So, for example, if it needs 2 referrals, then it will be twice that amount. For a complex modification, the fee is $550, and the DCA does have the capacity to waive fees.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Great. Thank you. Thanks for that.
Not that I'm aware of.
The housing and productivity contribution, does that apply to? Would that apply to like a granny flat or subdivision?
Do you want to talk through the HPC?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about the housing and productivity contribution. The policy applies to parts of the state, so it doesn't apply to all parts of New South Wales. So it's the Illawarra, the Central Coast, the Lower Hunter and Sydney. It applies to industrial, commercial, residential development. Yeah. It applies to the subdivision of land where additional dwellings are created or additional dwelling potential is created. It doesn't apply to a secondary dwelling because there's no subdivision of land. And it applies to so that's kind of broadly where it applies. There are some exclusions.
You've got a big block, you subdivide half of it off and build a place on it, then you pay it. But if you're building a granny flat out the back and not subdividing, you don't pay it, essentially.
That's right.
Yeah. What about local council contributions in that case? Is it the same thing? Is it sale and subdivision? You pay it, but if you're building a granny flat and not selling it, then you're not paying it? Is that
It is.
Yeah.
The reason for that is that it's about the creation of demand through additional household,
Right.
rather than granny flats, which are often considered in the planning system to be kind of the same household, or at least that's how the concept started. So that's why excluded. I will come back and correct that if there's something that I've misspoken on. But that is the theory behind the local contribution scheme, as well as the state contribution provision.
And councils also have a level of discretion as to where they apply their contribution scheme as well. So there won't be universality.
And that's sort of also how it would be shown up in the housing completion figures, I assume. If it's a granny flat but you're not selling it off, it might not be shown up as a new dwelling, but if you're subdividing, building and selling it off, then it would show up as a new dwelling, is that right?
What constitutes a dwelling for the purposes of the housing accord has a really very particular definition, and that doesn't include secondary dwellings. And does it? It does include secondary dwellings. It doesn't include other types of things that we would count as dwellings.
Like student accommodation.
Student accommodation being one of those.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. My question is to Ms. Fishburn. So it's related to the subject of micro homes, or what we in Australia call studio apartments. These things are very popular in New York City, Berlin, Hong Kong. And I think in Germany, they basically just say, look, there's no limit. And then if a developer wants to build a block of units with lots of studio apartments in it, well, that's up to them. So in New South Wales, do we currently have guidelines about what the minimum floor space size is?
We have guidelines in the apartment design guide. However, the important word in that is that it is a guide. So it is there to encourage consideration of good and best practice in the development of apartments. It doesn't preclude any type of apartment being built or changes being made. And interestingly, and I really like this fact because we're often told that we're applying their apartment design guide too religiously. The government architect looked at the last 2 months of SSD approvals, and in 100% of cases, we had deviated from the apartment design guide. So we had used it as a guide, not as a final outcome, as a rule for the final outcome. So your answer, to summarise, yes, there is a guide that looks at best practice, and that would include the size of apartments, but that doesn't preclude apartments being built that are much smaller. And if I give a really good example, some of the spaces that were built in Marrickville that are used as those type of co-living small apartment spaces, much smaller than the ADG would normally consider, but they went through a design review process and they are there, and I believe they won the Ministers or Premiers Awards for architecture in the last couple of years ago. So anything is available for consideration.
So the micro apartment maybe, which isn't a term we use in New South Wales planning, but we would talk about co-living rooms. So that maybe is like a student accommodation, or even in a boarding house or some build-to-rent situation. So you might have shared facilities for laundry and living areas. Our planning provisions talk about 25 square metres as the minimum size.
Oh, so that was my next question. So those guidelines that Ms. Fishburn referenced, that it does give a general guideline of 25 square metres.
For the co-living ones where there are shared facilities.
What about just normal residential block?
Yeah,
that's not build to rent.
I would need to check the specifics in the apartment design guide for you, and we can come back to you on what that might be.
I don't want to stress though that the guide is the important thing to consider, and there are always situations where you might want to work outside the guide for good development outcomes.
Do you see many applications from big developers where they are keen to build smaller units?
As part of the conversations we are having with developers about the commercial viability of development and what we would consider to be feasible housing supply, the size of units does come up quite a bit. So matters about what the minimum size might be for one-bedroom apartments or studios, how it might relate to their car parking requirements. We get a lot of that discussion because that all is adding to the cost of the development and whether it's commercially viable and therefore feasible to deliver.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to hand over to my colleague.
Thank you very much. Secretary, is there any work that's taking place around the old guidelines for the economic assessment of mining and, as it was then, coal seam gas proposals? Those guidelines which are back 2015, I think, and just wondering whether there is any intention to update those guidelines or supersede them with something else, and if you could tell me what that looks like.
I might have to take that on notice for you, Ms Higginson. I just don't want to misinform you. My feeling is that with the recent release of the the coal policy for New South Wales, then yes, of course, we review guidelines and update them, but I'm not sure whether that is work that has commenced or whether it has.
Yeah,
great.
so I do
there you go,
have
Gab.
an
Got
update.
time for Ms Thomas to find her note. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirsten. So the department has commenced an initial review of the guidelines to examine the matters and some opportunities to improve them. And we're continuing to sort of look at assessment or economic assessment and policy in practice to see where we can take those learnings and update them. But at this stage, that is just an initial review.
Will there be, is it likely with something like that there would be a public-facing component where people can have input to any changes that may ultimately eventuate?
So I think it's probably too early to tell, but often we would discuss with the public if we're updating our guidance. But at this stage, it's not something that we've progressed to that stage.
Thank you. In this term of government, the department has assessed 11 coal mine modifications that sought approval to mine additional coal. All 11 were approved, which really, I'm just curious, has the Department of Planning ever suggested or refused any consents for a coal mine modification that sought approval to mine additional coal by way of a modification of an existing consent?
As you'll appreciate, I
you
haven't
might
been
take
in this
that on
role
notice
for very long, and that's not something that I can recall, but I can take that on notice.
Thank you. Yeah,
I think, Ms Higginson, what would be interesting as well is, of course, just because a modification is put in doesn't mean a final determination looks like that original modification, and there is a lot of work that goes on the department working with proponents, taking into consideration government policy and a range of things, including our commitment to net zero. So it's not as though it is a blanket determination by way of approval. There is obviously significant changes that are often made from the initial meeting to the final outcome. Just so it's clear that...
Yeah, of course. But I would, if it's okay, I'd love to get that figure of how many the department modifications have actually been refused, perhaps even in the last decade. I'd be very, very curious because
it'll be on the public record. We just don't have it at our fingertips.
I'm racking my brain. I'm sure there has been one, but I just can't recall it. Thank you.
There definitely have been development applications that have been refused, but we'll take on notice
the modifications is what I'm curious about. Secretary, in your letter of 22nd July this year to the Net Zero Commission, you describe the coal industry statement, the 26-2050 statement, as an important policy framework supporting the transition to a low-carbon future and ensuring consistency between the planning system and the Net Zero Future Act. In regard to coal expansion decisions, what do you mean when you say ensuring consistency between the planning system and the Net Zero Future Act?
What I mean by that is that this government, the Minns government, has made clear their position on the future of coal, and it is a transitional position, and the Net Zero Commission aligns into that by setting the net zero targets. with those two essentially framing statements and policy positions, the department undertakes our assessment with those two things into consideration. And they are more aligned and harmonised now than they had been previously, which is of great assistance to the department when we undertake our work. And you would have seen further detail in the letter of how we do that and what we take into consideration.
Yeah, very much so. Then there's just the basic emissions maths, which is, quite confusing because I know I raised it with the Minister, but the approval of Mount Pleasant, Modification 8, the department arrived at the decision conclusion that Mod 8 is consistent with the Net Zero Future Act, but given that Scope 1 emissions from Mod 8 are projected to steadily increase all the way out to financial year 30 in a context where the Net Zero Commission and the New South Wales Department of Climate Change, Energy and Water, Environment, Energy and Water, have advised prior to the approval of Mod 8 that the government is forecasting a 2030 gap that has increased by 3 to 13 megatons of CO2 equivalent since the last modelling run was uploaded on the Net Zero dashboard. I get that there's a pool of maths going on, but how does that simple projection align, and how are we to honestly understand consistency?
So the department obviously works with the EPA when assessing the greenhouse gas emissions and takes advice from the EPA in terms of the application of the large emitters guideline, and as well as with DQ and looking at their modelling. There are different scenarios that are modelled, and my understanding is that the outcome of the assessment of the Mount Pleasant modification indicated that it was consistent with the guidelines.
I feel like it's very circular. It's very difficult. You just have this kind of thing that you say, well, we throw that in, it's all consistent, yet the emissions go up and our targets are further and further away. But anyway, I think I understand what you're saying, but obviously, not that it matters, but I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense. And there's people out there that are not seeing it make sense. Secretary, when considering the coal mine applications, obviously Section 415 requires the department to evaluate the impacts of a project, including the greenhouse gas emissions alongside the economic and social considerations. Again, as you note very clearly in your letter, and I understand that, that coal policy is saying we can keep approving modifications as long as they're subject to rigorous environmental and so on assessment. In regard to social considerations, I've been advised, and we may have discussed this in a previous estimates, but I'm advised that the 40-page social impact assessment guidelines for SSD or state significant projects was revised in March 2025, but it contains no specific reference or specific guidance into or in relation to how the social impacts of climate, the climate impacts on people should be assessed. On the 17th of February 2026, the Executive Director, Operations and Planning, New South Wales, Mr McNamara, advised a community member that, and these were his words, the SIA guideline will be subject of a future review, including to reflect relevant changes in case law and recent planning system reforms. Can you update on where the SIA review or any guidelines, or what your view is and what you can see happening?
Well, my view is that yes, things should be updated so that they are contemporaneous with government policy and with any court findings, and that work is currently underway at the moment.
And is there anything you can say about the guidelines, how they might relate to the social impacts of communities in relation to climate impacts? And obviously I'm talking about climate-induced fires, floods.
No, I absolutely understand what you're talking about. Without trying to not answer your question, I have not seen a draft, so I can't talk to that. But they would be things that I would expect that would be there. We are also required as the department to report on climate risk in our own portfolio as well. So it is work that is, I would say, early but ongoing throughout the department.
And is
there anything you want to add?
Yeah, except for I think that the guidelines were updated, as you said, in March this year, and I think that was essentially taking into account the changes to the Planning Act. And so any further review will... So I'm not aware of any further review, but we can look at that. Yeah, get you an answer.
Thank you. And I'm just curious about whether... So is it your view now that regardless of what the High Court would say about the Mount Pleasant factors, let's call them that, i.e. the court looking at the localised impacts of climate of developments, is it your view at this point that the system as it currently works, namely when the department drafts its assessment report, provides it to the IPC or its own team if it's a mod, or not an IPC application, that the process of evaluation that's undertaken now is rigorous enough to satisfy the Court of Appeal's decision? Is that your view?
So my understanding, so the way that the department looks at those issues, so the impacts of the Scope 3 emissions in the locality, is to look at the Scope 3 emissions of the project and understanding how that contributes in terms of to global emissions as a percentage. And then we use modelling, the New South Wales and Australian Regional Climate Modelling Project, which comes out of DQ, to look at what the impact of that level of increase might have in terms of the climate change impacts in the locality. So it's informed through that DQ modelling and information.
And you think that has that approach been taken since the Court of Appeal decision, or is it the same approach that's been taken before that decision?
That is the approach that's been taken since the Court of Appeal.
Right.
Yes.
And with that, so is it your understanding, therefore, that assessment approach is looking at what is broadly characterised as attribution science, that it's taking an approach to say, well, with this amount of emissions wherever they are, the likely increases to whether it's average global temperatures or etc. Therefore, those impacts, i.e. more frequent fires, more intense floods, that you think that assessment is taking place at that evaluation point?
At that level, yes, that's my understanding. But obviously the Court of Appeals the High Court's reserved its decision, and there may be further, depending on the outcome of that, we'll be looking at it again.
I think Ms Higginson as well, DQ and the EPA as the relevant department and relevant authority would also be providing guidance to us if they thought that we were not undertaking assessment in an appropriate fashion. So that is a safeguard, and so it should be, and we would always consult with and work with our colleagues in other agencies.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the assessment reports are, quite a thing. Can I just ask, Mr. Laposta, are you aware of the Coffs Harbour Jetty project that we were talking about earlier, that the Secretary and the Minister were saying, look, it's really a camper thing because of the Crown lands? Are you aware of that?
Sorry, can I just clarify for you?
Yes.
It's Minister Camper through Property and Development New South Wales, because they are the proponent who have submitted the planning proposal and are in negotiations with the VPA with Council. Crown Lands are a party to that, but they have not been leading that work. So Mr. Laposta would have very little knowledge about the actual development proposal.
Is that the case? Very little. Okay, interesting. Thank you. I hate to do this. This is not... oh no, the other people aren't here. They've gone, all the ones that side. But when we were talking earlier about the synthetic turf issue and the guidelines, you can sigh if you want to, Mr. Barrett. And where you were saying, so the guidelines are issued by the department. What do you consider if any, enforcement mechanisms that you may have if a council is going particularly sideways in relation to those guidelines?
So often, and I'm happy to take that question. There could be a number of reasons why council's synthetic turf installation might not be going well. A number of the ones that we have seen publicly reported relate to matters about the construction method. So those matters are often referred to the EPA for monitoring impacts on local watercourses, sediment and erosion control matters. So the EPA remains the authority for environmental investigations.
Is that your question, Mrs. Higginson, or Ms. Higginson, or is it about whether a council keeps laying down synthetic turf when actually they should be using grass? Is that the question?
Yes, that's more the question.
Ultimately, that's for the good ratepayers and voters of that local government area to determine at the next council election. Somebody could make a complaint to the Minister for Local Government on the grounds potentially of maladministration, but generally councils are the third tier of government and they have responsibility for themselves and they have responsibility to their voters, and that is the point where corrective action would potentially be taken.
And so at that point, do you ever anticipate with the guidelines, do you ever anticipate that there is a role for the department to write to councils, to remind them of their guidelines? Is there a compliance?
I wouldn't say that we have a compliance role in that. However, as anyone who has worked in local government will know, the Office of Local Government is remarkably keen on sending out circulars to councils to remind them of what to do. If we did hear, either directly or just because you see it in the newspaper, that councils seem to have forgotten that these guidelines exist, then absolutely, I would direct the Deputy Secretary of Local Government to issue a circular to remind councils it's there. We do that all the time on a whole range of matters, so that's common practice. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Fishburne, as we discussed, I'll come to you and then you tell me
to the right place.
Who to pass it to. Short-term rental agreements. I understand there was a review into short-term rental accommodation framework that commenced with a series of workshops with stakeholders in early 2024, and I'm just wondering where that review is up to.
Ms. Thomas?
Yes, so I understand that the New South Wales Government is reviewing the short-term rental accommodation framework, and as you said, it commenced in 2024. We're looking at options at the moment, and we're seeking to finalise a review as soon as possible, but I don't have a time frame for when that will be occurring.
So does that sits with planning or housing, that review?
So it is a policy that is owned by planning and implemented through planning, but we obviously consult with other parts of government who have an interest in that as well.
So who's got the pen on the review?
So my understanding is that at the moment it is still under consideration. So there is no pen. There is work occurring within government on it, but it is not in a position to be finalised.
So beyond the stakeholder workshops, what work has happened?
Look, I think I'll have to take that on notice, as you'll appreciate. Nothing since I've been in this role that I am aware of, but we can take that on notice.
There's joint work occurring across our department and with the Minister for Housing, obviously, as you referred to, Mr. Barrett. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I just wonder, how big is the team? And I appreciate Ms. Thomas, you will need to take this on notice. But how big is the team that is working on that? Is there a priority that we're giving that, or worst case scenario deadline when that might be delivered?
Yeah. Councils also have the opportunity to undertake their own STRA work as well, so we would always encourage them to look at their own policy settings should they wish to.
Okay, thank you. I want to revisit the North Tuncurry planning project. Does that sit with you, Mr. Windler?
It sits with me, yes, that's right.
So, I didn't get much from the Minister early on, but I think it was rezoned in 2023. But it doesn't seem to have moved far since then, with the DA not lodged, not expected to be lodged until next year. Is that correct?
So just to provide some context, so that is a project for about 2,100 new homes on the New South Wales mid-north coast. And you're correct, the planning proposal that we lodged was approved in February 2023. And we had to go through a biodiversity approval process, which is still ongoing. So we received the approval from the New South Wales Minister for Environment on the 15th of August 2025. So that the Minister signed the biodiversity approval for that project, but now we have to do the same with the Commonwealth Government. So we have started that process, and we're currently engaging with the Commonwealth Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water to obtain the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act approval.
And is this a step-by-step thing? It has to be approved by the State Minister, yes. Then it goes to the Federal Minister?
That is right. So that is what we needed to do, and so that's the process we're going through at the moment.
So it's been with them, it's been with the Federal Government now for 12 months. In your experience, is that the normal amount of time that these things take?
I don't think that there is really a normal amount of time. This is a very complex project. So this project has been... we have been working on it for many, many years. There are a number of very complex issues in regard of biodiversity, so that's why, as well, we needed to, it took a while to go as well through the state process. So that's something that we're pushing.
So the state process itself took 12 bit more months, is that right?
Yeah, so the process, so it was approved in 23 and we got the approval in 25, so it was around 2 years. Yes.
2 years, okay. Have they given you any explanation or timeline as to when this might be completed?
We don't have any timeline, but we are in active discussions, so there's a back and forth about issues that need to be resolved.
Have you got any other examples of sort of Landcom-led rezoning that's taking 4 years to progress from DA to development? Sorry, from rezoning to DA lodgement?
Not at the top of my head. I think this is really a project that is, as I said, has been quite complex, and there are quite complex stakeholder issues with this project. But every project that we do is different, so it's very hard to take timelines and kind of say this is normal, that is not normal. But as I said, the important bit here is that the planning proposal was accepted. It is rezoned. We just have to go through these issues.
Do you have a process within Landcom that sort of says, this one now needs a bit more attention, let's lift it up the priority list?
Yes, you could say that. Like there is definitely an engagement as well, personal engagement for myself.
Okay, so you're watching this one and hoping sometime soon?
That's definitely something that we're pushing very hard. That's right.
But we need to lean on the feds.
Because it is, yes, it's, as I mentioned, 2,100 homes, 20% affordable housing, so that's something that we're really pushing.
Great, thank you. Mobile connectivity, mainly around the workers' camps is what I'm thinking here. What consideration does connectivity receive before giving approval to various projects? And the example that I'm thinking of here is out near Rothery there, where there's a temporary workforce of 1,200 people. I just wonder what consideration is given to what impact that will have on the local connectivity in that area. Is there any checks or modelling we do from a planning perspective before these projects are approved?
Look, I think I'll have to take that on notice. That's not an issue that I have seen before as an assessment issue. That's not to say the team doesn't look at that or it's not a requirement of our environmental assessment requirements, but it's not something I've come across. So
it hasn't been raised with me either when I've been speaking to councils, but it's an interesting question, and I'm quite curious to know the answer. So we'll find out for you.
Yeah.
And I guess sort of as you're looking at that, if that's okay, Ms. Thomas, not just that individual project, but again the cumulative impact of increase of these workers' camps. Ms. Fishburn, I think this was suggested to bring up with you, and I think the Minister kind of explained the Narrow Neck Road situation.
Yep.
So it seems there was a new criteria set since that was approved. Is that my understanding?
No, for clarification, bushfire, flooding and biodiversity have always been considerations, but there's no no-go in the HDA other than that it has to be housing. So that's the one thing that it absolutely has to be. All of the other aspects are there for discussion and consideration. So it would not be uncommon when we get a briefing from the relevant staff for them to say, look, there is some flood affected land on this particular parcel, but that can be managed out through the merit assessment. It's not really high flood. Or likewise, while bushfire is a consideration, we would be looking at that through the merit assessment process itself. So nothing is absolutely ruled in or out, but it is a consideration and it does get looked at. Without digging back through the memories of my mind, because we have seen over 1,400 of these HDAs, we would certainly discuss those things. Do we think this is something that can be handled through the merit assessment or can be part of the consideration of the merit assessment? As it turned out, and this is absolutely, despite what people have said, a pure coincidence, the RFS work happened quite soon afterwards. That would indicate that they had also thought that as well. So those type of discussions kind of spoke to each other, even though none of us had spoken to the RFS, and likewise the RFS had not spoken to the HDA. It has ended up that way.
Okay, so the criteria that I'm looking at, I think I just did say it's from May 2026. So at the time that original one was approved, there was nothing abnormal, not normal about a project being approved despite being located on fire-prone land.
Yeah, yes, because, I mean, there are multiple instances where that might occur. If you go back through some of the records, there will be times where you'll see comments about reducing scale because of particular aspects. Usually it's the flight paths, but reducing scale because of biodiversity, managing out flooding issues or other environmental affectations during the merit assessment process. That's the right place for it to happen.
So now with this new criteria, from, as I say, from May this year,
yep,
if an area is mapped as fire-prone land, can it go through the HDA?
It can, but we would make sure that we had a discussion about it during the HDA meeting and that we sought departmental advice on it as well. So it would be a flag that the HDA panel members would want to look at, but it doesn't automatically exclude something. What I would say as well is that one of the things, and this will come up in the records that you will hear, is that there will be times where, and it's always me who does the recording afterwards to say why something hasn't been recommended, when there is complex matters that are our environmental constraints. Often it doesn't mean the land can't be developed full stop, but we wouldn't be able to do it in the 275 days of the HDA. So that is also an important consideration, because you can mitigate against pretty much everything given time, willingness and money, but we can't approve it within 25 days. So that's a constraint as well.
Okay.
275 days, sorry.
You said
Staff
there...
just had a moment of panic then. My apologies, HDA team.
I think you understood you would consider relevant advice.
Yes.
Does that include advice from the Bushfire Management Committee, RFS, Fire and Rescue?
That occurs at the merit assessment stage, but the department's strategic planners will look at everything in context and provide us advice about what is surrounding development, how contemporary the controls are, whether it seems likely that something can be managed out through the merit assessment process. So we bring in all of those factors, but as the Minister said very clearly, everything goes through a merit assessment, and if they're unable to manage those constraints, well, then that becomes part of the determination consideration.
Okay, great, thank you. It's amazing where we can get when just answer the questions, which you are all doing very well.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
Denman to Sandy Hollow Pipeline Project. Again, does anyone have any oversight over that?
Yeah, Ms. Gibson got some information for you in the break.
Great.
Yep.
So, asked some of my teams who look after infrastructure planning. They are aware of the need for this piece of infrastructure as part of the urban development program. So as part of us looking at where housing supply might be happening in the Muswellbrook LGA and what would be needed to support that housing, the item has come up. We also are aware that the matter's been raised with the Minister for Water about that water infrastructure. So there's some of the representations that we're aware of that have been made. It might also be a really good time to remind all the councils out there that are thinking about their infrastructure delivery that we have a program open at the moment called the Low Cost Loans Initiative, where they could make an application for us to consider how we could support the co-payment of their loans that they might need to take to deliver infrastructure like a pipeline.
So, sorry, is the suggestion at this point that Muswellbrook Council should be looking at a loan to fill this shortfall?
I would be suggesting to all councils that are looking at their infrastructure servicing and how they might be looking at delivering that infrastructure, where they might be taking loans to help them forward fund that infrastructure, to make look at the guidelines and consider making an application.
You touched earlier that you were the need for the project. Can you expand more on that? The need for this project, what will that deliver for Muswellbrook Council?
So it's part of looking at the housing areas in Muswellbrook and their planned areas, including in and around Muswellbrook West, Muswellbrook South, the areas at Denman and Sandy Hollow where there are some new homes and new release areas being planned. The connection to provide potable water there is something that Council has identified, and we've recorded it in the urban development program.
Are you aware of sort of any particular housing developments or particularly any industrial developments that are sort of hanging on this pipeline, or which the pipeline would make them more viable or more favourable?
I don't have the level of detail in front of me at the moment, but I'm happy to provide on notice in a written response to that question what we do know about that.
I know the council is quite ambitious in developing some new housing fronts, and I suspect there is a nexus. Ms Gibson and I were saying in the break we'd be most happy as well to go and speak directly with council and find out more.
Okay, thank you. Back to the New England transmission project, and we talked about the disengagement from a lot of landowners up in that area with Energy Co and with other organisations as well. Have we seen that sort of level of disengagement, particularly input for EIS in the past?
So I don't have details in relation to that, but I assume you're talking about the manner of the surveys that are required to be done and the landowners not providing access.
That's right. If landowners are not providing access to do EIS, then the information in that EIS is going to be well short of its required veracity, I would have thought.
I can't talk to specific examples, but I do know that the biodiversity assessment method, which is the method under which biodiversity impacts are assessed, does have some different ways those assessments can occur, and there is an assumed presence approach which looks at like it's a particularly conservative assessment of the biodiversity impact, but it takes into account where particular surveys might not be able to be done because of the time of year or other constraints, or for example if people are not able to have access to the land. But that is obviously something that is a matter for the proponent, but I'm aware that there is a sort of approach to assessment that sort of that would enable an assessment to be done without having access.
And have you encountered these challenges before?
Not personally, but I do, as I said, there may be various reasons why particular assessments cannot be undertaken, which is why the assessment methodology provides for a range of
it's not entirely unusual. We've had times when we've gone in, and if I think about the work we've been doing in Central Coast, some landowners have refused access to their land for us to undertake biodiversity assessments for a variety of reasons, and that's absolutely their right. But that is the reason we have other methodology, because this can occur. Yep, so it's not unique to this particular project.
Would it also be fair to say it's not preferable to have that absence of information?
So I think, as I said, we assess, or the requirement to assess is under the biodiversity assessment method that is run by DECU, and it is set out in the Biodiversity Conservation Act. We take advice from them in relation to it, and it is put forward as an assessment method that is available. And so, as I said, it provides more conservative assumptions around impact, so it may not be... It takes a different approach, I guess, in assessing what the biodiversity impact might be, as opposed to if you are able to go on site, but it is still part of the assessment method that is the standard that we ask that is set by DECU.
Okay. Thank you. The changes to the IPC process that have now got that 75 days, I'm just wondering where 75 came from.
Sorry, no, you're conflating two things that are different.
Oh, sorry, I'm moving on from that last
Yeah,
one.
no, but you're still conflating two things that are different. So the changes to the IPC thresholds, and Ms Thomas is just getting her numbers, in relation to how many unique submissions would push a data centre or a renewables application into the IPC. The 75 days is in the data centre guidelines and says if you meet these standards in these guidelines, then we will aim towards 75 days in government hands. And I just want to stress the government hands because the end-to-end time for assessment may be significantly longer than that, but that's in the proponent's hands. So they will be preparing their response to submissions, a response to any request for information. So the 75 days is how long it sits in my department, and that's our target that we've set based on how quickly and efficiently we can undertake an assessment for a quality data centres application. So the 75 days only applies to those who are able to meet the very high standards.
Okay, thank you. And
does that give you clarity there?
And I appreciate
Sorry, I knew what you were asking, and it's like you were literally asking us two different questions in the one thing. So I thought I'd answer both.
I appreciate the way you put it together. So the 75 days, that's a target. You went, how long is it going to actually take, and worked it out. It wasn't a let's shoot for 75?
No, it's based on the time it has taken us for applications that are of a high quality standard.
Yeah, so it's a sort of assumed that if you're complying with the guidelines, you take a lot of the complexity out of the assessment because you have met the standards and the environmental standards that are required.
Okay. Now, then I think I'm right in saying the triggers to send stuff to the IPC, where it's changed now from 50 submissions to 100 submissions. What does your modelling tell you about the amount of projects that now won't go to the IPC that would have done previously?
We're still working through to get you that information. We took it on notice before. So we'll get that back to you.
Rightio. When things get to the IPC, have you got any records of how many get approved through that process and how many get rejected?
We can get those
just data centres or anything that goes through the IPC?
I was going to ask if you had any sort of breakdowns of the different classes that you have without me asking.
It's all on the public record. I just don't have it on hand unless you do, Ms Thomas, but we can get it for you. Every determination made by the IPC is made public.
Okay, and that would include sort of whether they've gone back for modifications and hit again? I'm guessing the bulk of them go back modifications and come through the process again?
Yes or no? I mean, I can recall a development application that was rejected by the IPC that I don't think has returned to the department. So it'll be different case to case. But let us get you some data. Can I just ask over how many years? Because that would... Two? Yep. Fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary, I was told by a minister in Parliament, I think. It was a question, and it might have actually been partly in budget estimates, actually, at the beginning, about a koala SEP. I think I was told that there is no work to progress a koala state environmental planning policy, and I'm just curious, whether that is correct, and if so, what will the approach be? Are we just going to carry on business as usual and not progress any koala-specific planning levers in the system beyond what we've currently got?
Okay. So we do have existing controls, as you're aware, Ms Higginson, and going back into history, they were, very well ventilated at the time, and they have been being used for a number of years. At present, unless there's some work that I'm not aware of, the arrangements remain in place and we continue to exist under those arrangements.
That's correct. I understand that there's actions outlined in the New South Wales Plan for Nature indicated some changes, and that is something that we're talking to our DQ colleagues in relation to, but at this stage it's not imminent.
And is it your understanding that there won't be, that DQ aren't preparing or planning a koala strategy?
I can't answer for DQ. It's
no, I'm not
my
asking you
department.
to answer. I'm just wondering, have you been asking the questions or communicating, given so many developments destroy koala habitat, and other than the current settings?
So, as Ms Thomas said, we're aware of what is in their nature policy, but the questions for their thinking around that, it is a matter for them. We work
And
under
so
the
what
current
is
controls.
what are you being advised at the moment in terms of so the plan for nature said that there would be a nature strategy. The minister is saying that strategy is coming. What's your understanding in terms of your feed in, or when you will be feeding into or receiving the nature strategy work in New South Wales?
I don't want to speak for DQ, but we will be consulted like we would for any other strategic policy development as it's worked through. But in relation to timing and content, that's not for me to provide advice on.
So there's no current official consultation stream happening? There's no working group or anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. And so so with the koala SEP, obviously it was always the Department of Planning who led the work on the koala SEP since the 90s. And as you say, it was very, very well vented back when it was. But the fact then was the really good koala SEP was what I would call a good koala SEP, and that's not hard to imagine, was put to a side, and then we ended up with the one. We didn't get the Rob Stokes Rolls Royce that he was, wrong term for koalas, I realise. We didn't get the big leafy ecosystem for koalas that Rob Stokes put on the table. We got what we got. It's your understanding that we will continue with what we've got, and the only change we'll get is if the nature strategy changes that.
Look, you're kind of asking me for a hypothetical. I can tell you what we use today, but government may choose to make other decisions, and if they choose to make other decisions, we will respond to those decisions. As you know as well, even within the existing controls, there's always nuance. If I think about the work that was done with the chief scientist around Appin, that was really looking for best practice as well. So we do care about koalas in the department. I feel ridiculous saying that, of course, everyone cares about koalas. And we do work within the controls that we are given. So I can't answer what might happen tomorrow, and an announcement might be made and we may change the way we undertake our work.
Thank you.
And that wasn't preempting an announcement, because it's not my announcement to make.
No, I understand. Thank you. There was a development in Katoomba that the HDA determined would be an SSD. It was referred to as the Narrow Neck Road. Yep. Yeah. Is there any update on that? I know that the local member... Oh, I might have missed something.
Yeah, we answered some questions from Mr Barrett about that, but in relation to the update in terms of timing, and we did answer some questions earlier, didn't we? They're up to response to submissions.
They are. So it was publicly exhibited in April and May this year, and we're awaiting the response to submissions from the applicant.
Okay, thank you. And at that point, at this point, the department is aware of the opposition to that project, I'm assuming, with the mayor, the local member and everybody. And
they have made their opinions firmly known.
And it did receive 735 objections as well.
Right. And is one of the primary objections around, or concerns about, the high fire risk in the area? Is that the department's understanding?
So I do understand that is one of many issues that have been raised, yes.
Thank you. Is there any update, as far as you're aware, Secretary, on something I've raised a couple of times, which is the Link Road? The possible, I can see Ms Gibson is,
I would call it Eden
Ms Gibson's,
Estates.
yeah, sorry, we refer to it as Eden Estates. Which
Eden
is
Estates.
State-led rezoning.
So I think we've spoken before, Ms Higginson, about the state rezoning.
Yes, I was just looking for an update if there is any, if there's been any progress. I can tell you I went there and I travelled through that incredible bushland and even rode a push bike all the way through. It's such an incredible place.
I'm making plans to go and do the same myself at the next month.
Great.
So the technical studies for that rezoning are still underway, as we've spoken about before. There's very significant biodiversity on that site, but it is a very large site, over 500 hectares, and we really want to explore if a portion of the site, and I'm not saying all 500 hectares, I think probably quite a small portion of the 500 hectares might be suitable for urban development. Now, that's been in strategies for a number of years to investigate the area in Lake Macquarie and Newcastle Council there for urban development, as well as achieving a conservation outcome to secure connected biodiversity corridor. I am going to go and have a look at the site, and we're having ongoing discussions with council about a number of the issues on the site: infrastructure servicing, community infrastructure, and how that might be funded and delivered, as well as how the existing transport connections and transport infrastructure in that area operate, and how that might change, potentially for the better, if there's some additional infrastructure delivered through a rezoning of this site. So it's a difficult local issue, and because it crosses two local government area boundaries, makes a lot of sense for it to be state-led rezoning work so that we can bring all those parties together. I don't foresee us exhibiting a rezoning proposal before 2027.
Thank you. Is it ever the case where, do you know off the top of your head if ever there is a case where with a rezoning proposal the department would ever actually say the highest and best use for this whole 500 hectares would be conservation, would be. Does that ever happen, or to your knowledge, or is it always let's see what we can do and we'll have a smaller conservation outcome?
Well, I think in most situations where we are proceeding and the land is rezoned, because in not every situation do we proceed and finalise a rezoning. There are a number of situations where after technical studies there's a decision not to rezone the land, or there's a decision to change the nature of the rezoning. So we are doing a number of those at the moment in Western Sydney where because of flood risk, we've identified a smaller portion or a more suitable portion of the site for some residential or some industrial development as a result. So by commencing a rezoning, it's no guarantee that the zoning is completed, because the technical studies might determine that it's not the right proposal for the site. Also, a rezoning can be quite positive in securing biodiversity outcomes, which might not be secured in perpetuity or secured to manage the land use so that it's is focused on the objectives of biodiversity conservation or conservation outcomes, rather than a rural zone, which can be a bit more open. And
are you aware of at all? Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Are you aware at all of a report that, and I can't recall the report name, but the Nature Conservation Council prepared a report, and it relates to the Hunter transmission line, and it talks about because these big nature destructive projects that are arguably very necessary for the energy transition, and the government is rolling this out as quick as it can, that the report identifies some of the lessening trust that members of the local community are feeling about the need to destroy nature to roll out the renewable energy transition, and that as part of the requirement of that project, some of the areas of land in that local region that could be protected for biodiversity outcomes. And I put this to Mr. Lean, the Secretary. He committed to looking at that report, because obviously they have a big offsets requirement that they have to undertake. But of course, all of that comes under your approval ultimately. the Nature Conservation Council's report identifies 13 parcels of public and Crown land in that region, and they're questioning why we would only look at securing conservation outcomes on private land to reasonably execute the offsets and nature components of that. I'm just wondering if you would be willing to have a look at the Nature Conservation Council's report, which I think it almost looks like, Ms Gibson, you're already Googling things.
Yeah.
And
I am, because I'm not familiar with it, but I can understand how that might relate to some of the rezoning work that we are doing.
Yeah,
so
it's one of those where when I first saw that report, I just thought, wow, this is where community can really, really do great work. And the fear that sometimes our incredibly good agencies might not hear it or see it. And Mr. Lean has committed to looking at it.
I'm more than happy to for the department to have a look at it, and I'll ask my team to give a report back to myself and my deputy secretaries. Any opportunity to greater utilise Crown lands will of course be music to Mr. Laposta's ears.
Mr. Laposta is nodding, and it's the first time today he's been nodding profusely.
Yeah, well, he's not allowed to answer questions about Crown lands in his portfolio, but I know he will be excited about it.
Because I do know these incredible people come to the building, they go and they're trying to put their reports in places where they can maximise the vision, the view of those reports, but they sometimes just don't get seen in the right places. But so Link Road was one of those sites identified, and there's a bunch of other really, really important lands that, without being critical of the current land managers, they're possibly not being managed to their highest conservation return and value and recovery and regeneration, but they've linked it specifically with the Hunter Transmission Project. Thank you. I'm very grateful for that. One of the I raised earlier with the Minister briefly about the lack of details from the HDA minutes, and I'm not, I understand this is iterative, it's new, and yes, the merit assessment happens later, but I'm just curious about the there was concern about the Narrow Neck Road development and the reason for the pathway and the decision of the HDA taking the particular course that suggesting the particular cause that the development progress. There was genuine concern amongst the community that they couldn't see and understand why that had all happened, including from the mayor and the councillors and so forth. I was just going to suggest that I think that is a case study, that there is potential to look at that and understand where that criticism is coming from, how we can better improve transparency possibly around the reasons for that. It may be, as you say, it may be there isn't more you can do, but I do think that was one of the ones that was front of our minds.
Yep. So, Ms Higginson, if I can say, interestingly, I've not been accused of not providing enough information on ones who have got through. It's been the ones that have not got through the system that we've been asked as the HDA panel to provide some more information, and you will know from the read through that I always try to provide some context for the development community. You are absolutely right, it is iterative, and that's actually been a really useful exercise because developers have a bit more understanding. Look, just don't submit this, it's very unlikely to get through because it looks exactly like the one that didn't get through a month ago. I will take away and commit to having a discussion with the fellow HDA panel members about whether that, it's really just a sentence or two, but whether that might be something to add to the ones that have got through.
Thank you.
Generally, though, the answer will be this is very well located and therefore meets the SSD criteria, because we're not there to undertake a merit assessment. We're there to look at those particular criteria.
I suppose it's also about, I think people are trying to understand that we've developed the HDA to kind of really, really look at how we can leverage efficiencies in the system. And it doesn't take long, does it? You can sit in this estimates and all of a sudden all your planning law language starts seeping back in. But I think it's this, for example, the Narrow Neck Road one, it's got all these short-term rental and some apartments, and it's kind of, how does that fit into the vision and the scope? I think there is always well located, but there's also the character. How is this character in this particular place? And I think that it's almost like the kind of public interest of how this is meeting current policy objectives. And I think that's the sort of information people are always hungry for. Like, what is your thinking? Because they can see the track, they can see what you've thought, but what were the thoughts to get there? I think that's all it really is.
Happy to discuss with my colleagues.
Thank you. I'm curious about, I'm just curious about how the department is working, if at all, with the Reconstruction Authority in terms of any development approvals or pathways. For example, is obviously the Reconstruction Authority has more planning powers than you could poke a stick at.
I believe they have more planning powers than I do.
Absolutely, they've got the lot. I know when we were passing the legislation originally, jaws were dropping and concerns. And obviously I sit on the Reconstruction Oversight Joint Parliamentary Committee, so I get to see things a little bit. But I'm just curious about, whether the department has had any preliminary conversations, any advanced conversations, any applications or inquiries regarding the Wombrel seawall.
Okay, so just as a general statement, I'm just looking to see who's got Wombrel on them.
So Wombrel is with Ms.
Thomas.
Yes.
As a general statement, we obviously work very closely with the Recon Authority. They, feel like a sister agency within the department. That includes regular meetings with the CEO of the Recon Authority, to which that's myself, Ms Gibson, and usually the Deputy Secretary of Local Government as well. We act as the throughput for grants through the Recon Authority too, and we provide technical advice to them on undertaking planning matters, and we've done that right from the start. It is a fine balance. They have their powers for a reason, and it is not for the Department of Planning to try and overrule those powers. So we are quite cautious, but I would say absolutely to the great quality of the Recon Authority, equally they are cautious as well, and they will regularly consult with us. Yeah. In relation to Wombrel, if you've got further details there, Ms Thomas.
So I think there's two issues that my team may have been involved in. So I understand the Wombrel, the Hunter Central Coast Regional Planning Panel refused development applications for the seawall in June this year. Yeah. But in addition, I understand that the Reconstruction Authority has established a working group in relation to the Wombrel seawall, and I think I have the sort of coastal and hazards policy area of the department sits within my remit, and I think there's a representative from my team on that. But at this stage, there's no sort of recommendations or public work of that. It's just happening.
RA would be able to give further detail.
But maybe a little closer to home, Ms Higginson, in the Northern Rivers area. The Reconstruction Authority have asked for a little help from their friends and about a number of locations where planning control changes might be the best way forward. So in relation to areas where homes might be being relocated from or to, and how their planning powers might work for them to rezone land and what might be done there. So we've offered them a bit of help in the processes that we undertake when we do a rezoning, outlining the guidelines that we have developed so that we can do that work and plan making directions.
I'll keep rolling and then I'll throw to you at the end. Is that okay? Thank you. Please carry on.
The last part is that they haven't formally requested any particular delegation or any particular requirement there, but we remain ready to help them if that's needed.
In terms of that Lismore area, and has there been discussions, to your knowledge at this point, about those, so all of those areas where the Recons purchase the land and the homes, are they looking at how best they can future kind of enliven, enact, or however that works, all of those lands that they've purchased.
Yeah,
'Cause-
that's right. For their 2 programs, one of which I know is the Resilient Land program. I think the other one's the Buyback program. If I've got those names correct.
It's Resilient Homes and Resilient Lands,
Lands.
is their 2 stream programs. Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
there are planning control changes potentially needed for both of
For both,
those.
mm.
So
Has there been any? Some people in the community in the Northern Rivers are suggesting that. Pains me to say this, but suggesting that some of those flood-prone lands would be appropriate for more industrial zoning. Has that come up as a matter of consideration or advice by the RA with you at this point?
So we've had a number of what I would describe as more workshop discussions with the Reconstruction Authority about areas and what might be land uses that are compatible with a flood hazard and that might be compatible with council or regional plans for economic development, open space needs, infrastructure.
Thank you. Where would I find? Sorry, I'm just looking at the clock. Tick, tick, tick. Where would I, in terms of what you would advise for those highly flood-prone lands, do you have a kind of suite of advice that you would say, look, these are the sort of developments permissible in those areas, suitable? Is that something that there's a place that you would look to?
There are some really important and long-standing guidelines in New South Wales, the Floodplain Development Manual being the first of those, which goes through some detail like that. And I know they're very instructive to councils and other planning authorities to look at those when they are making long-term strategic plans and when they're assessing applications and also preparing their floodplain risk management plans.
Yeah. And of course there's the disaster adaptation plans that are all coming on now and all of that. You have 2.5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This might not take that long, but I'm just interested, when it comes to designated parking that you need for developments, what is the outcome we're trying to seek there? And is the outcome that when I go to that location or that event that I can find a park? Or is it that most people can find a park at that event or that location or that building?
I feel like I might need a bit more explanation. Are you talking about like a festival event, or are you talking about going to the shopping
If someone
centre?
goes to Moore Park, for instance, for an event, or is it...
Well, I was thinking myself, if you're approving a housing development, a block of flats or whatever that might be, I presume that part of that is an assessment of how much parking is available and how much that development needs to make available. So then is the outcome of that there is now enough parks for everyone, so that when you arrive at that location, either to visit someone in that place or to go shopping in that area, that you can find a park?
Council set the parking controls generally through their DCPs, so we assess against what council believes is suitable provision, and that's going to be very different if you live in Redfern, for instance, like me, and you can catch the train, than if you live in a part of Sydney that isn't as well serviced by public transport. So each council tends to have a different consideration. Then there are precinct-based considerations around parking, and that would be done almost always by local government, unless it was a new precinct, for example, Bays West. When we do that, parking will be a consideration in that. Probably very little parking will be a consideration in that, but generally councils control parking destiny in their local area.
And so I'm thinking of a couple of specific examples. For instance, a sporting venue in a regional community. I'm not talking to host the Sydney Thunder, I'm saying just for kids' sport on a Saturday. How many parks are meant to be available for that? And I guess the other side of it would be, as people look at sort of medium density in some of our regional communities, how much parking is required in those areas?
So we would get guidance from Transport for New South Wales in relation to things like sporting precincts, around what parking they think should be provisioned there. They will take into consideration, what public transport services versus what isn't and what it's going to be used for. In relation to regional communities, again, we would be looking towards local government to guide us on what they think is the parking that will be required, but then that becomes a consideration if there is an SSD assessment.
And do you know what the outcome, I guess my initial question, what is the outcome that they are trying to find? That everyone that rocks up at that event, and maybe you don't know this, but quite possibly, everyone that rocks up at that event can find a park, or is it just a numbers based thing?
That's really a question for transport, because they would have different considerations depending on the amount of public transport that was available. But a general principle is to try and encourage people onto public transport where possible. But you'd have to ask transport what their metrics are and how they apply them in different areas.
Thank you.
Right, we now break for 15 minutes and return at 3:45. Thank you.
Mr. Barrett.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
Okay, over to the opposition. I think we'll make this the last round of questioning, and we'll finish up after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's able to help me with industrial lands?
Rezoning or the industrial lands policy?
Statewide policy.
Ms. Gibson.
Okay, Ms. Gibson. The statewide policy for industrial lands, your department's outcomes report says 174 submissions were received. But we can only see 123 on the website. Is there a reason, are you aware of any reason where the other submissions may have gone?
I don't know, but I'm really happy to have a look and check on that and get back to you on that detail.
Same with councils. We saw 60, reported 60 local government submissions were received, only 38 have been published. I'm not sure if some were confidential or they just haven't been uploaded or...
No, it could... I don't want to speculate. The plan was only released very recently, so there could be something that is happening as they are being uploaded over a period of time.
Yeah.
But how about I find out for certain and we'll provide you with that detail.
Great, thank you. No, that would be good. The policy expands industrial land categorisation to include waste facilities, is that right?
Yeah, so the significance of those as areas that provide a service statewide or of state significance is the reason why they've been included.
Does that include Malabar wastewater treatment plant?
I don't have that detail in front of me, so let me check. I do have part of the answer to the number of submissions.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Part of the answer is that some submissions, it's one document, but it includes a couple of things.
Right.
So a submission might include the council response as well as some industrial land categorisation, or a submission on industrial land might include sites in different parts of Sydney, so they've been considered as separate requests,
right,
but in one document.
Okay, that makes sense then.
It's a good pick-up, Mr. Rath, because we want to be as transparent as possible, so I'll ask comms to look at how we can make that clear on the website, that you should be looking at different points. Yep.
Yeah, no, it was just a bit confusing.
I totally get it, and it's not intentional. It's exactly as Ms. Gibson described, but I'm sure we can sharpen the way we put information out.
And the waste facilities, just to draw the distinction between waste garbage and a wastewater.
Sure.
So Malabar is wastewater is not included.
Not included.
But the waste garbage facilities are like Lucas Heights.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thanks for that. This is probably also to you, Ms. Gibson, on the local developer contributions. Is the Auditor General looked at, and I know there's quite a lot of money that some councils are sitting on.
Yeah.
Has the department done any work in terms of looking at why some of those councils are sitting on such a significant amount of funds? Are they saying to you that it's difficult for them to actually spend that money? I mean, some don't have much, but some are sitting on significant cash reserves, and we obviously don't want councils sitting on it. We want them investing it in, supporting infrastructure. But are they communicating to the department at all about, maybe the rules are too prescriptive, or they're finding it difficult to invest for some reason?
Yeah, so you're right about there being a range of different situations for councils. And one of the things the Minister mentioned earlier today is the statement of expectations, which is a direction that he gives to councils. When he issued his statement of expectations to commence in July this year, it included a requirement that councils should be spending 20% of their local development contributions annually as a rolling average over 5 years, as part of the expectation setting around contributions.
So 20% each year for
Yeah.
5 years.
Yeah. We know of some councils that might have 22 separate contribution plans,
Right.
half of which might not have been reviewed in 10 years.
Right.
That's not really good practice, and so we want to understand the reasons for that. We know that when we talk with other councils holding large balances, that they are holding it to deliver a particular piece of infrastructure or planning to make a land acquisition. So, that can often be a very significant portion of council's contributions are held to make land acquisition for sports fields or roads or stormwater drainage.
So they're
And
waiting for the money to build up. Is that
is
before they
often what
spend
they
it?
are doing. Yeah, that's right. But we'll continue to keep engaging with councils and looking at the guidance that we have in the contribution scheme provisions in the Act, as well as the ministerial directions.
And how much flexibility do they have in terms of how it's spent, or is it almost entirely hypothecated for certain sort of projects?
It varies by the type of plan that council has prepared and when that plan was prepared, and that the and there's quite a lot of different circumstances, so it's perhaps easy to talk about specifics rather than generalities in some contribution planning spaces.
Thank you. I'm not sure who this is to, but maybe through you, Ms. Fishburne, the $900 million new homes bonus from the federal government, saying that New South Wales could get up to that amount. Is New South Wales expected to get any of that, or are we not expecting any?
That would be a question for the Cabinet Office, who are leading those conversations with the Commonwealth.
Right. Thank you. And the Sydney plan...
That's Ms Gibson.
Okay, Ms Gibson, back to you. The 800,000 figure by 2046, how was that determined? How did that come to be?
Yeah, what I think you're referring to is the detail in the plan that talks about 800,000 new homes in Sydney by 2046 to meet population growth, to help close the housing shortfall that's built up over many years and maintain a buffer to accommodate some of the uncertainty that happens over a long period of time because of migration change or household formations or just market cycles. So it's a long-term requirement. It's not 4 lots of 5-year housing targets added together. It's taking a longer look, and it does that to be able to look a bit ahead and to look through some ups and downs in the housing cycle. We have, and the Minister outlined a lot of the reasons for it today and the detail about it today, a backlog in housing supply. We've got quite an undersupply of homes. The 377 target is a real stretch to help us work and really strive to catch up on that gap. So we want to keep doing that and set this 800 home goal to 2046 to help us keep completing the housing task. We know it won't finish on the 1st of July 2029.
Right, thank you. And are you best to answer questions on Cherrybrook as well?
Yes.
Yeah. So back in 2022, there was a plan for 3,200 homes. The new plan is for 10,000 homes. What was the rationale for such a large increase? Is it because of the metro being delivered, or is it how did that 10,000 figure come into being?
Yeah, so the metro and metros along the northwest line have all been under investigation for housing development and the size of that housing area, the walking catchment, the local catchment around those metro stations have been investigated. The 10,000 homes is very consistent with the size and scale of other housing precincts around metros. I think that is a reasonable comparison to other metro locations. And it has been very well investigated over a long period of time about the infrastructure that's available, the size and ownership patterns of lots and how they might be able to redevelop, kind of where they're ready in a redevelopment cycle. Also about how much open space and making sure that some threatened environmental communities could be held in conservation in that area. So all of those outcomes achieved in the rezoning plan that was finalised 3 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Thank you. I might hand over to my colleague, Rachel.
Thank you very much. Just questions around state significant development. Am I thinking that?
It will be Ms Thomas if it's specific state significant
Thank you.
developments. Yep.
Thank you, Ms Thomas. Just wanting to confirm details relating to the Brookvale state significant development concerning 145 and 123 Old Pittwater Road, Brookvale, which is described as a redevelopment comprising of up to 8 development blocks with building heights ranging up to 39 towers. The proposal has been described as accommodating 1,500 to 1,600 apartments dwellings. Just confirming that is correct in terms of relevant to that development site.
Look, I don't have the details of that one, but that's something that I can get an answer for you and come back to you.
Okay. Ms Thomas, pertaining to state significant development, can a residential development be declared state significant where you have a local residence and, in this instance, the Northern Beaches Council opposing it?
It can be declared SSD. So the criteria is published that the HDA considers in recommending to the Minister whether or not to declare a project to be state significant development. I think probably the more pertinent issue is whether once the development application comes forward for that, whether it, what the outcome of that is, and that is obviously a merit assessment that the department undertakes. There's community consultation. We talk to the council. We understand the council's views. We, work through, ask for some response to submissions from the proponent in relation to issues raised by the community and work through those issues in assessing it.
So, Ms Thomas, just to confirm that state significant development can be given to an application or a project in the event that you've got, opposition from local residents and the local council.
A declaration of state significant development can be made, whether there is that or whatever the circumstances, that is not relevant to the declaration.
Thanks. Ms Thomas, what specific statutory test, if there is one, requires the department or the housing authority to establish that existing infrastructure is adequate before an SSD housing project is approved or determined?
So in terms of a merit assessment?
The test on infrastructure capacity.
So that is a merit assessment issue. So when a development application is made, we will take advice from relevant parts of government who can give us advice about the infrastructure capacity. There's obviously people within DeFi and other parts of government who can provide advice in relation to that. Sure. So it's not a strict test, it's a matter to be considered in the merit assessment of the proposal.
Thank you. And Ms Thomas, in light of the site that we're speaking of here, we've got, inadequate existing roads and public transport are already inadequate. Given the Northern Beaches is principally serviced by buses, ferries, no heavy rail, no metro connection. Residents are already experiencing, unreliable and significant congestion. can you provide me with the evidence, the research, the documents that you refer to as the merit?
So I've just got some information about that particular proposal.
Yep.
So I understand that it is at the EIS preparation stage.
Yep.
So the Secretary has issued environmental assessment requirements that require the key issues to be considered, and that would, given the scale of it, and I'm sorry I haven't got the details, and someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but that would include looking at the transport impacts and the transport capacity around the development. And so the proponent needs to go out, undertake relevant studies and provide that information. The department will then, when a development application is made, which it hasn't been made yet, will consider that information. Obviously that will be available to the community to make comments on, and the department will take advice from within government in relation to those issues.
So to formally answer your question, no, we can't provide you with that information, but it's because it hasn't come into the department yet. It will be publicly available at point of exhibition.
It will be, sure, yeah. Ms Thomas, if I could take you to Camden,
yes.
In terms of the Menangle Road site, which is set for 95 social and affordable dwellings.
Is this the Homes New South Wales proposal?
Correct. Yep. So did Homes New South Wales or the department assess any alternative sites in Camden for that proposed development?
That would be a question for Homes New South Wales as the proponent.
Thank you. So you would have had no role to play in terms of site selection?
It's not our role.
Entirely a matter for the proponent.
Thank you. And in terms of the site selected there opposite the Camden Hospital, will you undertake, or the department, to determine that all areas of the site have been tested and the results made public relating to reports of existing contamination on the site?
So again, I don't have the specific details to hand. I think that may have recently been on public exhibition.
It has been. It's either just off or
and so
soon.
Again, the department will be looking at the EIS and understanding what information has been provided, and if we consider that it is necessary, we would ask for further information and further studies to be done if that's required. But at this stage, I'm not able to commit to what or preempt that assessment process that is just at the very early stages.
Sure. So that will be publicly available in terms of the site testing concerning reports of contamination?
If that's included in the AIS, then it would already be have been put on public exhibition.
Thank you. And just a further one, in terms of evidence that the proposed site is adequately serviced, has the department, received written confirmation from, service providers relevant to this site, including, Sydney Water, Endeavour Energy, Camden Council, Department of Education, the South West Local Area Health District, Emergency Services? Have we got an update on that?
So as I said, if this application has recently been on public exhibition, the department would have also provided that EIS to relevant government agencies and sought their input, and we would expect to receive the advice from those relevant agencies and to consider that as part of our assessment.
Thank you. And just if you could just remind us that what are the specific grounds on which a state significant development would apply to such a proposal here of a 95 dwelling development relating to social and affordable housing?
So there is...
I guess the question, people are saying what's in, what's out.
Yep.
What's the precedence here in terms of approval of such dwellings under this power?
So the pathway for an applicant to make an application for state significant development in relation to Land and Housing Corporation sites is if it's more than 75 homes.
Yep.
So that provides them with the opportunity to make an application. Obviously, the the assessment of that application, the rules that apply to that are the same as apply to all development applications in terms of the matters that need to be assessed and considered and the pathway for considering and approving or refusing and determining that application.
And Ms Thomas, and I put this to the Minister this morning, I mean, have we got a case here where we've had an SSD proposal or application knocked back on the grounds established of inadequate infrastructure?
So again, I'm not able to answer a yes or no to that. It's something I'd need to take
We
on
have
notice.
taken that on notice. We did have a quick conversation about it, and generally this would occur more at the planning proposal stage, and Ms Gibson did detail there will be instances when planning proposals don't proceed for a range of reasons. If the planning proposal doesn't proceed, it naturally follows that a DA that would be proposed in that wouldn't proceed as well. So we're happy to take it on notice, but it would be a two-phase consideration. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. And just a closing question, if I could. Just relevant to this site, I mean, it's the community are putting this, that Menangle Road was selected because it was government-owned and available, and in terms of consideration of alternate sites, you know, the community is still asking that question.
Look, they are questions that we're aware the community have put, but they are questions that really can only be put to Homes New South Wales. We did not discuss the site. The Department of Planning did not discuss the site with Homes New South Wales.
So just in short, what is your role here in terms of the department relevant to this proposed development?
To undertake the assessment that is put in front of us against the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements that have been provided to Homes New South Wales.
And is that complete?
So I understand the application is currently on public exhibition, so open to the community. That's the sort of early stages of moving through to that merit assessment. So no, the merit assessment is not complete. We have received an EIS from Homes that looks at all the issues, and I've just been advised it does cover the land contamination issue, asking for information in relation to that. That EIS is on exhibition. The department will then ask the proponent to respond to the submissions and then move through, take advice, as I said, from a range of government agencies and then move through to that merit assessment then.
Because I think public comment closed Sunday. Yesterday,
not
Sunday.
today
It was
then.
yesterday. That's all. And I guess just the next steps.
So they're the next steps. So
Right.
we provide the submissions to the proponent and they then provide their response to submissions. That can take a while. Often proponents will be considering what the community has said and may, make some changes or other things, but I can't preempt what will happen in this process, but that is the next step that we will be expecting this to go through before then the department receives that response to submissions and then considers the merits in detail.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The department released your statement of expectations to councils in July, and set the
Sorry, it's the Minister's statement of expectation. Yeah, it's not departmental.
Sorry, my notes are the department. We've done that wrong. Yeah, okay. So the Minister released the statement of expectations to council in July, and it sets clear expectations on timeframes for councils to determine DAs of 90 days this year, and then down to 65 in 2028. What feedback has been sought from local government New South Wales or any individual councils in creating these expectations?
So it is not the first statement of expectation.
Yes.
So the question is about what feedback was received.
Yeah.
As part of the previous statement of expectations and how that was being monitored, the work that was happening to publish council league tables, to look at council's assessment practice, and the work of expert planners that were going into councils to that we could see with very high assessment timeframes, average assessment timeframes, gave us a lot of insight into the types of things that councils were experiencing through the assessment practice, the assessment practices that they had. We were also getting a lot of result from the previous statement of expectations to see those assessment times dropping. So we are down to 2.5 months as the average DA time, which is still something where we can see that there are opportunities for that number to drop as part of the streamlining work for the planning system reform.
Is there any intention in the near to medium term about what will happen to underperforming councils and those kind of consistent, if there are those consistently underperforming councils?
So we have some guidelines that we use to look for underperforming councils, and they are not strict rules. They just help us identify areas or councils that we want to go and understand a bit more about what is happening in their practice. We look at councils that have a large number of dwellings in their pipeline or a large housing target, more than 500 homes in their housing target. So we're not looking at very small regional councils, rural councils. We also know that not every development application can be assessed, or it's appropriate for it to be assessed in that time frame, so it's an average. So we look at kind of what is about 60%, if 60% or more of your applications are taking more than the expected time, that's probably a really important trigger. And we have about 16 councils at the moment that would meet those underperforming measures. In
is there any intention to take any of their planning powers away?
Look, in half of them, we've already worked with them and commenced review of their DA processes, and those councils are working through those process and cultural improvements. We mandated that in a couple of councils, and others voluntarily came to us and said, yes, we would like to go through this process and we would like the support that you could offer. And there are councils that have made really significant improvements in their processes, and as a result have seen really streamlined processes lead to faster DA times. Sutherland Council's a really excellent example of that. Other councils we have recently come to the list, so as you could appreciate, the new statement of expectation is only about 6 weeks old, and we have a month's worth of data on that. So there are some councils that have recently come to the list. I'm not going to name those while we work with them and monitor for their performance and look for some detail behind that. As the Minister said this morning, removal of planning powers is something that is possible, led by the Minister for Local Government, but with the support of the Minister for Planning. And I guess through the work that we've done with expert planners, that we've done with voluntary support of councils to review their practices, and also things that are happening more broadly in the planning system with the introduction of the Development Coordination Authority, the Housing Delivery Authority, which is assisting councils where the state can lead on some of the most complex development assessment matters, so that councils can do things that are more locally significant and give them time for that, are all going to make a difference on these assessment time frames. So we will keep monitoring and reporting. The monthly reporting of the Council League table, I've had feedback from council general managers and planning directors, is helpful for them to see where they calibrate their resourcing and calibrate their planning processes relative to their neighbours.
Does anyone raise that there's concern about devaluing local government kind of even further just through no fault of their own, just because of the nature of how they think the local community needs to be dealt with and their systems?
Look, there are things there that might be different in certain local government areas. I can think of some councils that have outlined for us that they've had a lot of staff moved to other roles, and so they've had a lot of vacancies. That has meant that their processing times are slower. Others that have said the types of applications are more subject to like legal review or legal challenge, and so that impacts on their assessment times. And we have made some changes to our reporting to accommodate things like land and environment court matters. But the department also publishes our average assessment times. We publish the concurrence and referral times for agencies for the pieces that are also involved in local development assessment. So it's and that transparency, that that system performance and monitoring is really important for public confidence in the planning system.
And I think, Ms Higginson, and I'm sure I've said it before because I've certainly said it to my staff all the time, while councils may operate under the one act, they are certainly not homogenous. They all do things in a different way. They all have different pressure points. And that type of granularity of understanding that Ms Gibson is describing is because the department recognises that and wants to respond to it. And it is very important for us that we work very collaboratively with local government. It is our third tier of government, but certainly for this particular department, we are in and out of the councils. There would not be, I suspect, a minute of the day, working day, when someone in the department is not speaking to a council.
Can I just ask about the planning proposal that relates to the female factory, the O'Connell Street and Albert Street in North Parramatta? Was the proposals... I'm curious about what's happening with the heritage listing prospects, and was the proposal's detrimental impact on the future World Heritage listing prospects for that proposal, that place, and on its current national heritage listing considered as part of the planning proposal?
So absolutely, and I describe this as a state-led rezoning or state rezoning matter that's recently been finalised. So 7th of August it was finalised, and many submissions raised the concerns about the impact on the heritage values, particularly the female factory, of course, and the World Heritage listing that was happening. Now, the female factory is outside of the area that was rezoned, so it's about the not the female factory directly, but the indirect impacts of development. The World Heritage listing was concluded not to list the female factory for World Heritage, but it is a state heritage item, and there are a number of state heritage items on the site as well, and also other World Heritage listed items outside and nearby to the precinct, so Old Government House, Parramatta Park. So the heritage assessment that we undertook was very detailed, very extensive. And we were satisfied that with changes to the proposal, with changes to the building heights, setbacks, and other matters in our planning controls, that they would reduce impact on items within and outside the precinct, and that could be relocated on other parts of the site. The housing and jobs proposed could be relocated to other parts of the site to minimise those impacts. So we're very satisfied with that, and on that basis we recommended that the zoning be finalised, because the Parramatta Light Rail infrastructure is there, because there are important outcomes for the Westmead Health and Innovation District that's being planned, and there were and remain more detailed assessment work that would happen at a development application stage, where the heritage impact could continue to be assessed, and if it's that might result in further design changes at a development application stage.
Thank you. I spoke with the Minister earlier about that Western Sydney University and Stockland,
Warrington.
Has there been, I know that, so in the lead up to them submitting their rezoning application, was there any discussion about or concern expressed about the low density nature of the site given its location, its proximity to all of the transport areas, given the entire kind of emphasis has been on, you know, doing density well near these important public transport assets? What, or was it just, look, you just go and put in whatever proposal you think, and we'll take it that way? Like, how did this one come to be?
So this is a proponent-led proposal. So this isn't a state-led proposal. It's a proponent-led proposal. But I just want to further explain what's included in that proposal. That it's 1,500 homes. 500 of those are apartments. 900 dwellings. So they're proposing buildings on that site that are mid-rise and up to 7 stories, as well as some low-rise buildings. There's also a local centre, services and jobs there, which there's also kind of mixed-use activity, and quite a bit of open space and conservation land as well. So it is currently on exhibition, or just finished exhibition. It finished on the 20th, And we'll be reviewing the submissions that have been made, including submissions from Penrith Council, who have some strategic planning work in the area and some aspirations for that area.
So is it from your information there that ultimately, though, like those features are there, but ultimately the development will be dominated by around 900 low-density residential lots? Is that your understanding of the current rezone?
That it includes a mix. So yes, there are some low density, but there's also the mixed-use town centre, the medium-density dwellings, and they are around the Great Western Highway frontage, which is on the southern part of the site.
And had you become aware that the advisory groups and the people sitting around talking about this proposal at the moment have kind of come to the conclusion that the only way forward with the rezone as it currently is that ultimately, you know, you would see, whilst there is a conservation proposal, you would ultimately have to see the end of the Warrington kangaroos, and that would involve some kind of cull?
I don't think that is the conclusion that has been reached. We are in an assessment process, and as I mentioned, there will be some.
That's what the proponents own. I think there's all these little working groups and advisory groups, and I think that's what. That's the inevitable likelihood if this rezone. And I'm just curious about, I mean, obviously people will have made submissions about that, I think including myself, and others. But it's one of those, you don't necessarily see that on the face of the rezoning, but there are clear conversations where people who have been talking. And my understanding with this is with the First Nations community, as well as some of the wildlife carers that are in constant service of that area. And that's what they've pretty much been told.
Look, the matter is still under assessment, and the flora and fauna matters will be considered through that process. There will be about 12 or so hectares of conservation land if the proposal proceeds as we exhibited it.
Out of 100 hectares.
Connected to other areas, and how that might also support the a range of native flora.
And in terms of
fauna.
looking at this proposal, will the department have the capacity to be able to also comment or analyse it in the context that the land was originally for education purposes for the Western Sydney communities?
The matters about the land use are ones that really focus on what is proposed. I know that there are matters in Penrith Council's local planning that talks about wanting to see more education uses retained on the site. So fully expect that there will be submissions along those lines.
Will you go and see? Are you familiar with the site? Will you go and look at it?
I have not been to this site yet, but I will go and have a look at it as part of the assessment that happens now that it's off exhibition.
Great. I had never been. I went, and it's an incredible little bit of country, and the idea that you would let a proposal like that happen is...
I was there about 8 weeks ago at the invitation of the Lauk.
And did you see the roos?
I saw some in the distance, yes.
Yeah, it's a pretty remarkable little bit of bush and country, and it's apparently, according to... I had the benefit of meeting with some of the custodians as well, which was really, really... fortunate, but just understanding the importance of that landscape culturally as well. Okay, I think that we had decided that there are a bunch of sneezing, there are voices losing. There has been really
I think Ms. Gibson has done exceptionally well.
No, there's been really goodwill all day. So we did have agreement that any further questions we might put on notice. And with that, I really want to thank you, all of you government officers, for your attendance today. The committee secretariat, as always, will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice and supplementary questions. I did assume the government had no further questions.
Well, I might just ask if any of the witnesses have anything to add.
At this point,
I would just like to, as I always do, thank the Chair and Committee for their courtesy and for providing us with the opportunity to demonstrate the work of the Department, and thank everybody in the background who prepare us all for coming.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Well, with that, we'll now come to a close. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.